Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2. Is everything working? Are we live? We are live. Hey, hello guys. Hello. Yeah, 225. We're back in the 200s. If I remember correctly, I think the last time we hit that number was... I think it might have been the HoloLive stream that we did a while back. But... Still can't believe you put your health over the stream. Yeah, no, thanks for being willing to wait for the stream to go live after all of those delays. But yeah, so yesterday, for the first time in what I think is a few months, I woke up in the morning and I had an asthma attack, which is unusual. Unfortunately, because of the fact that it's been months since my last one, I also didn't get my prescription updated, so I didn't actually have a puffer on hand that worked. So hence why, you know, going to the doctor. And when I was talking with my doctor about what kicked it off, you're gonna laugh about this, but there is a chance that the thing that kicked it off was mold poisoning. Oh, I can never escape it. A random who games, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Hope you enjoy those emotes. So I don't know if I'm going to be awake for the Gura part. Don't worry, Master N, don't worry. So, yeah, no. The decision to put this stream off by a week, I think I said this in the community post about it, but apparently that decision has been one of the best that I've ever made when it comes to choosing to delay a stream, because we've had quite a bit more stuff happen since the date that this stream was originally planned for. So, on brand. I'm officially becoming a VTuber. I think I talked about this on stream before, but one of the rooms where I live, the ceiling or the roof above it has a hole that has opened up as a result of storm season a few months ago, and ever since then I've been fighting with insurance to get it fixed, but that's a slow and arduous process, and in that time there's been a mold infestation in that room. Now I don't sleep there, but it is right next to where I do sleep, so... Oh, Lumi, welcome to the stream. Yeah, got here in time. Welcome in, welcome. Thank you for being a Footstool for 5 months, holy. Mold? Oh, Falls! Welcome to the stream. Hello. Archer's going live after Gura ended her stream. We knew they were the same person all along. Yeah, no. Yes. Famous VTuber Gura hitting the big leagues. Yeah, no, I saw the news. I saw the news about Fulgur. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. For some ventilator and some preventer. Thank you, I appreciate it a lot. No worries about that though, because it's okay. I can afford it. It's fine. It was just a bit inconvenient because it meant that I had to spend most of the day in a waiting room. Everyone talks about how good free healthcare is, but no one talks about how the real cost you pay for free healthcare is your time, not your money. Joe K, thank you for the 10. Good day, Chairman. Just a token of appreciation for what is sure to be 8+ hours of pure unbridled autism. Yeah, most likely. This is... Okay, so to give you guys a bit of a precursor, for the controversies that I'm going to be reviewing in a kind of round-robin-esque style, this isn't going to be a deep dive on any of the companies that I look at, mostly because... For some of the companies in question, Brave Group, I plan to do a stream at some point in the future dedicated to going in on how they work. But for this stream, I want you to think of it as mostly laying a sort of theoretical foundation for an ongoing discussion that I plan to have with you guys going forward over the next few weeks or months. Because this is a pretty... how do I say? It's not complex in the sense that it's hard to understand, but it's comprised of a whole lot of unconscious influences, decisions, cultural sticking points that we have in this industry that I'm trying to assemble and put into words. So I'm going to be giving some of the context that I'll be giving for the controversies we discuss might be a little bare bones, but again, it's more for the purpose of just laying the groundwork so that we could expand on it through future streams. So when I know that some of you guys were saying as a joke, right? Oh, you know, this is going to be like a two-parter stream, but kind of. That's basically going to be the plan for this topic. The only reason why I'm not saying, you know, I'm not noting down part 1, part 2 in stone is because, well, one, YouTube seems to hate when you split anything on the platform into a series. My personal speculation is that anytime you put part 1 or part 2 in a title of a video or a live stream, it just deboosts it in the algorithm by default. But the other thing is that the other reason why I don't want to do that is because it might be, while the overarching topic is the same, the pivots in terms of focus might seem a little jarring if you're looking at it as an officially like unified series of talks or whatever. As I said in the tweet, the pattern of yeah, no, that's definitely a pattern that a lot of people are observing, Master N. Mercurius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Oh, Vanilla! Nice to see you in chat. A Random Mood Games, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Gabriel Barbario, thank you for being a footstool for 7 months. Chair play Goddess of Goddess of Victory Nike 2.5 Annie. Tempting. Oh god, over 12 hours again. I'm not quite certain if we're going to hit that mark, but we may get close depending on how long it takes for me to get through each individual situation. I'm waiting for part 3, the post-mortem. Man, there are quite a few situations I'm going to be talking about where they basically amount to a post-mortem anyways. Well, okay. How do I say this? The angle that I've been starting to look at things through, the perspective, I suppose, is that when you look at the way that people in this industry, just general audiences in this industry, react to corpo VTubing controversies, especially corpo VTubing controversies among smaller corporations. Well, actually, never mind that. I wouldn't even narrow it down that much. Just corpo VTubing controversies in general. When you start to look at it as an overall, I suppose, pattern, right? As a general theme, a trend that seems to be emerging is that all of the ways that people have been reacting to corpo VTubing over the past year, and corpo VTubing controversies over the past year, has been one big post-mortem on seeing how Sengate affected the industry. And I know that it's become a bit of a meme at this point, right? Oh, you know, corpo collapsing, how can I compare this to Niji Sanji? But that's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about is how audiences seem to have internalized a few things when that whole controversy was taking place. And only now are we beginning to see what exactly was internalized. And I'll be honest, I'm a bit concerned that some of the emerging patterns that I'm seeing in the way that people react to things Play Limbus instead. I don't know if I'm autistic enough for that. Yes, RJ at the start. It's like, yes. Senility is taking me. Oh, Hashiria, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. Let's beat Dustborn. Oh, Prince. Thank you for being a Footstool for 3 months. Welcome back. I see what you're doing. Thank you for the super that you left after going through one of my previous VODs as well, by the way. I saw that. Interlopes, Asmongold, and Tectone. I saw those videos, but to be honest, I don't think that I didn't deem them to be really worth mentioning in this stream. Mostly because what I wanted to focus on was the reactions of people who are actually endemic to this industry, not people coming in from the outside when something big happens. All the corpo drama fits the... yeah, a little bit. You may say that as a joke, but unironically, that seems to be the way that things are shaping up. Yeah, the general assumption about corporate VTubing has been very much influenced by Sengate. Yep. I think Prince and Billy are the same person. It sounds like the intro to the tweet you just made a few days ago. Yeah. Although, if you haven't seen it, don't worry, because my thoughts will probably be better expressed in this stream, albeit much, much longer than they were in that tweet. But essentially what I was saying is that people have become... how do I say? There's almost this kind of atmosphere of people looking forward to or looking for a Sengate 2.0 type situation. There seems to be this sort of perverse desire for that to happen a second time, which is... again, from an entertainment standpoint, I can understand that, but if we're actually considering the overall quote-unquote well-being of the industry, that's not exactly one of the best things moving forward. Tectone and Asmon know what they are saying from a Western standpoint, but I don't think they are right. Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair way of summing it up. Their views are very... again, it's very, very centralized around how streaming and streaming orgs work in the West. And it's kind of the idea of, oh, if it's not like what I'm used to, then it must be bad, right? There is a little bit of that going on. But again, it's not something that perplexes me, but it is something I disagree with. Gabriel, thank you for the 5. Before I forget, healthcare fund. Or is it a carpenter you have to go and visit? True. I don't think describing Gura's graduation as a Gura gate, so to speak, is quite accurate, because as we'll get into in a little bit, I think that the way that people have been reacting to Gura's graduation is... I mean, it's both expected, but also, in my opinion, a little overblown. There are plenty of people who are being way more hyperbolic about the... I suppose... the implications of Gura leaving than I think is warranted. Now, I want to make this very clear, and this is a point that I will expand on later on in the stream, but when it comes to a graduation, there is a difference between grieving over someone leaving a company and catastrophizing over people leaving a company. And in the case of Gura, while the grief is completely understandable, I do think that the catastrophizing has gone a bit far. So, yeah. No subtlety, no nuance. Yeah, kind of. People are reading too much into Gura's graduation, not reading enough into what Yagu has said about what he wants to do with Hololive. See, the thing is, I don't even think that people have been understanding that Gura's situation is... okay, how do I say this? I understand people being concerned at the overall trend of people leaving Hololive, but there is very much a tendency to overlook the individual circumstances of each individual that ends up adding up to that trend. If you only looked at the trend, yes, you could come to the conclusion that Hololive is dying or whatever, but there are a few common traits among the individual cases where I do think that people are overlooking it a little bit in order to facilitate more doom posting. Thing is with Gura, while her departure is something that, understandably, a lot of people are going to be cut up over, I don't think anyone who is part of her fan base or part of Hololive in general would think that it's a surprise. In fact, it has been something that's been building up for a while. Same thing when it comes to Mume, where it was very obvious, even though she didn't say it, she did say it, but she didn't make it a point to really, I suppose, drum it home in her announcement stream. It very much sounded like it was down to her personal health condition, making it so that she was unable to continue with the company. Same thing when you look at, for example, Aqua and Shion graduating. The overall trend seems to be that the older Hololive members who signed on to a very different company, admittedly, to the way that it is now, almost going on 5 years, I think, which is, again, like half a decade. The trend seems to be that the older talents who don't seem to see a place for themselves in this newer version of the company are leaving. Now, again, that in and of itself could be a problem, but at the same time, people don't seem to be considering, I suppose, what the alternative is. Because the alternative is either they stay at a place where they don't, there seems to be this idea that if a talent doesn't see a place for themselves at a company, then the company itself is automatically just bad with no nuance. And again, I do think that quite a good deal of that knee-jerk reaction, that assumption, can be tied all the way back to early 2024. I hear the rats saying that with encouragement to move to Japan, the girls who don't move may graduate. See, that's the thing. I don't think... I've seen that rat being passed around as well, but I don't think that that's the case. Mostly because there are still plenty of talents who are at Hololive who aren't based in Japan. And all the ones that have moved there, well, again, it's this balance between, do you listen to what the talents are saying, and at what point do you decide that you should take it with a grain of salt, right? Because all the talents that have moved to Japan have said they didn't move there exclusively for Hololive. They just wanted to do so, and Hololive facilitated that dream. And the thing that something that kind of is a bit of a pet peeve of mine is that I see people looking at those statements and going, oh, but the talents have to defend the company or whatever. And I mean, yeah, that does happen. But usually if you're going to make that assumption, you need to base it on some sort of prior evidence about the company, its policies, or the conduct of its talents. And the thing is, I don't know if Hololive has that precedent. Zara J. Zephyr, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months. Holy. That's an old one. Negligible. Yes. Funless, thank you for being a Footstool for 9 months. Holy shit. Hello. Hello to you too. Simple, thank you for being a Footstool for 7 months. I'm back to weekly scheduled chair sniffing. Rinse of Dew, thank you for the super. What's wrong, Backseater-kun? Could it be your craying eye expertise? Also can't stay tonight. VOD gang strong. Hope you're feeling better. Can you believe the weirdos in chat have never seen a rectangular finger cartoon? That is quite a revelation. Bo, thank you for the 5. Gura has been a mascot character for the last 2 years. She's an introvert who got burnt out trying to handle her. Yeah, no, because... How do I say? When people look at Gura graduating and go, oh, Hololive is over, Hololive is dead, I think that just betrays how little they've kept up with what Gura's streaming situation has been like for the past year or so. At least, more than that, I would say. And I mean... Yeah. It's kind of like... And don't worry, Master, I'm not referring to you specifically. But there does seem to be a general trend where... Again, it's just this trend of not really looking at the individual circumstance and only looking at the overarching trend. Where, with Gura specifically, I mean, just imagine, right? Imagine for a second that you are a, kind of an introverted young woman, possibly quite a bit of social anxiety, You start making cute and funny YouTube videos. For some reason, they start popping off. Your channel grows massively, over 1 million subs. All of a sudden, a lot more pressure on people to, you know, there's a lot more pressure that a company's hovering over the upload button. And so you start looking for a career in, you know, growing industry, doing something else, because you've kind of made it as a YouTuber at that point, right? Then you sign on to become a VTuber in an entertainment industry that only just seems to be budding in the West, right? And you get into that job. It sounds like the perfect job for you because you know, you have a live audience, sure, but you don't have to show your face. You don't actually have to talk to anybody except through a screen. If you have social anxiety, on paper that sounds perfect. Then you sign up to the job, you get the job, you start the job, and then the whole world goes to shit. And all of a sudden, because of that, partially because of that, you realize that you are so good at your job that you end up becoming the face of not just the company you just signed up for, but an entire industry as it explodes. I think that's enough pressure to cause anybody to start having a bit of a crisis of identity, to be fair. But again, having to cope with that amount of pressure for as long as she has, I think that is something that not more people over time are starting to, you know, talk about that, focus on that, etc., etc. But at least initially, after she announced that she was graduating, that was not something that a lot of the people doom posting seemed to be taking into account. But yeah, it's too much pressure. I'd hate it. Yeah, I think a lot of people would, despite contrary belief. Like, undeniably, Gura is like set for life because of her career at HoloLive. And I know that I know that streaming is not the most difficult job in the world. Rest assured, I'm very much not in the camp of, oh, streaming is one of the most difficult jobs in the world. But when you become a successful streamer and the face of an entire company, no less, even an entire industry, there are a lot of pressures that accompany that I do think that is very easy to overlook, I'll say. But yeah. It also becomes concerning for the for the vultures that want to use Gura for their own ends. Yes. I don't know, Callie would flip to be in Gura's place. See, that's the thing, right? We can talk about... The thing is with a lot of these hypotheticals, and this is something that I too am guilty of overlooking on occasion, but the thing is with these hypotheticals is that to be quote-unquote in Gura's place, that does not just mean blowing up and being successful. That means blowing up in the manner that she did, according to the timeline that it happened, and in a way that subverted the expectations she walked into the situation with. I don't know if it would ever be possible for Callie to be in the same position as Gura, in the sense that Callie is a very different person. So if you want to try and replicate that, it's almost impossible to do with anybody besides Gura herself. I probably didn't explain that very well, and it likely will be a thought that I come back to at some point in the future, but that's the best way I can think of putting it for now. JV Robergato, thank you for the super. I have the feeling that Yagu is being outvoted. He has the largest share, but not the majority. I mean, I do see a lot of people speculating that. However, again, the thing is with HoloLive is that it is very difficult because of how watertight their, how watertight their information is. It's very hard to tell how much of the current changes are a natural part of quote-unquote change in company direction, and how much of it is genuinely because there's something going wrong. Because the thing is, and this is something I brought up on Twitter a few days ago, how do you identify if a company if a talent leaving a company is a natural thing or an unnatural thing. And a lot of people, when you ask them that, are not going to be able to answer that question immediately. Mostly because that question, in order to answer it, requires you to first look at your own expectations of what a quote-unquote natural life cycle of a VTuber is. And that, in turn, requires you to ask yourself, how long did I expect this content creator to keep making content under this identity? And that is a very, very big taboo, because no one likes to think about how long their favorite content creator has left to make content. That is something that almost universally any fan would abhor having to think about. The problem is, though, if you want to make a judgment on how quote-unquote natural a talent's departure is, that is a question you have to ask yourself. It's not just a matter of, okay, so yeah, JV Robogata, that's half of it, right? It's not just a matter of how long have they been at that company. It's also how long do you personally, as a fan, expect them to have been there making content? Because it is a fact that no one can do it forever, and it will very much differ depending on the individual talent and the company in question. But unless you, in your mind, have a number of, years or whatever, you are not going to be able to answer the question of, is this talent's departure unnatural, with any sort of justification? Or, I suppose not any sort of justification is the wrong way of phrasing it. You're going to lack a sort of objective standpoint from which to, I suppose, come to that conclusion. Holy shit! Hapini, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Holy. Welcome to the 15 new footstools, I suppose. I hope you all enjoy those emotes. Make sure to thank Hapini. Holy shit, thank you for your generosity. Anawat, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Guru sees 4chan explode and thinks that the timing on that one is suspiciously effective. My personal prediction, Hollow's not going to die, but that nuance doesn't matter. Covers PR is bad now. Yeah. See, the thing is, and I do think that I haven't done a great job of emphasizing this, but when I say PR bad, right? When I say a company's PR is tanking, there is also an element of, to what degree was that avoidable? A lot of the examples that I've talked about on this channel where a company has tanked their own PR, part of the thing that determines how critical I am of that is how avoidable that situation is. The thing is, with what's currently going on, it is undeniable that the recent string of graduations has heavily impacted Cover's PR. However, where the quote-unquote nuance comes in is evaluating how avoidable that was. Because if it was just a matter of the company is genuinely going in a direction that alienates some of the older members, well, again, it's kind of a push and pull type situation where if a company wants to be able to pull away into a newer direction, they are going to end up pushing away some of their older members. And to some extent, that can't be avoided. Now, the exact extent to which it can be avoided is hard to say, again, because Cover is very watertight when it comes to information. But I think it is, I suppose, how do I say this? There's a difference between breaking off an arrow and pushing it out the other side, and just mindlessly shooting yourself in your own foot. And I don't think that Cover is mindlessly shooting itself in its own foot. I don't think the recent string of graduations add up to that, I suppose. Difference with management can only be used so much before people start demanding to know what the hell is happening. Yes. And this is where the whole transparency versus honesty thing comes in. The thing is with differences with management, right, is that it is corpo speak that is designed to be impersonal. And the benefit of that is that people have, any questions that people have are automatically angled at the company and its management, not at the talents. Which, again, if that is the goal, then I don't see any reason why they would change that reason. However, if the goal was something like to, keep the company in general as a corporate entity in good standing with the public, then I can see them pivoting away from that reason in the future. But for the time being, again, the effect of that reason being used as this sort of catch-all term has been that people have more questions for the company and less questions for the talents. And I think that that is not a sign that a company is being exploitative. Quite the opposite. They're tanking the PR hit by themselves, which, in my opinion at least, is the purpose of a company. Yeah, for me, disagreement with management is a blanket statement that's there to redirect attention towards management while implying that the talent won't elaborate further. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, one of the things that I've been considering is, what is the alternative to disagreements with management? And the thing is, the alternative is being more specific. But then you get into the issue of, okay, if you start getting more specific, then one, it can make the situation sound worse than it is, because even if the reason is, even if the reason is something that is out of everyone's control and the departure itself is amicable, there are times when giving a specific reason can make it sound a lot worse. For example, imagine if instead of saying, citing her health reasons for departing from cover, Mume talked specifically about how her condition rendered her unable to fully participate in the events that cover is probably going to be ramping up in frequency. Even in the most amicable of circumstances, it can become very easy for that to be interpreted as the company leaving a talent behind, so to speak. But yeah. It's bringing a short-term protection to the talent or the long-term extent of brand trust, which can be dangerous to a company. That's true. However, at the same time, again, a lot of this is complicated by the fact that Hololive is moving in a new direction as a company, which makes it very, very difficult to gauge how much of a good decision it is to make these compromises in the short term, right? You are absolutely right that in the long term, it is possible that the decision to go with disagreement with management as a catch-all term may impact brand trust overall. However, we're still in a transitionary period, which makes it really difficult to make a call as to whether that's the case. Because in order to get an idea of whether that has happened, you need to look at numbers as well. And from at least what I can see, Cover's numbers don't seem to have been impacted that much. Now granted, there is also the whole element of audience sentiment and things like that. But again, as we will note, I think that with the overwhelming majority of the graduations that Holo has had, the sentiment among the audiences of the talents that are graduating do not seem to be markedly worse towards Cover than they were prior. Not with every case, but with most cases. Southside Slider, thank you for the 5. I think Niji looked worse because the talents left and went to another company versus Holo. They're going indie, so it's the freedom that can explain it going away. Yeah, there is a little bit of an element of that, right? Where it's not that Hololive was offering a bad service, so to speak, but rather it just came with obligations that became too much. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. This really just boils down to it's a negative scenario and people want to do the blame game no matter how tolerant people are about blanket statements. Yeah, exactly. Could they maybe try rewording it into something like creative differences? I think creative differences could work better. However, at the same time, it doesn't get around the overall problem of people noticing that there's a pattern where every single member who graduates seems to have the same reason for graduating. And I say seems because, again, as we'll get into later on in the stream, talent, disagreements with management, and creative differences even, those are pretty vague terms that can encompass a lot of things. So, see, okay, here's the thing. There is one way that has been proven to be quite effective at getting audiences at least to simmer down when it comes to expressing their doubt, even if they do still feel doubt at talents leaving. And that is getting your talent to say, oh, the direction of the company is, I'm leaving because of disagreements with direction of the company, or the company changing direction has allowed me to leave, but I'm excited for the future direction of the company. That has proven itself to be quite effective at getting audiences to simmer down. The problem is, though, that requires your talent to essentially sandwich themselves in between public backlash and the company, because it inherently relies on leveraging the talent's relationship with their audience to discourage people from having doubts about the company's direction. It is also a little insulting to the audience's intelligence, because if you're leaving because of, change in company direction, what use is it if you then tell me that you're still excited for the change in company direction? And that's the problem, right? That is the only effective means of doing so, but pursuing that as your main way of trying to get ahead of controversy or reduce backlash, that requires you to start leveraging your talents as almost kind of PR meat shields. So, yeah. Okay, but who'd believe that? You'd be surprised. The vagueness encourages rats. Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, you can't really avoid that, right? Speculation is inevitable. The only thing that you can define is how much you feed into it. If they all say, I'm excited about their future, it'll come off as disingenuous after the third or fourth time and it'll worsen over time. Yes, but only if you're looking for a pattern, see? So, yeah. Aqua actually endorses Hololive to the future members. It's not quite the same thing, I would say, as, blanket going every single time, I'm excited for this new direction in the company. It's just not for me. And when I say that, I mean specifically in terms of when they are communicating this in an official statement, right? In their grad announcement, basically. There's a very big difference between talent just saying at some point during their, between when they announce their graduation and when they end up graduating, something along the lines of, I still think the company's great, it's just not for me. Right, because that's very natural if a talent has a good relationship with their company. No, what I'm referring to is specifically in their grad announcement, making sure to include a small section that is designed to, sort of get ahead of controversy, so to speak. But yeah. Human brains thrive on pattern recognition, whether it's actually there or not. Yeah, exactly. See, the thing is, when it comes to evaluating how bad a company is, quote unquote, how bad a company is, I trust the words of, it's always good to balance what the members who are currently there say against what the members who have already left say. And say what you will about Cover's quote unquote new direction or whatever, but the people in charge seem to have created a precedent where I don't think anyone who has left Cover has had anything too negative to say about it. And so, again, granted, that is pulling a lot of weight when it comes to, people being willing to give Cover the benefit of the doubt, especially after the graduations. But I think that is something that people do selectively forget when it comes to, especially in some of the more hyperbolic cases when you're comparing Cover to other companies that have had a similar frequency of graduations during a short period of time. Sometimes people will leave the company because they feel like it is the time. Exactly, right? And again, it all comes back to that whole taboo of how long do you expect your Oshi to keep making content under that identity? Very few people, I suspect, will have a definite number of years in their head. They will have some idea, and when that idea is, when that idea is disproven or disrupted in some way, they will react negatively as a knee-jerk instinct. But it is very rare that you... Okay, I'll use a comparison. Also, I've realized that I promise that we'll move on to the actual stream, the planned contents later, but I'm just asking you guys to indulge me for a moment while I yap about this kind of stuff, because it's been all everyone's been talking about for like the past week. Holy shit, Vivian, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 50 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes, and I hope you thank Vivian. You've been bankrolling this channel for so long. I really appreciate the extended support, my guy. But yeah, to use a bit of a personal example, right? When I watch Pipkin Pippa, right? When I watch Pippa, in the back of my mind, I have a definite number of years that I expect her to keep making content for. Now, obviously, I'm not going to say what that number is out loud because that's in poor taste. But at the same time, I do have a set number of years that I expect her to keep making content as Pipkin Pippa. Now, if she ends up exceeding that number of years, then I'm going to take that as a pleasant surprise. If she lands somewhere thereabouts, then I'm not going to be... I'm going to be sad that I don't get to experience more Pippa, but I'm going to assume that the amount of time that I got to spend with her content, well, I'm going to take the fact that I can't have any more of her content as a bit of a skill issue on my part for only finding her when she's like, 3 years into starting content creation as Pipkin Pippa, rather than a fault with Face Connect inherently. Only if, one, she falls significantly short of what I assume that number to be, and two, if the circumstances surrounding the departure are suspicious, will I then pull the trigger on thinking that maybe there's something wrong with the company that she's leaving. And again, the problem with that is that this is a purely subjective metric for evaluation that will differ from fan to fan. And so when you're asking people, okay, why do you find this talent's departure concerning? Why do you think why do you think that it's such a surprise that they left now, etc., etc., etc.? It's going to require you to first consider, how long did I really expect them to do this for, right? And if you don't have a set number in your head, and even that number is subjective for each individual person, most people are going to be able to struggle to answer that. As far as I know, even Mike hasn't bad... Yeah, exactly. Funnest thing for the 5, we will use AI and create 1,000 years of PewDiePie. Our content creators will never die. That would be a grim entertainment industry to exist in. There's no talent that said nothing bad about cover, simply is evidence for mine as a horror's theory. It's not Kuro Live that's the problem, it's Kuro Rock and their investor buddies. It is entirely possible, but I am saying that while I can very much see that turning out to be the case in a few years' time, because that is what the overall trend has proven happens, I think blaming the specific graduations that we've seen on that is a little preemptive, so to speak. That would be terrifying. Agreed. But, I mean, this is not something that... Actually, how do I say this? I don't expect anyone, including you guys, by the way, I don't expect anyone to actually sit down and force themselves to think about how many years exactly do they expect their Oshi to keep going as whatever their current identity is. But I am curious as to what conclusions you guys may come to if you were to do that, and how that may affect the way that you approach their content. I don't recommend it, because there is very much a chance that if you do sit down, you force yourself to think about that, it is possible that that may irrevocably change the way that you approach their content, or your ability to be immersed in their content. Because, again, once you come to that conclusion, that number is going to be hovering around in the back of your mind for quite a while. But when it comes to matters like this, unfortunately, it is something that people... Well, it is something that people are forced to confront, and as a result, I suspect that is a big reason why people hate confronting it. Chris, thank you for being a Footstool for 9 months. 14 years for the chairman. That's quite ambitious. That's quite ambitious. But yeah, no, the average lifespan for a content creator is about 5 to 10 years. 10 years seems to be the absolute maximum for the overwhelming majority of the case. But yeah, somewhere in that ballpark. But yeah, it is, again, it is grim to think about, but that's all the more reason as to why people hate thinking about it, and why people seem to react so poorly to being forced to think about it, as they are every time a talent leaves a company, whether it's termination or graduation. So, my Oshi already graduated, and now I have to use Twitch. I'm sorry for your loss, Radsock. IMO new identities don't matter. It's just nice to have them back if they're still willing to stream. Yeah, I fall much into the same category myself, but I don't expect anyone else to have the same perspective. Hello, Mr. Honey. With Bibu as my Oshi, I feel quite secure in her tenure. The Rock is quite resilient, so I think you are quite safe there. Speaking of content creators, did you see? Yes, I did. Although, I have been yapping about things that I have been tangenting for about like an hour now. This is like this is like watching VTubers try to attempt to play a game on stream. But in any case, alright, let me switch over to the slides. Okay. Hello. Alright. So, the dynamic isn't the same? I agree. Also, Twitch is the inferior platform. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. She's like 10 years old. Alright. So, I worry for my Oshi daily. Don't worry, don't we all? Okay, as usual, before we begin, a few disclaimers. This is very important. I am going to be, as per usual, quite critical of a few of the people that I end up mentioning over the course of this stream. However, that is not a license to go and harass, contact in any way, shape, or form any of the people or entities mentioned over the course of this stream. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information / material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available / traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. I've tried my best to adjust for when they actually happen, but they may be off by about a day or so. And finally, I'll be narrating most of the stuff on screen. Don't worry about that. If you can't read it, I'll probably end up reading it out aloud during the course of the stream. However, if you are curious and you want to read it for yourself, I will also be uploading all 225 slides of this presentation to my personal Patreon, link in description, which you can access by just becoming a member for free. You don't even need to pay anything. I keep all of my slides there. You can access them whenever you like. Oh, Kendra, welcome to the stream. I think it depends on how much... on how you're introduced to your Oshi. If you saw them as an indie and then they graduate to Corpo, you won't feel the same and vice versa. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Alright, so the thing that makes this stream a little bit different from many of my previous streams is that and this is also the reason why I chose to delay it by a week. I'm going to be leveraging a part of my degree that I haven't really been using that much up until now. And that is the theater side of my degree. things to do. Now, a lot of people, when they think about, theater in university or whatever, they'll think about, yeah, drama, theater, like, theater kids, etc., etc., etc. But a lot of the legwork when it comes to doing a theater degree, or a theater major, I should say more accurately, is learning theories that govern how people present themselves when they are being observed. A lot of it is understanding how people, when they are put into groups, when they are being watched by everyone around them, start to change their behavior accordingly, and how these groups may end up developing these little subcultures or rules to govern how individual people act. And to kind of start this off, right, to give you an idea of the angle that we are going to be approaching this with, I'm going to start by recounting not a little bit of a history lesson in terms of a case study or anything, but more so a lesson that I was taught in my degree that is very, very difficult to forget. And again, some of the people who've been watching me for a while may remember this vaguely, but for those who haven't, this is how it goes. So, around my first or second year of doing my degree, right, we were, I believe the unit was something along the lines of the inherent risks that accompanies doing certain kinds of performances. And so I want you to imagine, right, you're someone who's made the grievous decision to enroll into an arts degree in university, and you've been taught all these interesting theories governing how people behave in when put into a group, when put into a community, when they're being observed by others around them, etc., etc., etc. And so, on one of these occasions, when we walked, when we were having a seminar, because we were beginning a new case study to understand how these performance risks manifest and work. I want you to imagine that you walk into the room, right? Sit down, whole bunch of other uni students around you, look to the front, and the lecturer walks in. They say, "All right, today we have a bit of an interesting thing lined up. I'm going to need you guys to be a bit mature about this, etc., etc., etc." And then, for the next hour or so, the thing that our university ends up showing us essentially boils down to quote-unquote performances, where it's just people having sex on stage. Essentially, what we were being taught is this whole idea that there is an entire subcategory of performance, of theater, quote-unquote, that involves taking societal taboos, including those around sex and pornography, and essentially giving them the finger. Now, some of you may look at this and you may think, holy shit, modern academia really has deteriorated to Weimar conditions. Anyways, one of the essentially porn films that we were shown over the course of this lecture was a little performance by a porn star, an American porn star named Annie Sprinkle. And now that I'm recalling this, it's a bit like a fever dream. But essentially, born Ellen P. Steinberg in 1954, around the 1970s to 1980s, Annie Sprinkle became a pretty, in terms of the American porno scene, a pretty big name. And in the later stages of her career as a porn star, she transitioned into being a sex-positive radical feminist. And in doing so, she started turning some of the experiences that she had while making porn into the form of an extended theatrical routine called post-porn modernist, where she would do a whole variety of things on stage that are designed to sort of almost irreverently poke fun at the taboo that people held around sex, or at least that's the way that it was explained to us when we were shown this film. Now, funnily enough, this was a theatrical performance that the people running theaters around the world were so into that it actually got a tour around the world where Ms. Sprinkle was invited to perform post-porn modernist in theaters across Canada, the US, the EU, and Australia. And when it comes to looking at the intention behind the performance, again, a lot of it was the way that it was pitched to us when we were asked to study, quote unquote, study this film, was that it was about breaking taboos, right? Specifically, breaking taboos surrounding sex. And there were a few ways that Ms. Sprinkle would approach breaking those taboos. And a lot of them could be found in the way that she actually went about this quote-unquote performance, right? Some of the things that she would do over the course of this performance, she would, again, this is like a routine that she would do when traveling around to all these different countries and performing in their theaters. They would include, but are not limited to, filleting a rack of dildos on stage, allowing members of the audience to hold up a telescope to examine her groin, and also inviting members of the audience on stage and essentially allowing them to have to sit there while she rests her breasts atop of their heads. So again, as you can imagine, quite a lot of stuff to take in. However, one of the more, I suppose, interesting parts of the performance has to do with her use of photos from back when she was a full-on porn star. And the way that she would use these photos was to try and... the way she put it was to try and explore the inherent sexuality of people conventionally deemed to be unattractive in society. Now, on paper, that sounds like your stereotypical kind of, overly intellectual rationalization of degeneracy. And I'm not really going to argue against that. However, one of the more interesting things is when it comes to the specific photos that she ended up showing off over the course of this section of her performance, they consisted of photos taken while she was on on a porn set and standing next to whatever partners she had just performed a scene with. And the specific groups of people that she showed herself in photos with after filming with them on a porn set were people like those who had been diagnosed with AIDS, dwarves, people with physical disfigurements, burn victims, amputees, a whole bunch of these different groups of people who have either, these debilitating health conditions or are just generically, well, I'm not even going to say generically on track, just fucked up in terms of appearance, right? Some real niche fetish stuff. But this specific section of the performance was pitched to us as a sort of way for her to irreverently use the taboo of sex to give the audience a new perspective on the whole topic of mortality, of death. And essentially what it was supposed to do is show us how the implication, right, was all of these different groups of people, right? AIDS victims, burn victims, amputees, people with physical disfigurements. All of these people, the thesis that this part of the performance was working off of, according to Miss Sprinkle, was the fact that all of these people are deemed unattractive because their condition reminds people of death. And by showing off these photos taken on the porn set after she had just presumably had sex with them, she was hoping to be able to introduce the idea that they can still be sexually attractive even if they are embodiments of the taboo of death and mortality, etc., etc. And that was the main rationale behind this section of the performance. Gabriel, I miss when the prologue of your presentation was about people dying in Pompeii. This is I understand that tendency, to be completely honest. I kind of missed that as well. But this was this was part of the reason, upon reflection, why I realized that my degree was something that I probably was paying too much money for. However, I bring this to your attention not simply for the sake of just shock value and nothing else, but because this leads us into a rather interesting discussion of where taboos come from. Makiris, thank you for the 2. Life is a cabaret. Yes. So, essentially, everything that we end up experiencing in society, in life, or whenever we get together in a community can be placed on a spectrum, right? A spectrum between the divine and the profane. Now, when I say profane, I don't mean profanity, right? I don't mean explicit language. I don't mean being rude. I don't mean that. I mean profane in the most literal definition of the word, which basically means separate from something that we regard as being sacred, blessed, or divine. In other words, secular, worldly, cynical, rooted in reality and nothing besides that. And the thing is, when you look at profanity, these refer to the aspects of life that you simply can't ignore. The most banal, mundane realities of simply being a living, breathing being in existence, right? Death and taxes, right? On the other side of the spectrum, you have the divine, the sacred, the things that people aspire to. You know, the parts of life that are not tangible, but because you have faith that they are there, they lend more meaning to everyday existence. This is stuff like, the concept of heaven, as well as religious rituals, like, for example, in Christianity, the Eucharist, where we commemorate Jesus' sacrifice and, how he died for humanity's sins and resurrected as a sort of, as a foundational belief in order to give people the hope that there is more to life than simply what you can see and touch. Now, usually what ends up happening is taboos, in the sense of rules governing what you don't discuss or don't mention or don't talk about or don't think about. Taboos usually exist in this kind of this in-between space between these two extremes. And usually, every day, in our day-to-day lives, this is usually where most people reside as well. Not really leaning towards either side of this extreme. Somewhere in the middle. And, for the most part, generally speaking, in everyday life, people are content to exist alongside certain taboos, right? In society, every society has a general concept of things that people just don't talk about. And for the most part, for everyday day-to-day life, people are fine with that. Most people are fine with that. However, things end up changing whenever there is a crisis. Because usually what ends up happening is that when a crisis unfolds, when a specific community or a society has something happen to it that is traumatic to enough people, what ends up happening is people can no longer simply exist alongside the taboo without acknowledging it. It becomes incredibly uncomfortable to not address those taboos. And so what ends up happening is, as a coping mechanism almost, people end up gravitating towards either side of the spectrum. People either end up gravitating towards the divine in the sense of trying to seek some sort of higher purpose behind experiencing that crisis or that traumatic event, or they retreat towards the profane, the secular, trying to come up with ways of coping, comforting themselves, numbing themselves essentially, through numbing themselves or keeping themselves grounded in order to cope with the fact that something horrible has just happened. They accept it as, a part of life, or they look at some other aspect of everyday life that sort of makes up for that or numbs the pain a little bit. And so, again, generally speaking, day-to-day life, people are content to simply exist as if the taboos are invisible. But when a crisis happens, that is when the taboos become impossible to ignore, or at least very difficult to ignore. Now, the specific ways in which people end up moving across the spectrum, right, moving towards the divine or moving towards the profane, there are specific methods that people use in order to gravitate in that direction as well. When it comes to trying to approach the divine as a coping mechanism, retreat towards the divine as a coping mechanism for a crisis, what people default to are rituals. Let's say, for example, that we're dealing with the taboo of mortality, death. The idea that at some point, all of us are going to die. The coping mechanism that people use in order to retreat into the divine, the sacred, as a way of dealing with this inevitable fact of life, are rituals like, for example, funerals, right? Where you have a wake, you have, a service. People get to have their final goodbyes. They get to say their piece about the person they've lost. They get to all come together and as a group, as a community, share their feelings of grief and loss and reminisce about when the person who has just died was still alive, etc., etc. But the point is that the ritual is supposed to be a specific set of practices that demand group participation, that are designed to facilitate everyone coming to terms with the tragedy that has just happened by reminding them of the idea that there is more to life than just this. There is more to life than just death, etc., etc., etc. Conversely, if you were to go in the other end of the spectrum, right, if you were to go towards profanity as a coping mechanism rather than divinity, that's more where post-porn modernist lies, right, where you, as a coping mechanism, instead of, coming to terms with the taboo by going through this sort of ritual process, you instead, you spend a brief moment kind of poking fun at the taboo instead. Now, an unintentional side effect of using transgressions as a coping mechanism for taboos, for crises, for unpleasant realities, is that when your main method of comfort comes from the secular instead of the sacred, what you end up doing is usually defaulting to worldly comforts. And what I mean by that is the things that end up taking the edge off of the pain tend to be a little, I wouldn't say superficial, but definitely more, I suppose, grounded in the banalities of everyday existence. For example, if you cast your mind back to when I just described the whole, showing off her having sex with AIDS victims, burn victims, amputees, and dwarves, right? The intention of that performance was to essentially provoke the audience into thinking about mortality, but then comforting them. But the problem is, the comfort comes from what exactly? What the performance did, right? It is, self-indulgence is probably a better way of explaining that, right? The comfort was, hey, you might have AIDS. Hey, you might be a burn victim. Hey, you might be an amputee. You might be XYZ ways closer to death, but at least you're sexy. And you can see how that comfort, right, the ability of that comfort to take the edge off of the crisis, to take the edge off of the taboo, is very much rooted in becoming more engrossed in the banalities of everyday life rather than anything else. To give you a bit of a, I suppose, a less explicit or less in-your-face example of this, right? Another example of using transgression as a way of coping with a taboo, specifically the taboo of mortality, would be, for example, let's say your friend came up to you one day and opened up about how they had been having dark thoughts, how they'd been considering taking their own life, right? And you sit down with them and you have a long chat. And then at the end of that chat, when you feel like you've managed to talk things out, that they're hopefully in a better headspace for having shared that experience with you, you then you cap off the conversation by making a joke. You better not kill yourself or I'll kick your ass. That joke, again, it's very obviously not supposed to be a real threat, but that joke is an example of transgression, a secular way of comforting the person, because it is this idea of, okay, yes, death may be very close because you're thinking about taking your own life, but hey, the thing that you're using to keep them grounded in that case, to take the edge off of the taboo, off of the crisis that they are currently facing, is their friendship with you. It's reminding them that there is a social obligation that both of you guys have to one another. If they were to take their own life, they would essentially be hurting you, and you would have a reason to, take that out on them a little bit, right? Again, don't kill yourself or I'll kick your ass is not designed to be, it's not designed to be an actual threat, but it is designed to subtly remind the person you're talking to that you are there for them, and should they disappear, you are going to be hurt as well, right? And again, that is another example of using a transgressive way of dealing with a taboo. Now, generally, the reason why people end up gravitating towards either one of these extremes during a time of crisis is because it essentially works as a little bit of a breather, right? Where, again, because of the crisis that's been happening, it becomes too uncomfortable to exist while still having to abide by the laws of the taboos that govern everyday life, that govern, the norms of how you exist on a day-to-day basis, right? It becomes really hard to deal with both grief and having to refrain from talking about things. So, as a result, people end up retreating towards either end of the spectrums just so they can acknowledge what is currently going on, just so they have a way of acknowledging that the crisis is happening and having some sort of outlet to express their feelings about it and get it all out into the open. And so what ends up happening is, hopefully, ideally, the way things are meant to work is that a crisis happens, people move out towards either extreme, and then after they've spent some time there, they let out their feelings, they experience emotional catharsis, they have the experience that, they have a communal experience of whatever the crisis just is, right? They get to talk it out with other people as well, they get reassured that they're not alone. And then, after letting out all of those emotions, after having that talk with other people, getting to be reassured that they're not alone in their experience of the crisis, it becomes possible for them to then return back to normality. The taboos then become tolerable again, because the crisis is now over. They're not alone, there are other people with them, they've gotten all of their feelings out there. Yeah, Sharona slave. It's a way of coping, exactly. And so, again, ideally, both transgression and ritual are designed to work in this sort of circular way, where you start off with a crisis, you gravitate out towards an extreme, and then you end up coming back to the middle. Now, to apply this to VTubing specifically, we can default to actually a kind of, a pretty similar taboo to mortality. One of the largest taboos in VTubing, most foundational, ones that are impossible to get away from because it's always there, is the idea that every creator has a shelf life. Doesn't matter who they are, doesn't matter what they make, doesn't matter what their fan base is like. Every single content creator has a limited amount of time in which they can make their content. And again, as I've talked about quite extensively before getting into this portion of the stream, right? This is something that universally fans are loath to acknowledge and think about, because this is grim, right? However, you can also look at either ends of the spectrum, right? Divine, rooted in aspiration, spiritualism, right? The emotional or spiritual reasons as to why we enjoy content creation. See, on the more divine side of the spectrum, there's this idea that content creator is a dream, that this is something that people aspire to do, that this is something people do because they love it, etc., etc., etc. However, on the more profane or secular side of the spectrum, we have the fact that content creation is a job. Now, in reality, the way that the industry exists, every day-to-day operation, right, the norm of the industry, is that the truth lies somewhere in the middle. However, when you get a crisis, what ends up happening is usually people end up gravitating more towards one of these two sides. Either they are reminded of the fact that content creation is a job, and therefore that's how they get out their emotions regarding whatever is happening, or they are reassured by people reiterating that content creation is a dream, etc., etc., and so they don't have any plans to go anywhere, etc., etc., etc. So, if we take this as being the secular sacred spectrum as it applies to VTubing, specifically as it applies to this fundamental taboo in VTubing, right? Well, what is a crisis that threatens people's ability to exist in ignorant bliss of this taboo? Answer's pretty simple. Graduation. Any instance that makes a content creator look at their current circumstances, look at their routine, look at what they're doing, and conclude, yep, I can't do this anymore, I'm burnt out, I quit. And whenever a content creator quits, their audience becomes aware of this taboo. They become aware of this fundamental, unavoidable, inescapable fact of content creation, and it is never something that goes over well. As a result, what ends up happening is just like what happens when someone dies and their loved one now has to grapple with being reminded of the fact that mortality is a thing. When a content creator chooses to stop doing what they do, their audience now needs to come to terms with the fact that this is a very real part of their existence. And so what ends up happening is, just like with any other situation where a taboo is forcibly brought to somebody's attention, people are going to end up retreating towards either extreme, divine or profane, sacred or secular. Now, funny thing about this though is, what are the rituals or transgressions of VTubing? And, well, at least rituals, that's pretty easy to answer. Graduations. The graduation, there is a very, at this point in the industry's development, there is a very set routine, a very set process for how a graduation is supposed to work. And as a result, it is basically a ritual that this industry has built up for itself over the course of its existence. Graduations are most people's solution towards, finding a sort of sacred spiritual comfort in spite of the fact that every creator has a shelf life. And so, when I was putting this stream together, I was thinking about an angle to approach all of these four controversies, right? The controversy with Pixel Link, VRevy, Globy, and VNU. When I was looking for a common thread, this was the moment, when I was thinking about it from this angle, this was the moment that I realized the common thread across all of them has to do with the overarching theme of graduations and how they are handled. Specifically, how they are handled. And so, this then required me to start thinking about, okay, how does graduation as a ritual work? Graduation, you mean taking the talents out behind the barn? Yes, taking the talents out behind the barn, Asahara. Master, I think about the two. Cherry, you'll never graduate, right? I mean, it depends, but I don't see myself graduating for quite a while, if that makes any of you feel any better. So, in order to answer that question, how do graduations work as a ritual? We first have to come to terms, or first have to develop a little bit of a foundational understanding of how rituals themselves function, right? And for this, I want to introduce you guys to a British cultural anthropologist called Victor Turner. Now, in the 1950s, Victor Turner went to visit the little region of what is now modern-day Zambia. And what he was doing there was studying the cultural practices of a specific tribe called the Ndembu tribe. And he spent quite a few years there basically just looking at how they operated as a community and how their community handled crises, major events, and disputes among individuals. And what he came to the conclusion of after he spent a few years watching this tribe operate is he invented the concept, or he coined the term, social drama, a set process by which a community allowed its members to come together and collectively deal with a crisis. And according to Mr. Turner, a social drama, so to speak, has 4 distinct stages: breach, crisis, redress, and continuity. Now, what each stage means specifically: during the breach phase, a rule is broken and thus the status quo of the community is disrupted in some way. Crisis, a conflict emerges and people begin to take sides. Redress, which is basically when repairs and compensation are attempted or exchanged. Basically, loss is acknowledged and some attempt is made at trying to address that, those feelings of loss. And finally, at the end, you have continuity, right? A sense of normalcy being restored, and then the community remaining intact even after the crisis happens. Now, something you may notice is that for the breach to happen, you need rules to break in the first place. And what are those rules? Taboos. Social dramas are basically rituals, and rituals are social dramas. Someone breaks a taboo, there is a crisis where people end up taking sides, then the community comes together, people acknowledge what has been lost and what must be done in order to remedy that loss or cope with that loss, and then hopefully, at the end of it, everyone comes together and the community remains intact. This is basically what a ritual does. A ritual and a social drama are basically the same thing. Now, the next thing is a little bit of a... Speaking of the term drama, I want to bring back a slide that I used, I think about a few months ago at this point, 6 months ago or more, when I had my stream talking about how drama works in this space. Specifically, the reason why VTubing, VTubing, seems to have so much quote-unquote drama. And if you guys remember, part of the reason why, all of the reasons why VTubing in the EN space has so much drama accompanying it, all inherently ties back to the fundamental fact that VTubing is a new industry. It's a neophyte industry. It hasn't existed for a very long time. In terms of, evaluating how old VTubing is as an entertainment industry, I'd argue it's about, it's just about moved on from toddling at this point. And so, first order effects of it being a new industry are that you have inconsistent industry standards, but also that the growth outpaces safeguards. Not only do you have inconsistent standards, but attempts to build up those standards are hampered by the fact that more people are coming in than you can effectively corral. Then the second order effects of that are that you have a reliance on self-promotion, which means that you are only, well, for the most part, most of the creators in this space are only as professional as they allow themselves to be. And again, that ties into the next problem, which is the overall lack of professionalism. And that is not helped by the fact that you have low barriers to entry as well. Well, the barriers to entry are kind of going up over the past, few years or so. Nowadays, anyone can start a VTubing agency, but the overwhelming majority of them are going to die unless the person who started them actually has a clear idea of what they want to do with it. So, barriers to entry are pretty low. Barriers to success are high, but barriers to entry remain quite low. And then the third order effects of that are that you have short-sighted growth strategies where people, are very quick to get into things like shit-fling contests, in public in order to try and gain a larger following, stuff like that. Antisocial behavior, where people are very quick to backchat and backstab one another. Inconsistent ethical standards, where no one seems to know what is wrong and what isn't, and every community has a different idea of both of those things compared to any other community. And also, exploitation. Something that is always going to accompany any entertainment industry, but especially entertainment industries that are just getting started. And so, I want to point out, however, 3 specific aspects of the space: inconsistent industry standards, low barriers to entry, and inconsistent ethical standards. Because what ends up happening when you put them together is that you end up with a space where nobody seems to know what the taboos are, or at least everyone has a different idea of what the taboos in this industry are. And while it is the case that creators, groups of creators, and their communities can do a pretty good job of figuring out what exactly they consider taboo or not, it's a different matter for corporations. Because when it comes to VTubing as an industry, a problem that you often see people face, and this is part of the reason why you have so many PR disasters across the corporations in the space, are because the corporate entities that are coming into this space, that even some of them that have established themselves in this space, they haven't yet figured out all of the industry's taboos. And as a result, what they end up doing is having to essentially find out what they are face first. And so, another factor, I suppose, that plays into why this is such a big problem in this space is because it is very difficult to answer the question, who gets to determine what is a taboo in this space? Because when you ask that question, right, who gets to determine what a taboo is in VTubing? There are 3 parties that you could reasonably make an argument get to decide what a taboo in this industry is. And those 3 parties are the talent, the corporation, or the audience. You could argue any one of these 3, and you could put together a pretty compelling argument for any one. However, another thing that complicates the decision as to, which one of these 3 gets the last say in what is taboo and what isn't, is the fact that all 3 of these parties are also locked in a kind of rock, paper, scissors type relationship with one another. Because a corporation has to appeal to the audience. But by nature of the way that an idol audience dynamic works, an audience will default to looking to the talents. But the talents, when they're part of a corporation, rely on that corporation, so they have to listen to what comes from the top, what is said from the top down. And so, because of the circular way that this relationship works, usually if you're going to try to isolate one specific point from which a taboo originates, or specifically one party that gets to determine what a taboo is, you're going to have a very tough time doing that, right? Exactly, Robin. It's a 3-way deadlock. However, that's not to say that it's completely impossible, because the only way to break this cycle, right, the only way to break this deadlock is for 2 or more of these parties to be in agreement as to what to do, what to say, and therefore what to make a taboo or not. And usually the way that ends up working is the talent and the corporation coming to an agreement as to how to signal a message to the audience, where a talent looks to the corporation for guidance as to what to do and say in public, and a corporation relies on the talent to communicate with their own audience. Only when you have this degree of synergy does it become more, well, not 100% guaranteed, but a little bit more consistent in terms of managing how to express things to your audience, how to manage taboos that might be held by the audience. And when you get this kind of relationship, that is what allows companies and talents to start navigating the minefield that is a talent departure, a graduation. This is why you get this sort of coordinated response from a talent announcing that they're about to leave. You have that, the dreaded announcement stream, and then shortly afterwards you have the company basically reiterating what the talent said, but with a little bit more extra corporate fluff on top to sort of hammer the point home to the audience. Only when you have these 2 parties in agreement as to how to conduct themselves, right, how to communicate with the audience, what to say in public, do you have the ability to navigate that taboo? Do you have the ability to break that 3-way deadlock? And so, we can start to look at social drama as ritual, specifically as it applies to the ritual of a graduation. Now, the way that it works is, again, you have the same 4 stages, right? You have the breach, you have the crisis, you have the redress, you have the continuity. In the opening stage, the breach is usually what ends up happening when the talent first has some sort of, serious announcement. Because at this point, everyone understands what that means, right? We've had enough data as a general group of people to understand that when you see a talent post a video onto their channel that just says like a serious announcement, we need to talk, etc., 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 with some sort of vaguely melancholic thumbnail, you know what that's going to be about. And so this is where the ritual begins. This is the breach that sends everyone into a frenzy. And when people start going to that frenzy, that's where you get a crisis. That's where you get into the second stage of the ritual, right? Where there is this elephant in the room that people can't ignore anymore, and as a result, they start taking sides. Now, you might consider, okay, but with a graduation, it's supposed to be it's supposed to be a case where there's no conflict. Well, the conflict doesn't need to occur between the talent and the company. The conflict can occur within the audience, because that is what fundamentally the audience is one of the biggest parts of that ritual taking place. And so what ends up happening is when a talent announces that they're graduating, very quickly you will notice that audiences tend to separate themselves into 2 discrete camps, right? Or gravitate towards 2 extremes, I should say. On one side, you have doom posters, right? People who are absolutely, they're convinced that everything's falling apart, everything's going to shit, it's over, it's Jover, we're done. But on the other side, you have people who are I shouldn't say other side, but other extreme. You have the copium and hopium huffers, right? You have the people who are saying, it's not a big deal at all. This will be fine. It's just a scratch. Yada 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 yada. And again, what ends up happening is in the immediate aftermath of a breach happening, people end up gravitating towards those 2 extremes. Now, again, as the situation progresses, as the ritual progresses, people start flowing back towards the center. But in that beginning stage, it's usually you see people sort of separating themselves in their initial reactions into one of those 2 camps, right? That's what I mean when I talk about taking sides in a social drama. Then you have redress, an acknowledgement of the fact that there are losses that are being suffered, usually by the audience because of the fact that their Oshi's leaving. And then people start acknowledging that and trying to offer some form of comfort or recompense. This is also coincidentally the stage where most people start to put down the rats, right? It's a combination. In the case of a graduation, it's usually a combination of people beginning to move away from simply insisting that nothing has changed or that everything has changed, and more just towards and settling more on just reminiscing about what came before, or reflecting upon how much of an impact the departing talent has had on their lives, and engaging in these little nostalgic exchanges with other people or other members of the same community. And so, again, when I say redress, I don't mean compensation or recompense in the sense of, actually giving someone a payment of any sort or anything like that. Not giving them an item as a sort of apology. No, I mean acknowledging a loss and doing something in deference to it. And then finally, once you have that stage, then you have continuity, right? And this usually happens towards the tail end of a graduation ritual, right up until the actual graduation stream itself. A final send-off where the audience, their co-workers all come together and bid them final farewell. When the talent themselves gets to personally address all of the people that are going to miss them, that they are saying goodbye to, and they have that final moment of coming together one last time. Now, important thing about continuity. Continuity doesn't mean that nothing is wrong. continuity doesn't mean that nothing has changed. Continuity just means that you can envision a future past the point of that crisis, that you can imagine what it would be like to return to normalcy. That is what continuity means, right? And so, again, I want to stress, in order to achieve continuity, you don't have to reach a stage where everyone agrees that nothing ever happened, right? Part of continuity is accepting the fact that a crisis or a tragedy or an event happened and learning how to essentially move from that back into everyday life. And so, to actually apply this framework, right, to an actual case study that we've been given, I was looking around at, different examples that I could use to highlight how this would work to you guys. And I thought, okay, past week has been kind of topical when it comes to this particular, subject of discussion. And so, when it comes to an archetypical graduation ritual happening from beginning to end, the one I want to use to highlight how it works for you guys is the graduation of Minato Aqua. Again, when you look at how this graduation unfolded step by step, you can, broadly speaking, see how these four steps of the social drama process apply to Aqua's graduation. All the way from breach to crisis to redress to continuity. Now, starting right off at the beginning, the breach. Pretty self-explanatory, right? Aqua comes out, schedules an announcement stream with this vaguely melancholic thumbnail. Everyone knows what it's about. People tune in, true to form, she's announcing her graduation, and then afterwards, Hololive, in short order, posts an official announcement from the company, reiterating the same thing. Basically saying, she is graduating for these reasons, we will miss her. However, after that breach happens, after people take notice of the fact that this is now a thing that is happening, then you start getting into crisis. And you can see, once you start seeing this pattern, you can't unsee it, by the way. So you start seeing people immediately begin to gravitate towards either doom posting, right? Aqua posting an announcement. Well, nothing bad is going to happen. It's probably just an anniversary notice regarding Minato Aqua's graduation with the Thomas Shelby holding a gun to his head meme. And then on the flip side of all the doom posting, you have people essentially trying to calm people down and explaining why, things are going to be okay in spite of all of those things, or simply giving more context as to why this happened so as to push back against the idea that this came out of nowhere, right? For example, this post by Neko Mikuri. I've seen a lot of posts saying, Cover wanted Aqua to do idol activities and she hated it, so she left. Recently, she clarified a few more reasons regarding her graduation. I've tried my best to write about it here. And then with an entire summary of Aqua's statement, entire summary and translation of what Aqua said about the reasons behind her graduation and how she was asking people to refrain from engaging in the doom posting, the speculations, etc., and to not listen to anyone besides herself when it comes to understanding and trying to get a grasp on the reasons behind her graduation. And then, people already posting the PL, kind of zero, And then from this point, then you move into the redress stage, where the people who are involved with Hololive, Aqua's co-workers, Yagu, they start getting involved in the process as well, specifically through the angle of acknowledging the magnitude of the loss. Getting to do things, this whole trend of, getting to do something for the last time. Talking about how much they valued their time together with Aqua, talking about how much they'll miss Aqua when she's gone. You have this, this interview between Yagu and Aqua where it's this classic sort of, boss worker type thing, but just more friendly, where Yagu is coming out and affirming that yes, Aqua was an integral part of Hololive, that they will feel the loss deeply, but that he is content with what happened during the time that they were together. And again, the reason why this acts as redress is because there is no attempt at burying the magnitude of the loss that is being experienced. It is being acknowledged for what it is. And as a result, by acknowledging that, people are sort of offering some form of recompense or reassurance or comfort to the audience, because the audience can now get to watch Aqua, Pecora, Botan, Suisei, Toa, Yagu, whatever, all interacting with one another and acknowledging that this departure is going to hurt like a bitch, but it doesn't negate all of the good times, all of the memories, all of these, all of the relationships, connections, etc., that were built up prior to that point. It allows you to acknowledge that a crisis has happened without invalidating everything that came before that point. That is why redress is an integral stage of any social drama and any ritual by extension. And then, once you get that, you have continuity, right? And the reason why I chose Aqua specifically is because I think Aqua is a pretty clear example, indisputable example of there being a sense of continuity before and between the stages that the audience existed in before and after she graduated. See, during her graduation stream, broke records for how many people tuned in at the same time to watch a stream when it comes to, a VTuber live stream, right? 749,854 CCV at peak, according to VStats. However, upon reincarnating, Aqua then broke that record again by having her re-debuted identity again break the record for the most concurrent viewers during a debut stream. And the reason why I point that out is not just to number monkey a little bit, but also because that is an indication that there's been very little, if any, loss of goodwill between the stages of before the graduation happened and after the graduation happened. This basically proves that Aqua has not been diminished at all in spite of moving away from Hololive, moving out of Hololive. And I think that in the time since, yes, Hololive has become a bit more, people are starting to get more apprehensive about Hololive, but I don't think it is because of Aqua's graduation in a vacuum. I don't think that Aqua's graduation, for the most part, did have too much of it didn't leave a bad taste in too many people's mouths after the fact as well. And I think that part of that is owed to the fact that Aqua's success, even after she re-debuted, was, so astronomical. So when it comes to continuity, I think Aqua's case is pretty closed and shut. Aqua's graduation is a pretty closed and shut case of a graduation ritual being completed up until its final phase, up until its final point. Now, for a more recent example of that, obviously, elephant in the room, Gura's graduation. And the thing about Gura's graduation is that it highlights, again, we haven't reached the continuity stage because we haven't reached the end of her time at Hololive yet. But even in this short span of a time since she announced her graduation, you could very much see people moving between these three stages of your average ritual, of the graduation ritual, of the social drama that is every graduation. Breach, crisis, and redress. And again, this time, I'm actually going to put it on that spectrum, right? So here you have the breach being Gura announcing her graduation, obviously, right? One of the biggest VTubers in the world, the face of VTubing for many people around the world, announcing that she is not going affiliate, but graduating from the company altogether. Then, of course, you had the Doom posting. You had the crisis. Some people gravitated towards Doom posting. Now, the more extreme examples of Doom posting were people who are outright saying things like, Hololive is done, Hololive is over, yada, yada, yada. And on the other side, you have people saying, bro, if you're saying that Hololive is over, you are cooked, or you're a tourist, etc., etc. And to be fair, if I agree with them that if people are genuinely making the argument that Hololive is over because Gura graduated, yeah, I do think that is quite a tourist take. But again, you will notice that people gravitate towards either extreme. Catastrophizing about the state of the company, a very secular way of coping with the crisis that is Gura's graduation, versus people who are defaulting to reminiscing about how Gura affected them personally, right? The impact that Gura left on them as an Oshi, as their Kami Oshi, etc., which is a more sacred way of venerating what Gura has done for her audience, and therefore coping with the crisis that is her graduation in that manner. Now, interesting thing. So when I mentioned at the beginning of stream the difference between catastrophizing and simply expressing grief, what you will notice about Gura's graduation specifically, and this isn't aimed at anybody in particular, but it's just a general trend that I've noticed. Everyone is expressing grief. That's completely normal. But when you look at the people who are catastrophizing about what it means, right? What did she mean by this? What it means for Gura to graduate from Hololive, etc. When you look at the people who are catastrophizing that, you may notice something. The tendency to catastrophize about Gura's announcement scales up the more the person in question views Gura as a symbol, and it scales down the more people view her as a streamer or as a person. Ask literally any chumbud, and they will tell you the exact same thing. This has been coming for a while. Yes, it may be, it may be the case that it is a crisis. It will majorly affect Hololive. I don't think anyone's trying to dispute that. But if this comes across as a surprise, this is you probably haven't been paying attention, right? And so this is when you start realizing that trend, right? The idea that Gura is, is a death blow to the Gura's departure is a death blow to Hololive. Again, that is an assumption that only makes sense if you are looking at Gura as a symbol, right? As a symbol of VTubing, Hololive's relevance to VTubing, etc. But if you are looking at her as a streamer and as a person, you may realize that, well, she's kind of been struggling with bearing the burden of that responsibility for quite a while. And as a result, this graduation may even be cathartic. Now, I'm not going to pretend like I'm some sort of Gura superfan or whatever. I'm not. But at the same time, it doesn't really take a chumbud to realize that is a very obvious disparity, a trend that develops when you start looking at the two sides of the reactions to Gura's departure. Kali is so that's when we move on to the next stage, right? Redress, where this is more starting to acknowledge the loss that is Gura's departure, while at the same time providing some sort of recompense or reassurance to the audience that, one, this departure is amicable, two, that the loss is not going to be, buried or deflected from at all. It's going to be, essentially taken head on. And third, that things are going to be okay. And you can actually see all three of those angles taking place in how the other members of Myth have responded to the news and made, clarified things to their audience. For example, you had Callie coming out and clarifying that disagreement with management is indeed intended to be a sort of catch-all term for explaining why a talent would like to leave a company. It is vague on purpose by design. Then you, as well as, basically also saying don't get sucked into doom posting or pay no heed to people who are just doom posting and saying things like Hololive is dead, and etc. Then you had Kiara basically saying, again, very similar, reiterating, I'm gonna miss Gura, right? But also at the same time, basically explaining that people who are treating this as if it's some sort of thing that could never have been predicted aren't really paying attention to what's going on. And then you have Ina, who was basically saying, again, the same thing, reinforcing, yes, to me, myth will always be 5, right? Not making any, really clarifying to the audience that, yes, this is a loss that is, I share and I understand, etc., etc., etc. I feel keenly, but also on top of that, providing reassurances that, in spite of this loss, that, I think it was Kiara who said that there are no graduations lined up or something along those lines, right? There's she expects things to be a bit more quiet for a while after this graduation is over. And you had Ina basically refuting some claims that had been floating around that she was somehow next in the queue to graduate or whatever, and basically reassuring her audience that rumors along those lines are not to be taken seriously. And again, these are all integral components to the redress stage of a ritual. Keyword: other members of myth, not the company. Why is the company using talents as PR? This is what you've torn into other corpos doing. The reason why I'm saying this is because this is simply them in the context of explaining this. Oh, sorry. How do I phrase this? It's not a public statement that they've gone out of their way to make. It is the same thing that you see with every other company at every other talent whenever they graduate, or whenever one of their co-workers graduate. It's the simultaneous sentiment of, look, I feel this loss as keenly as you do. I'm not going anywhere. It is a normal part of calming their audience. Now, where it crosses over into speaking for the company is when they start saying things like, don't worry about the future direction, etc., etc., etc. Starting to talk about, for example, the overall intention or the overall direction in which the company is moving, and in doing so, moving away from simply clarifying their own feelings, the feelings of their friends and co-workers, and also whether they themselves have any intention of leaving, and why/why not. That is why, for example, I don't view something like Mori saying disagreement with management is supposed to be a catch-all term, etc., etc., as a talent speaking on behalf of, speaking as a PR rep, essentially. Because, Hololive isn't really putting her in a position where her word needs to be taken as gospel. Where people do take that as something to be regarded seriously, it is a decision that is left up to each individual audience member, right? There is no... Again, it's going to be easier to explain when I do have an example of just that being the case, right? A company using its talents to essentially create social stigma around interpreting something, deviating from a desired interpretation of a company statement or a company phrase, right? But in this specific case, Callie is just saying this on one of her streams. There is no obligation for anybody to gather around that specific message and use that as this sort of standard that everything else needs to be held to. When you see people doing that, they're all fans doing so of their own volition, rather than a position that is tacitly encouraged by the company. And again, the thing is about this is that it is not a black and white binary on as to whether this is this is the company definitely using the talents as PR versus this is a talent purely speaking on their own behalf and nothing else. It is, like many other things in this industry, a spectrum. And when I've torn into other companies for doing this, it has been because they are located at a certain point on that spectrum. To some degree, anything that a talent says publicly can be taken as a statement that is at least tacitly endorsed by the company by virtue of the fact that they are not discouraged from saying it. However, at the same time, again, there is a distinction to be made. It does cross a point where it becomes an active thing that the company seems to be doing, right? I have no doubt that they're being honest. I don't think they're lying. Don't worry, that's not the takeaway that I assume. That's not what I took away from your message. Unfortunately, other fans aren't so kind. I've already seen angry people saying that Kelly threw Gura under the bus, and yeah, they're reading things that aren't there, but it just shows how bad the PR is. Again, there is a difference between how do I say this? There is a difference between bad PR and PR that has bad... Okay, I'm trying to think about the best way of phrasing this. Good PR does not preclude bad consequences. That's the thing that I think a lot of people... something that I do think I should probably emphasize more in my streams. But there are times when even the best PR strategy is very much going to feel like breaking off an arrow and pushing it out the other side. Where even in the case where you're picking your poison and choosing a lesser evil. The thing is, when you talk about bad PR, I agree that at this particular stage in time, Cover's PR is not looking great, right? I agree that if you want to make the assessment that Cover's PR, their public rep is not doing great right now, I can't really argue against that. However, at the same time, I don't think that it is fair to equate what is currently going on with Cover as being a blunder per se. Because when I look at how determined they seem to be to stick to this strategy, despite the fact that it has proven itself to be something that is broadly, at least in the short term, unpopular, when I look at the overall effects of the approach that they have adopted, which is that scrutiny is concentrated on management, not the talents, I come to the conclusion that it is simply the lesser of two evils, because the alternative is purposefully positioning your talents in a way so that they become the focus of scrutiny, or at least they take some scrutiny away from management by speaking on behalf of management. Difference between bad PR and good PR in bad times. I suppose that's a good way of putting it. Yes, Aqua Rake. Basically. And so when I view the situation that Cover is in, when I view the fact that people are, viewing Cover in a negative light, right? I don't view that. The difference between that and my assessment, my more scathing assessment of other companies and their PR strategies, is that I don't think that this is unintentional or unanticipated. People don't seem to be caught off guard. You may even notice, in fact, that when you look at each of these talents speaking about the situation, there is no surprise, there is no resentment, or I didn't detect any resentment in any of the way that they were expressing themselves. This was all stuff that they expected. They knew what was going to happen going in. They expected the doom posting. They expected the speculation. They expected people to start taking sides about whether Gura's departure is a sign that the company is dying, etc., etc., etc. And this is all stuff that they already knew. And if the talents know that, and the talents are by definition the least corporate side of the company, then to me at least, it should be a foregone conclusion that Cover themselves probably anticipated that the reaction was going to be like this as well. Southside Slider, thank you for the 2. Instead of good and bad, it's effective or ineffective. Yes, that's a better way of looking at it, I suppose. I commend them for that sacrifice while also fearing that it will have bad long-term consequences. And I can understand that. But at the same time, again, the effectiveness of this PR strategy is still up in the air. Only about 6 months or more from now will we be able to see how things are actually turning out. Because things like this take time. And again, something I do think gets overlooked a little bit when people look at me ripping into other companies is whenever I look at... How do I say this? If I criticize a company's PR strategy, it is usually the result of me looking at multiple instances of the same mistakes being made, and a shared theme of all of those mistakes, or things that look like mistakes, being unintentional and or surprising to the people in charge. That is what usually ends up defining an effective PR strategy from an ineffective one. An ineffective one creates more surprises than it prevents, whereas an effective one prevents more surprises than it creates. The thing is with cover, I don't think that there are any surprises when it comes to Gura's graduation to anyone in the company. Not really. Maybe the specific date that it was going to happen. But aside from that, I think everyone else pretty much was on the same page as to what they need to be doing and saying in the public eye. Can you look back at the Billy super chat? I'll do so at the end of the stream, don't worry. Sorry, give me a second. The fact that the talents are going out of their way to defend management because it bothers them instead of being puppeteered to the front by management says a lot, a good lot. Yes, and the thing is, I do worry a little bit that the main takeaway from some of my previous streams has been, whenever talents speak up in defense of management or the company or whatever, then it must always be a bad thing, or they must always be being puppeteered. Again, it's not as simple as simply looking at one instance of a talent defending their company and another instance of a talent defending their company and instantly concluding, okay, this one is coping and being puppeteered, and this one is saying things from the heart. Generally, in order to gauge whether it is an example of a company abusing their talent as a PR rep or a talent simply speaking up on behalf of their company as any representative would in a professional sense and in a personal sense, is surrounding context. Has the company had a history of, enforcing policies that determine what their talents get to say about them? Does the company have any ongoing problems that are going on internally that have spilled over into the public eye before? Is there a history of the company fucking up in a specific manner? And the thing is, when you look at this, the biggest fuck up that you can conclude is that cover has gone in a new direction that has alienated its older members. And as far as fuck ups go, I don't think that is as severe, I suppose, as some of the other examples that we have covered on this channel. And so, when you look at the fact that, when you look at the talents essentially setting a precedent for their audiences, setting an example for their audiences by acknowledging that this is a severe loss, but still maintaining keeping a strong face, right? Reassuring people that there is still a future, even if it is going to be a future where you have to bear this absence, bear this loss. You then move into this approach towards acknowledging the event, the crisis in question. It starts to spread outwards across the communities that are involved. One of the more fascinating aspects of looking at this entire situation through the lens of social drama and ritual is that you can see individual community members in real time moving from crisis into redress and moving from redress towards continuity. Because, for example, let's take Jisagi, this, I believe, artist animator, if I'm remembering correctly. For Hollow, basically, initially when the news broke going, you must be kidding, right? Basically expressing disbelief, kind of dooming a little bit. But then, over the course of the next few days, shifting gear into more so acknowledging the loss through the lens of nostalgia, reminiscing over better times, and reflecting on the impact that Gura left on them as a fan. And when you see people moving into the stage, when you see fans moving from one side of the spectrum into another of their own volition, to me at least, this is the best predictor of whether a company stands a chance at returning to continuity, right? You can, to a certain extent, you can't really take the words of the talents as being definitive proof on their own that everything is going to be okay. You have to look at how the fan base, the community surrounding those talents is reacting as well. And in this specific case, I do think that based on what we've seen so far, it does look like HoloLive, the HoloLive community is going to be able to pull through this. It does look like we're shaping up to continuity. Now, I don't want to jinx anything, but it does seem like that is the likely outcome of this. Because, again, like I pointed out before, a lot of the people who are catastrophizing about this tend to be people who are outside of Gura's immediate community and fan base. And it scales up the further away you get from HoloLive's community and fan base as well. So, when you put all of this together, right, you may realize something. That despite, if you look at the reaction to Aqua's graduation versus Gura's graduation now, you do realize that there has been a certain upping of the ante, right? Master N, I see hate against the company. Oh, absolutely, right? I'm not denying that is certainly a thing. And again, there does seem to be more than previously, but that's to be expected after you have a string of graduations rather than just one in isolation. However, that being said, I do think that in this particular case, it does look like HoloLive's community is going to be able to remain intact. It is not. It doesn't seem to be a crisis that warrants the breakup of individual fan bases, I suppose. It's just about to be 2 weeks. And so, when you look at these two scenarios side by side, though, what you may begin to realize is that the way that people react to this, there seems to be a set of rules. Not only is there like a set process through which a graduation ritual must, go through in order to work, but there are a few set rules that a ritual needs to abide by in order for it to actually take the edge off of the crisis that is a talent leaving a company. And when you really condense that down, right, you find that there are, roughly speaking, around 3 pillars that you can default to when it comes to the graduation ritual. 3 things that you need to do, 3 rules that you need to abide by in order for the ritual to actually work, in order for there to actually be a chance at continuity at the end of the entire thing. The first rule seems to be that the talent must be the first one to break the news of their departure to their audience. You have joint statements in the sense that the talent and the company are saying the same thing, but the first one to speak up needs to be the talent. You get that announcement graduation stream with the nostalgic thumbnail before you get the official statement being put out by the company's Twitter account. The second thing is the second rule is that company statements, including those from remaining talents regarding the departing member, have to unilaterally express grief at the loss while affirming the value of the departing member. Basically, it should all be some flavor of, they were a massive part of our lives, our company, etc., etc. I'll miss them a lot, etc., etc., etc. In other words, acknowledge the value that they brought to the company and to each individual person specifically. Now, you might look at this and go, well, no shit, Sherlock, but you'd be surprised at how often we've been given examples of people fucking up this rule. And finally, and this is the most self-explanatory, but surprising how often companies seem to get this wrong. The departing talent, in order for the graduation ritual to actually work and in order to maximize chances at continuity, the departing talent must be given a space to have a final farewell with their audience, graduation stream, and co-workers, collabs and call-ins, as per their own wishes. They need to have some feeling or some impression of agency over their own departure. This is the easiest way to achieve that. Holy shit. Scarling Michael Ori, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 20 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. And thank you for the 2 as well. Members go vroom. Gaming car seat racing noises. Thank you so much for your generosity. But yeah. And again, yeah, Hollow Stars don't do... Yeah, again, those... Hollow Stars in particular, I would say, runs on quite a different... I would say that Hollow Stars in particular is more of a... If you want to talk about Hololive having a subpar PR strategy, what's going on with Hollow Stars is probably a better example than what's going on with Hololive. And that's why... Yeah, basically. So... The question is, right, this is how things work for a graduation ritual. But of course, there are 2 ways that a talent can leave a company, right? And that is, second way, termination. And so, when it comes to looking at a termination, right, and how it places in this, on the spectrum of, sacred, divine, and how it works as a social drama, because make no mistake, a termination is certainly a different kind of social drama. It's still a kind of social drama, if a different type to a graduation. The real question is, though, and this is where I'm curious, when it comes to a termination, which direction do you think, in your opinion, which direction do you think that terminations gravitate towards when it comes to how they facilitate people dealing with taboo? Does it fall under more ritual, or does it fall more under transgression? Does it lean in more of a divine or sacred direction, or more of a profane or secular direction? I'm going to use this as a chance to hydrate. Profane, divine, ritual, profane, secular. I am seeing quite a mix. It's definitely divine. Transgression, secular. A lot of people are leaning towards profane, but there are some people who are saying divine as well. And again, cop-out answer, trick question, it depends, right? Because you may notice that for most terminations, there does seem to be a set process by which they happen. But whether that process dips more into appealing towards an audience's, connection to the talent, or more towards bringing attention to the fact that at the end of the day, being a VTuber is a business, it largely will differ, depending on the degree of synergy between the company and the talent. See, if the company and the talent have a high degree of synergy prior to the termination taking place, what ends up happening is that usually the termination itself trends more in the direction of a ritual. Because yes, there is still this element of somebody's fucked up and now one of us is leaving the company. But overall, there is still a sense of decorum to it, right? There is still a sense of respect, mutual respect, acknowledgement of wrongdoing, etc., repentance even. And then you have, the exact same steps that go into the average graduation ritual, albeit without giving the talent, perhaps in most cases, the chance to say their final goodbyes. However, in the case where you have very low... a good example of, this is Yoza Ramel, right? Because that's a pretty archetypical example of a termination where there was a high degree of synergy between the company and the talent that was being terminated. Everyone was on the same page as to what was going on, and even though people were sad, nobody disputed the idea that something had to happen, and the termination was not anyone's first choice. Now, on the flip side, if you have very low degree of synergy between the talent and the company, what ends up happening is it trends more in the direction of the profane or the secular. It trends more in the sense of a transgression, where instead of being mostly about how much it hurts to let the talent go despite the fact that there was no other choice, it becomes more about reminding the audience that at the end of the day, this is a business, right? And as a result, it has rules that the terminated talent ended up breaking, and as a result compromised the ability of the business to function, and they had to be let go. So again, a very secular, very cynical, very profane explanation of why a talent needs to leave, but it is an effective one nonetheless, depending on how it's handled, or it can be an effective one nonetheless depending on how it's handled. And the thing is, in either side, you still have the possibility of returning to continuity, right? Regardless, you may be tempted to think, oh, okay, well, if it leans more towards profane, then it must be Jova, right? Well, not always. Because the thing is, the way that these two extremes, these two approaches work, is that when you see terminations that trend more towards ritual, right? Usually the overarching message is something along the lines of, we had to part ways, but the dream isn't dead, right? The talent's dreams are still intact. They just can't pursue them with our help. Same thing as how the company itself, you can still believe in us, right? We haven't, even though this little conflict has happened, we are still working to better our work environment, how we operate. We will do something to prevent this from happening again. Now, again, if we go back to Yoza Ramel's termination, you will note that at the bottom of the announcement, you have cover saying, making a commitment to committing to better training their talents on maintaining NDA and stuff like that, so that this never has to happen again. Basically, keeping the dream alive. However, on the flip side, you have the more cynical explanation and justification of the termination by saying, we are a business and we have better to offer. Basically, in the cases where cooperating with the talent is not possible, in as professional a manner as can be, the company basically says some variation of, we are here to offer a product to you guys, the audience, the consumer, the viewer, and this talent did not allow us to do that. And as a result, so as to continue offering you a quality product, we have chosen to part ways with this talent, right? Again, no shit-flinging, no ad hominems, just stating facts, restating their commitment towards providing a product. Again, secular, profane, but not ineffective, depending on how it's handled. The other thing, once you start noticing that this is a thing, right? This is a thing that companies end up doing when it comes to handling talent departures, parting ways with the talent, making sure that the audience still is okay with being on board with supporting the company in general. You also start to notice that, well, at least previously, there were a specific set of taboos in the middle that companies tried to navigate around by going through this whole process of using rituals or transgressions in order to, I suppose, come to grips with a talent departure. Before I move on, Funless, thank you for the 5. Getting a lot of furniture ads on your stream today. Never had that before. Maybe YouTube is finally kicking in. Maybe YouTube is finally SEO maxing using my YouTube channel name. However, you may notice that in addition to this overarching, I suppose this progenitor taboo of no one can make content forever, you also have some of the other taboos that were previously really big in VTubing, including the idea that talents should not backchat their employer or ex-employer, that past lives and alternate accounts should not be discussed, and finally, that funneling your audience to a reincarnation or new identity is an inherently cynical move. Now, prior to 2024, these were the major taboos that governed what normal, everyday operation, community, industry culture was like in VTubing. But then, after this lengthy discussion about, ritual, transgression, terminations, and terminations and grads, etc., 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 the question then arises: if what is usually supposed to happen is, regardless of whether you choose ritual or transgression, you're supposed to have a process where you go out towards this extreme and then you double back, right? You restore a sense of normalcy. After you travel out to this extreme, everyone gets the grief out of their systems. People acknowledge that losses have been had, but promises some form of recompense and reassurance, etc., etc., etc. What happens when that is not possible? What happens when you fuck up the ritual? What happens when the ritual becomes ineffective? What happens when the transgression is so severe that there is no returning to normalcy? What happens if the taboos that previously existed are simply not good enough to provide a safe experience or environment for the people in a community, or for some people in a community? See, previously when I was talking about social dramas, I talked about it having 4 stages. In actuality, there are 5. An alternative 4th stage. When ritual and transgression are insufficient in order to bring everyone back together, when, again, the crisis is so bad or handled so badly that people's perception of what is normal fundamentally changes, you get what is called a schism. Instead of continuity, where the members of a community come back together after experiencing a crisis or some major event, a schism is what happens when the community can no longer reconcile with itself, and so it splits apart. And as a result, a new status quo has to be established. And, as some of you in chat are already talking about, yes, when you talk about the greatest schisms that have happened in corporate VTubing in this industry, undeniably, one of the major schisms, one of the most egregious schisms that the VTubing industry has experienced is Sengate. Colloquially, personally, I would refer to it as one of, if not the greatest schisms that have occurred in EN Corpo VTubing, for sure. Now, broadly speaking, to sort of jog your memories as well as kind of explain how this fits in with the overarching theme of this stream. When you look at Sengate, you can, broadly speaking, break up the inception point where it became the way that it essentially immortalized itself as an ongoing catastrophe can be broken up into 3 distinct stages, right? 3 points of escalation where this crisis moved from being something that was just bad to being something that permanently burned itself into the minds of a lot of people in this industry. And broadly speaking, you can summarize those 3 stages as the initial termination notice, the negligible statement that was put out to shareholders, and then finally, a message from Niji-sanji En. At each of these 3 stages, the situation escalated. People's perception of Niji-sanji got worse, and it was more and more so elevated into the point of being, the scandal was elevated into being something that people would permanently remember. However, the thing is, at each of these 3 stages, they are emblematic. Each of these 3 stages are emblematic of a particularly bad business practice that was, essentially what we can only assume part and parcel of Niji-sanji prior to being exposed into the public eye here. With the termination notice, it was emblematic of resorting to character assassination in the case of a professional public dispute, right? Again, that is a practice you never want to adopt if you're a company. Never resort to ad hominems if you're simply disagreeing with a talent in a professional capacity. With the shareholder statement, there was the fact that it was emblematic of neglecting the sentiments of talent and their audience in favor of assuaging the doubts of shareholders. Again, it is very understandable if your company needs shareholders, needs investment, external investment in order to keep operating beyond a certain size. But at the same time, you should never, ever, especially not in your public communications, prioritize your investors over your talents and your audience. Because the moment you do that, you alienate both. And finally, you have the ever-present, a message from Niji-sanji En, where it is very clear that the talents are not speaking up as themselves, are not expressing a personal opinion, are not speaking for their gen mates or their friend group or whatever. They are speaking for the company, using talents as PR reps, the thing that I've been going on and on about since the inception of this channel. However, in the same way as you can view these three, I suppose, stages of Sengate as emblematic of these bad practices, you could also view them as being emblematic of a few... The only way I can describe them are myths that have become popularized in the wake of Sengate. Because a lot of people, when they looked at Sengate, they didn't focus on the practices, the corporate practices or malpractices that led to things falling apart as hard as they did. Instead, they took away a few other different lessons that are, shall we say, more romanticized versions, more romanticized takeaways of how the industry works. Instead of interpreting this as a set of bad practices to be avoided by all other companies, people looked at this as an inversion, a perversion of how the graduation ritual is supposed to work. Because when you look at it, it is just that, an inversion of a graduation ritual, almost to the T. Instead of having joint statements between a company and the talent be the way that audiences are informed of a talent's departure, you have adversarial statements where the company is directly trying to cut the talent in question out of being able to communicate with their audience. Instead of an affirmation of value in the wake of the talent's departure, you have a dismissal of worth. Instead of acknowledging that Selen was a big part of what popularized Niji Sanji in the West, how she was, she was a major force behind company events and such like that, the statement ended up just trying to sum it up as just being, negligible, right? Which is something you never want to do if you actually want there to be any sort of continuity from one stage to another. And finally, possibly the most important stage of a graduation ritual, instead of having a reassurance that the relationships forged over the course of a company's existence maintain their strength, and instead of facilitating a return to normalcy, what you got instead through a message from Niji Sanji was a burning of bridges. Essentially calling into question whether there was any sort of friendship to begin with, any sort of relationship to begin with. And so, when people looked at this, when people looked at Sengate and they went, oh, okay, this is really fucked. The problem is, what I now in retrospect think happened is people glossed over the bad practices involved in creating the situation and instead just focused on the failure of Sengate to properly satisfy the criteria for a graduation ritual. And you can see that in terms of the schism that has cropped up as a result of this event. See, for a long time, well, as time has gone on since Sengate, the schism, well, the way that people characterize the main schism that emerged in the VTubing industry as a result of this has sort of changed over time, right? Initially, people assumed that this was a schism between the Niji Defense Force, the Niji Sisters, and literally everyone else. Then it sort of morphed into more of a schism between anti-corpo people with an inherently negative bias against corporations, versus pro-corpo people with a more positive inherent bias towards corporations, in favor of corporations. And then finally, we've had something that is more recent, which is a schism or a perceived schism between drama frogs, people who make quote-unquote drama content and their audiences, as well, versus actual, VTubers, talents, as well as their fans and communities. And at any point in time, one of these characterizations of the main schism that emerges as a result of Sengate is, more, it's more accurate than the others, but it changes. However, what I want to propose is a little bit of a different take on the main schism that, from my perspective, emerged in this industry as a result of Sengate and the fallout from it. And that is the schism between people who object to quote-unquote black companies and people who object to quote-unquote bad practices. What I mean by that is this idea that, certain companies, it's the difference between people looking at things and deeming them black company behavior versus looking at certain practices as being bad regardless of who gets to do them. And what I fear has happened, what I am concerned has happened in the wake of Sengate, and what I think has proven itself to be the case in the years since, is that it appears that the majority of people have gravitated towards this side of the schism rather than this side. And when you consider, I suppose, which bit split off from the larger whole, I think that this is the part that split off from the rest. I think people always objected to this beforehand, but after the schism, this was the part that broke away from the majority of the VTubing audience. And so, again, to explain it in perhaps a better way, it's the difference. This schism is between people who go, X is a black company, so everything they do is bad, versus X is a bad practice, regardless of who gets to do it, right? Again, what I fear that a lot of people have kind of lost sight of is that black companies don't become black companies just overnight. They're not black companies for no reason or simply because the people in there are bad. Yes, that is part of the reason, perhaps, but it is also because, well, in other words, bad practices create bad companies. And if that is the case, if that is the premise that we are operating off of, because I am convinced at this point that that is the case, if bad practices create bad companies, that means that the practices themselves are inherently bad, regardless of who is the one doing it. And the thing is, what I fear people have started defaulting to is only criticizing bad practices in companies that have been socially acceptable to criticize, that have become socially acceptable to criticize. Companies that have been given the label of a black company. And at that point, it's no longer on the basis of anything objective or any sort of observation as to corporate practice or anything like that. It becomes purely on the basis of taboo. Has a company violated enough taboos in order to be considered a black company? And that's the problem. Yeah, Eddie, exactly. The pigeonholing of bad practices as, the pigeonholing of companies as being like Niji Sanji, or pivoting companies as a Niji Sanji, or using Niji Sanji as a almost as a kind of reference point for how bad a practice is or how bad a company is. I don't think that that is healthy, because it blinds people to being able to observe how certain practices are just inherently harmful. And so, when you look at VTubing's Great Schism, EN corporate VTubing's Great Schism, Sengate, right? You start to realize that each of these three stages to the crisis, to the event, gave birth to a different myth that has now become the commonly accepted canon as to how this industry operates, right? Or how this industry exists. The initial visceral reaction from audiences across all different parts of this industry to the initial termination notice has given rise to the belief that general VTubing audiences have become better at identifying corporate malpractice. The reaction to Niji Sanji's infamous negligible statement has created the commonly held belief that a VTuber's IP holds no inherent value when separated from the talent behind it, which I assume is a knee-jerk reaction to how dismissive they were of Selen's contributions to the company. And finally, the reaction to a message from Niji Sanji yen is, well, a lot of people seem to take away what people seem to react most strongly to. Sorry, I'm having a stroke. What people seem to react to most strongly in that case seems to be that the talents in question are snakes, right? How could they do this? How could they backstab Selene? And I mean, that is a very valid point. But the problem I have is that people seem to have gone no further than that. And the problem they have doesn't seem to be... There seems to be this underlying assumption that if these people had simply refrained from making the statement that it was perfectly possible that Dokibird would have been left in peace, right? This idea that if you avoid conflict on the way out, then that is the surest path to a departed talent or departing talent being left in peace. And again, when I look at the way that things have panned out since, the way that general VTubing audiences seem to have reacted to similar VTubing controversies in the corposphere, it very much does seem to be the case that these are the three fundamental pillars, the new belief system, I suppose, that audiences have adopted when conceptualizing how this industry works. Down the line, I'm planning on doing another stream where it's... Sengate had an unintended side effect of almost creating a sort of pseudo-religion around anti-corpo sentiment. But again, that is a topic for a whole other stream. But when it comes to establishing it as a sort of... The reason why I compare it to a religion is because just like with any religion, you have fundamental beliefs that people have. And for me, at least, from my point of view, when I'm observing how people react to things, these seem to be the pillars of the way that people almost religiously now think of how VTubing works. And so, as a result of that, as a result of these new pillars of belief, people then began to craft new taboos to replace the old ones, which they hoped would create a better, more acceptable, overarching environment that the now divided community, quote unquote, could inhabit. Now, the three taboos that you have to replace the old ones are that talents should always be the ones to break the news of their own departure. 2, that a talent's connection to their IP should never be commodified or referred to as a commodity, devalued as such. And finally, that talents should always be allowed to depart in peace. And when you look at all of these three taboos, you start to realize that at the same time as these taboos were being picked up, as this sort of code that audiences would unconsciously almost seem to operate by, people started neglecting people started downplaying or poo-pooing the older taboos at the same time. So pre-schism, you had those three taboos of talents should not backchat their employer or ex-employer, past lives and alternate accounts should not be discussed, and funneling your audience towards a new incarnation or reincarnation is, broadly stigmatized. But now, all of those things became broadly acceptable. Now you had people posting about taboo and past life information or alt account information even before a talent is graduated. Now, if you have a talent funneling audiences towards their new identity or going wink wink nudge nudge, it's no longer viewed as a bad thing. And now, when it comes to talents backchatting their employer or ex-employer, it's no longer as stigmatized as it was before. Now, I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing, because, well, let's be honest, there are quite a few employers in this space that have cropped up and died, or are still operating, who do deserve quite a bit of backchat. And the whole PL taboo was really only I view it as only a facet that enabled greater corporate control over individual talents. And I do think that getting that taboo in particular being phased out at least a little bit is probably a net positive for workers in this industry. However, the fact remains that these are taboos that have shifted since then, and now they have been replaced by these three newer ones. And when it comes to looking at these new taboos, when it comes to why I'm so convinced that these are new taboos that people are actively trying to enforce and uphold, Well, we need examples, right? We need examples of people actively trying to enforce stigma, enforce stigma and message to the public that, in ways that reinforce this as common practice or belief. And so we get to our very first case study of the day, PixelLink. On December 19th, 2024, PixelLink's official Twitter account announced, quote, PixelLink Christmas 2024. Starting December 21st, join the PixelLink talents in 10 days of Christmas-themed live streams and events. Basically a company event where talent after talent would host themed streams out, basically revolving around Christmas for their audiences, right? A sort of marathon-esque event for the company. Blaze, out of curiosity, what do you think it would take for a Taboo to do a complete 180 and go back to don't talk about PLs? I don't know if that's a genie that can be put back into the bottle, to be completely honest. But I think the only way in which that can ever happen is if you simultaneously get a whole bunch of talents trying to abuse that being trying to abuse the taboo at the same time. And the chances of that happening are very low. So, in any case. However, when we started to get closer to the time period that this was happening, on December 23rd, some of the talents who were involved in that company event started tweeting out around the same time with what sounded like pretty ominous news about what was going on inside the company. For example, Arisu Oshiro. Hey, I've been kind of busy today. Really wanted to stream next week, but I was given some news and I had to process. It'll be a guerrilla kind of week. I'll make my schedule soon. Chio Chompy. I'm sorry I won't participate in today's collab. I received some sudden bad news I need today for myself. I'm so sorry. Lottie Shinju. Unfortunately, I have to postpone my karaoke today, lads. Thank you for understanding. I'm going to take the day for myself. I'll see you all soon, okay? Rocky Kazuki. Raggy's still recovering and still not feeling up to it. I'm really sorry for no stream tonight too. I love you, trash pans. You are appreciated. I hope you have a good day. And Dia Fortuna. Stream cancelled. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Monmons, but I will no longer be able to attend the Nuclear Nightmare collab today. Please watch all other POVs and stuff at 2 p.m. PST in 2 hours. Again, generally when you see talents all saying roughly the same thing, cancelling streams at the same time, citing that there's bad news being received by multiple different members of multiple different talents in a company at the same time, that does not really bode well for the future of the company. And, true to form, if you didn't use Twitter around the time this happened, it was a really confusing day when everyone just went missing. Yeah. Again, true to form, that very same day, PixelLink themselves from their official account would make the following announcement. Quote, unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, all Pixel Christmas 2024 planned event streams will be cancelled. We look forward to seeing you at our cover premiere tonight at 5 p.m. PST. Again, whenever you see something like this happen, well, previously, if all you had to go off of were individual talent statements that they'd received bad news and they had to cancel their streams, you would have to look at all of the talents as a whole before you started to come to the conclusion that something was wrong with the company. But this statement pretty much confirmed that that was the case, period. And fast forward to February 23rd, 2024, just 2 months later, and that would very much prove to be the case, when all 8 talents at PixelLink would simultaneously schedule serious talk or serious announcement streams on their respective channels. And again, as everybody knows, when one serious announcement, yes, a talent is probably graduating or some such circumstance. All of your talents doing it at the same time, your company is pretty much dead, pretty much. And again, same day, just a few hours later, that would be confirmed to be the case, when PixelLink's official account would come out with the following announcement. Quote, PixelLink cease of operation announcement. We would like to thank we would like to thank our community for its continuous support since our initial debut of talents in June of 2023. We would like to announce that we will be ceasing operations officially on March 31st, 2024. This has been a difficult decision for us to make, but unfortunately a continuation of our operations has been determined to be difficult due to unforeseen health issues affecting the CEO of Pixelink. 2025. I accidentally read that out as 2024. I wrote it down as 2024. I'll correct that in the slides before I upload them onto the Patreon. Southside Slider, thank you for the 10. Overall, the changes in the Taboo seem to fall along collective versus individualistic split, being more JP versus EN cultural, respectively. I wonder if it's more VTubing adapting to EN culture. It could be. But as we'll get into, there are costs that come along with those taboos that I don't think people are acknowledging just yet. At least not on any sort of large scale. To continue, all Pixelink talents will be graduating as a result of this within the next 4 to 5 weeks. The following talents will continue live streaming in their current IPs after graduation from the Pixelink agency. Kana Yanagi, Raki Kazuki, and Chiaki Katsumi. Kana Yanagi's IP has been officially released as of today, and we are working with the other talents on finalizing their releases soon. The remaining Pixelink talents will be continuing their live streaming activities on their personal VTubing personas, which will be linked to in their X/Twitter account, descriptions, and YouTube About sections after graduating officially from the Pixelink agency. Lottie Shinju, Miyuna Usako, Arisu Oshiro, Daya Fortuna, and Chio Chompy. And then you have the whole section regarding merchandise, regarding unfulfilled donor rewards, and graduation dates. Hold on the following. I said not all of them. Why not? We'll get to that in a second. Now, initially, when this announcement was put out, the reaction seemed to be mostly positive. You had many other different creators from all sorts of different spaces in this industry coming together to universally talk about how much they appreciated the individual Pixelink talents and how much they appreciate Pixelink, the agency, for giving them a chance to shine as VTubers. Mozumi Peachy. This is really sad to see, but I love the Pixelink girls. They're all really talented. I know they'll do great wherever they go. Be safe, girls. Chikafuji Lisa. The girls deserve absolutely nothing but the best. Thank you for introducing us to some of the sweetest people and hardest workers in the entire universe. Really hurts my heart, but I'm seriously looking forward to seeing where they go from here. They're shining stars. Poco Raccoon. I consider every talent in Pixelink a friend of mine. I wish all the girls the best future. Sunny Splosion, Godspeed. Pipkin Pippa, you guys had some fantastic talents. Salute emoji. Echo Mori, I love all the Pixelink girls. I will support them wherever they go. Thank you for looking after them whilst you did, and I wish all of the team, the girls, the best of luck in their future endeavors. However, this overall atmosphere of positivity would not end up holding, because it would all pivot almost a complete 180 when, after this announcement was posted, Raki Kazuki would quote tweet it with an announcement of her own. Quote, regarding the future of Raki Kazuki, as per the official company statement, my agency, Pixelink, will be dissolved next month. I only wish the best for all the girls and their fans during this difficult transition period. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Since debuting in June of 2023, I have learned so much being a part of Pixelink's first generation. I have faced hardships and have achieved things I never thought I'd be able to accomplish in these 2 years. But there is still so much I had planned for my future, and I don't want this to be the end. I want to announce that I intend to acquire my IP to continue streaming as Raki Kazuki. However, to fulfill this, I humbly must ask upon the community for your support. I will be holding a donathon the week of March 15th for the purpose of gathering the funds to purchase my IP from the company. This will be a non-company sponsored event, and I will be slightly rounding up from the IP cost to $10,000 USD in order to pay for the rewards. More to come. Thank you to my trash pans, the wonderful girls, my managers, Kawa, and all of the fans who have supported Pixel thus far. I promise to continue to work hard as an independent VTuber. Now, I don't think I need to say this, but can anyone spot what's odd about this particular announcement? Because we have had announcements in the past where, we have had cases of closures in the past where people know implicitly that the companies had to buy out their IP. So the fact that the talent needed to buy their IP, that's not the thing that's weird about this. Does anyone know what about this particular statement breaks or bucks convention up until this point? Witness Void Fox, thank you for the super. The closing of Pixel was weird, to be honest. Absolutely agreed. The price? Not quite. Cost 10k? Not quite, no. Honestly, not that air for buying an IP, but 10k is way too much. They're selling the IP for 10k. Posting the price? Okay, now we're getting warmer. Slightly rounding up? Not quite. It does have something to do with disclosing the price. Talent asking for crowdfunding. Exactly. KGO. That is it. The weird thing about this announcement, the thing that bucks trends for previous instances, even where the audience has, through wink wink nudge nudge, understood that the talent needs to buy out their IP from the company, is that this was the first time, I believe, or one of the first instances of a talent disclosing that they were doing a donathon for the express purpose of crowdfunding the cost of buying their IP. And again, we'll get into in a few minutes why that's weird and how that creates a bit of a weird dynamic for the audience, a bit of a weird conundrum for the audience. But in the immediate aftermath of this announcement being made, that whole idea of asking audiences explicitly to crowdfund an IP was an idea that people absolutely hated. Because when you look at the reactions, you had massive names in other parts of the industry all coming together to collectively shit on Pixel for doing this. For example, Caitlin Myers, really disappointed that with the company going under, you and others are being made to pay that much for an IP that they'll be trashing otherwise. I'm wishing you much luck and hope you're able to make the funds. Nova Okami, man, after today, it just kind of confirmed my belief that traditional VTuber corpos are scams, lol. My biggest advice to anyone who's considering going corpo is just don't. It's better to just do the grind as an indie. Don't dump everything only to have to lose everything again when the corpo dies. Miori Celesta, wishing more companies would be open to giving the talents their IP when they completely close down operations. And finally, Zoe, I can't believe we live in a world where a VTuber agency can close and, despite being unable to profit any further off the IP of its talents, force their talents to pay large sums of money if they wish to continue as indies under those IPs. You also had Nemo Nevermore, someone who graduated quite recently from the AN project after it collapsed. Someone who quite infamously was not able to purchase her IP because of favoritistic bullshit from the higher ups at AN while it was still active. And she weighed in on the situation as well, saying, I hope the trend of corpos selling talents their IPs when they close down dies off here. I would have thought seeing the negative reaction towards AN making that same decision would make it impossible to happen again. It just feels bad both for the talents and fans to only see people who can afford their IPs being able to remain with their model and channel that they've grown so attached to. In AN's case, the prices were intentionally made higher for me and another person. Really hope it wasn't the case here. And then, 3 days later, she would then clarify that final sentence to say, so it seems like whatever happened with Pixel is completely different to my experience with my ex-corpo. My previous corpo had no creditors and had no one to pay back. My previous corpo charged the two people who struggled with money every month over 10k a price for our IPs and gave everyone else theirs for less than $20. That is confirmation that, yeah, AN went down as a real shit show. If everyone here has been asked for a low price or a high price, it would have been different. Sorry, if everyone had been asked for a high price or a low price, it would have been different. But in my case, it was simply spiting me and another talent. That is the kind of thing that I think should not be repeated again. But I also think that asking so much from every talent, knowing that many can't afford it or aren't going to be willing to spend that much, is going to make it even more difficult to recuperate after your losses. No, I don't know. Now, you may realize something. All of these responses was basically as clear an example as you could ask for that people were now attempting to enforce these new taboos, specifically the last two of those three. The idea that a talent's connection to their IP should never be commodified. Now, to explain in more detail what I mean by that, right? The difference between commodifying a talent's IP and commodifying a talent's connection to their IP lies in who you are selling the IP to. If you're selling the IP to an audience, that's commodification of the IP. But if you're selling an IP to the talent themselves, you are commodifying the talent's connection to that IP. And finally, that the taboo that the talent should be allowed to depart in peace. Those are the two taboos that are being that are at play here. Now, few things about these taboos though, and few things about these taboos that were specifically, I suppose, exposed by this particular controversy. First, the idea that a talent's connection to their IPs should never be commodified. I'll rip the band-aid off with this one. This taboo is impractical and impossible. It's never going to happen. It's not going to work. You want to know why? The incentives simply don't support it. Because what ended up happening with this particular thing was, well, two things. First, Dia Fortuna, in a last minute swoop in from Zentreya, Zentreya ended up buying out the IP on Dia's behalf. So now she owns that IP purely because of Zentreya's courtesy, which, again, very noble gesture by Zentreya. However, when you look at Rocky Kazuki, when she actually did do that donathon, she surpassed her goal by, I think, around 400% of the original amount, which is absolutely insane. But I want you to look past both of these events in terms of the joy of two talents being able to get their IPs after worrying about not being able to continue with them. And I want you to think about the broader implications of this. Because I guarantee that we are not the only ones keeping track of the situation. Now we have precedent. I guarantee that if there were any people thinking of running companies or currently running companies who were looking at the situation before, unsure of how successful a donathon for the purposes of crowdfunding an IP could be, they'd now just had their doubts put to rest that it can definitely work. And so, the problem is, what this statement did, what the disclosure of the fact that Rocky's announcement that she intended to crowdfund her IP, the cost of buying out her IP, the company either permitting or instructing her to say this publicly, what that has effectively done is completely nullified all of the attempts by various other talents at trying to enforce that as a taboo practice. Because what this does is it puts audiences in a really weird position. A bit of a Hobson's choice. Because when this is disclosed, right? Yeah, Sumo Knight. It is essentially a form of emotional blackmail if it was intended, right? Well, to be fair, you could probably make the argument that it is that regardless of whether it was intentional or not. But essentially, what it does is it puts audiences in a position where they have to choose between two options. Either they remain morally consistent with their own position that this is an abhorrent practice that should not catch on and should not be rewarded and should not, be promoted. But in doing so, they have to withhold support from the talents. Or they provide support to the talents, but in doing so, they end up rewarding a practice that is, in their opinion, and by their own proclamations, morally reprehensible. And so, the problem is, and this is where we get into the more practical side of enforcing a taboo, the reason why this is a taboo that basically has no legs is because when you really think about it, right? If a fan of a talent is going to be presented with these two choices, almost invariably, they're going to opt for the first one. Because if you present a fan with the choice between giving the finger to a company while failing to support their Oshi, or supporting their Oshi at the cost of rewarding a company or a bad practice, most fans will choose the first one. And to give you an exact example of just how impossible this taboo is to enforce, and just how futile the attempts were to enforce it here. Nova Aokami, one of the people who was most outspoken about this practice when the announcement was first made by Rocky. It's actually so gross that they're doing this to you. Ganbaraki. And the whole thing about, traditional corporates are scams for doing this, etc., etc., etc. All of this amounts to zero. Because about a month later, on March 13th, just under a month later, on March 13th, Nova would then quote tweet Rocky again, saying, "Haha, I think it would be so silly and funny if you gave Rocky lots of money so she can keep her channel and not have to lose everything she worked for." And this is the fundamental dilemma that accompanies trying to enforce this taboo. Because you are asking fans to choose between maintaining moral consistency and supporting their Oshi. And invariably, like I said before, fans are going to choose the former. Now, I want to be very clear on this. I'm not even saying that's a bad thing, right? If fans want to support their Oshi and they're willing to compromise with a company as a result of wanting to express that support, if anything, I think that is a good thing. That speaks to a level of connection between fan base and talent that is an accomplishment both by the talent, and it is a glowing endorsement of the kind of loyalty that they've been able to foster in a group of people. However, that being said though, it does mean that we have to acknowledge the reality that that taboo serves no purpose. If anything, it is outright misleading because of how difficult it is to enforce, if not outright impossible to enforce. This may sound harsh, this may sound callous, but to be brutally honest, people in this industry do not have the stomach, do not have the degree of required ruthlessness to be able to disincentivize this practice. This practice will persist because it will be rewarded. And again, the question then becomes, is it morally righteous for it to be rewarded or not? And that will differ depending on who you ask and which talent and which community, etc., etc., etc. So it's pretty much a moot question. However, then we circle back to the whole problem of the fact that this is a taboo that functionally serves no purpose. Because again, like I said, if no one's going to enforce it by disincentivizing it, if no one has the stomach to refuse the cries for help coming from their Oshi in order to avoid rewarding bad practice, well, that practice is going to continue because the incentives encourage it to continue. You can't expect this to have any sort of impact if you're then going to go and do this. And by the way, I'm not even saying that Nova doing this was a bad thing, because if you're looking at it from the perspective of her supporting a fellow content creator and her friend, this is objectively the correct thing to do. The only problem is it completely compromises this. And so it's not so much a matter of saying that one is better than the other, one approach towards, one choice in this moral dilemma is inherently better than the other, but more acknowledging the reality of what it means that people face this choice in the first place. And more precisely, the reality that this taboo, that a talent's connection to their IP should never be commodified, is simply it's nothing more than aspirational nonsense, to put it really bluntly. It also reveals a bit of a deeper truth to this industry that I don't think a lot of people acknowledge, but we'll get to that in a second. The second taboo that this involves is this idea that part of the reason why this is such an impossible taboo to enforce is because it clashes with the third taboo that people have adopted in the wake of Sengate, which is the idea that talents should be allowed to depart in peace. Now, in one of my previous streams, I think the gorilla that I did on the VNU situation at the end of it, I drew this pretty scuffed diagram describing how, when it comes to discussing controversies in this space, you run into a bit of a problem where the relevance of a situation, in other words, how many people are going to be paying attention to it, and the etiquette surrounding discussing the situation are desynchronized with one another, where you run into an issue that the lessons that can be learned from a controversy are most valuable immediately right after it happens, where the most people possible have their eyes on it, and the most people possible can gain some sort of useful information out of it. However, on the flip side, that also happens to be the worst time to talk about it from an etiquette standpoint. Because if you look at a situation where something has gone wrong and you start talking about, okay, here's how things could have gone differently, here's how XYZ person could have done ABC thing in a different manner so that they didn't have to go through this entire event. That sounds like you're either rubbing it into the face of the quote-unquote victims in the situation, or that you are outright quote-unquote victim blaming, right? And so, again, what you run into is the problem where the relevance crests immediately after something bad happens, but the etiquette requires you to wait until after that crest has fallen before you start talking about something. And so, if you want a balance between the two, you inherently have to wait a certain period of time, or sorry, more precisely, in the immediate aftermath of when a crisis happens, there are certain things that you just can't talk about. You can't go whole hog on scrutiny and talking about things if you want to maintain some sort of courtesy towards the people who are involved, right? So this idea that talents should be allowed to depart in peace has manifested in the form of a cone of silence that maintains itself around an event in the immediate aftermath of it. And you can see how this gets in the way of people trying to enforce taboos that they, against practices they deem to be morally reprehensible, in the reactions to some of the people, in how some people ended up walking back their immediate reaction to the announcement that Pixel Inc. was essentially crowdfunding talent IP purchases. For example, Shiki Requiem. Admittedly, I regret my outbursts in regards to the situation. I still stand by my opinions though, and implore everyone to redirect any technicality you may want to share instead into a positive and encouraging reply to the girls who are most definitely suffering from this. Anger is not usually the answer. It comes from a place of love and concern, but just as much as those girls don't want to see people sharing technicalities over the situation, I doubt they want to see arguments from those they love and the viewers they love. That's my bad. I don't like deleting my mistakes, but as a heads up, I have deleted my responses that were in poor taste during this touchy situation. I'll redirect my feelings into being there for Raki and the other girls during this difficult time. If any of you guys were wondering why this industry has a toxic positivity situation, this is why. And the thing is, here's the problem. Enforcing taboos requires you to be ruthless. It requires you to establish stigmas, enforce them, and essentially commit to poo-pooing instances of behavior that you deem unacceptable. However, if you're not willing to pull the trigger on that, the taboo is going to die in the cradle. Because, again, a taboo that isn't enforced is not a taboo to begin with. And the problem is, if you want to discuss this as a practice that is bad, You have to, 1, be willing to stigmatize it even in the immediate aftermath of the event happening, and 2, refuse to support it financially. In both of these cases, people in this space are not willing to do either. Now, again, the reason why I'm being so hard on this particular practice is because it is something that, broadly speaking, a lot of people in this space seem to want to stigmatize. They seem to be preaching that this is something that should not happen. But what I worry about is the fact that some people are going to listen to people saying this should not happen and assume based off of that there's some sort of moral obligation that it doesn't. No such thing exists. It will continue to happen, and it will do so in the future, because it will be rewarded every time. And I point this out not to shit on the people who are trying to stigmatize it, but more to point out the fact that what they are trying to stigmatize, or their attempts at stigmatization, distract from the reality of the way that this industry exists, which is that, again, it is perfectly possible for a company to commodify the connection that a talent has to their IP. Now, in the case of Pixel Inc., I would make the argument that the reaction was very overblown, because while I did point out that there is that kind of Hobson's choice, that disclosing that you are crowdfunding an IP has placed the audience in a position where they have to make that Hobson's choice, right? I don't think in Pixel Link's situation, in their specific case, I don't think it was intentional, right? And there are 3 main reasons as to why I don't think that. In the case of Pixel Link, a few things. First, this is an agency that was actually willing to not only link to / shout out the new identities of the talents that weren't able to buy, or I should say crowdfund, their IPs, but they went above and beyond using the official Twitter account to shout out specific events like a debut announcement even after the company had closed, right? Not that many days ago, I think 3 days ago, so whoever had access to the account ended up making a post about, I believe, Chiaki's 2.0 debut, where you had this whole, this announcement, dead VTuber agency jump scare. Hey, guess what? Tune into this person's debut stream. And again, this to me tells me that the people in charge probably cared about the talents, or at least the managers, the talent managers, the support staff cared quite a bit about the talents. That is an impression that I've had of Pixeling that has only been reinforced based off of subsequent interactions that have happened. For example, on April 13th, when Rocky Kazuki brought on her manager from her time at Pixelink to have a little bit of an interview with her, chat, etc., etc. Just have a little bit of a collab stream where she talked about what it was like, what the relationship was like, etc., etc. And from all outward appearances, it genuinely does seem like these two have a great supportive relationship with one another. I do not have a hard time believing that the girls, while they were at Pixelink, were given a degree of support by management that made their stay there, I suppose, easy, at least right up until the end. The other thing is, even the gripes from the talents that have left Pixelink about things that went on while the company was still operational, those tend to be more upper management stuff, executive stuff, logistics stuff, rather than day-to-day support of talents, right? For example, on April 16th, Kana Yanagi made the following post bemoaning the fact that Pixelink had failed to send to her some of the merch that had been acquired from Offkai or had been sent by fans at Offkai to the talents. Quote, "The Pixelink chapter of my VTuber journey is completely over. It's official now. Pixelink is 100% shut down as the end of March. It's been a journey I don't regret at all since I've met the lovely girls, amazing friends, and most of all of you. But Pixelink is also officially closed now, which is bittersweet for a lot of reasons. One reason that I want to address before this chapter of my life is closed completely is something I first talked about last year. Offkai 2024 merch. We didn't get to go there ourselves, but a lovely staff member at Pixel went and let us do some iPad roaming. That was super fun since it let us tour the convention locals a little. The same staff member also bought some merch on behalf of on behalf of some of us Pixel girls. After this convention, this merch was shipped to Pixel upper management, and the plan was that this merch would then be shipped to us. We were also deducted the cost of this merch from our salaries from Pixel immediately, so we have all paid for it ourselves. I talked about this several times on stream, being excited to actually get to open some off-cam merch together on a handcam stream. This was especially exciting to me since I can't really travel to conventions in person because of my chronic health condition. Though, none of us girls have gotten this off-cam merch sent to us from Pixel upper management. Me and several of the girls have for over half a year now followed this up continuously, again and again been met with promises that it will be sent, only for nothing to happen. And now that Pixel Inc. is officially closed, we most likely will never see that merch at all. The merch that we paid for out of our own paychecks and never got refunded even though we didn't receive it. And even though I had followed this up with upper management for 9+ months, I was still hopeful it would actually be sent. But it wasn't, and I'm honestly pretty sad about it. This is probably the one and final time I will address something like this. I just wanted to explain why you never ended up seeing that merch on stream. It's because I never got it, sadly. Now, what this does is it paints a very specific... Not only does it paint a very specific picture of Pixel Inc. as a company that had flaws in terms of how it was managed from the top down. Well, not from the top down, but specifically at the very top of its company organization. But also the idea that it's more complex than just black company this and black company that. And in fact, it exposes the flaw with trying to only criticize companies on the basis of whether they are, a quote-unquote blanket statement, black company, exploitative company, etc., etc. Because from all outward appearances, it very much does seem like Pixel Inc.'s support staff were absolutely fine. The talents were being supported in their day-to-day content operations, but there was something going on in the upper management of Pixel Inc. where perhaps it was incompetence, perhaps there was over-ambition, perhaps they weren't great at handling logistics, but whatever it was, all the problems seemed to be exclusive to upper management at Pixel Inc. Just the company's organizational, the upper portions, it's restricted mostly to the company's, to the upper parts of the company's organizational structure. And so, what this has led me to believe is that in this particular case, that moral dilemma, that trolley problem-esque choice that Pixel Inc. ended up presenting to audiences when Rocky announced that she was crowdfunding her IP, that wasn't intentional by Pixel Inc. But make no mistake, it will be done intentionally the next time that it happens. Because while Pixel Inc. maybe didn't mean to pose that moral dilemma, the same cannot be said for literally every other company that chooses to do so after this point in time. And so, the reason why I go so hard on why it is so important for people to not take this taboo as gospel, to not take this taboo as if it is actually enforceable, or that it actually has any sort of way of gaining ground in this industry, and thus start relying on that to be a moral obligation that companies need to abide by. The reason why I'm so insistent on driving that point home is because if this was actually weaponized by a more malicious actor, by an actor that actually was exploitative, unlike Pixel Inc., it would be much, much worse. Not worse in the sense of asking for a higher price tag per se, but worse in the sense of making it more difficult to identify that that is what is happening. And so, when you actually look at the way that this situation ended up panning out, rather than fixating on a taboo that simply can't be enforced and amounts to nothing but bluster and noise, there are two approaches, two more practical lessons, I think, that can be extracted from this situation that I think are quite important to take away from it. First is to recognize the warning signs that what happened to Pixel Inc. could happen with another company or a company that you happen to be at in the future, and to adapt accordingly. And second, to shift away from the rhetoric and idealistic messaging that promotes acceptance of or reliance on the taboo of, companies asking for money in order to release an IP to the talents, even if the company is closing down. Now, regarding the first one, thankfully, it's been quite a bit of time since Pixel announced that it was closing, so now it's no longer as bad if you point out that there are certain signs that Pixel might have ended up in the scenario that it did. And if it comes down to helping other people, other talents, prospective talents, whatever, understand how to recognize the signs that what happened to Pixel might be happening with another company, it is integral that you take away that there were warning signs at Pixel that this might have been the road that the company went down. Now, a large part, I suspect, of why Rocky resorted to crowdfunding was because the talents didn't actually have that much notice between when they were told they had the option of buying out their IP and when the company actually closed down. If you look at Kana Yanagi's announcement on February 23rd about, Pixel closing down and as a result her having to graduate, you get a very interesting little tidbit of information. Quote, "As you can see from the main announcement of the Pixel official channel, Pixel the VTuber company I have been in is shutting down. Being part of Pixel meeting all of you and meeting all of the Pixel girls have been an incredible adventure, and I don't regret it for a single second. The company shutting down might be sad, but it doesn't mean that things are ending completely. I've been extremely lucky in that I've been able to afford and buy my IP thanks to me saving the money from my donathon and not touching it before now. Therefore, I will continue to be your always happy and preppy duck detective, Kana. Part of the reason I've been very stressed since late December, when all of us Pixel girls learned that the company was most likely shutting down, is that until mid-February, I didn't even know if I would be allowed to buy my IP. But in the end, I was luckily given the opportunity to do just that. Now, if we assume that all of the talents were notified at the same time that they would have the opportunity to buy their IP, this was an announcement that was posted on February 23rd. If we talk about mid-February, where Kana was told that she would have the opportunity to buy her IP, that adds up to just over a week. Now, I don't know about you, but I think expecting someone to pull 10k out of their ass with a week's worth of notice is a pretty silly thing to do. Now, granted, you could make the argument that it's not a week's notice because that's just the time in between this announcement and, when the opportunity to buy was first pitched to the talents, whereas in actuality it would have more realistically been the time that it was pitched to the talents right up until when the company closed for good, which is probably, March 31st. That adds up to about, just over a month and a bit. But at the same time, 1 month's notice is not a lot. And so a lot of talents being blindsided by similar instances where a company all of a sudden asks for money in return for IP, even if the company's collapsing, revolves around, well, one, knowing that collapse is coming, and two, saving accordingly. Now, here's the thing. Some people, when they look at the situation, might think, oh, okay, the earliest warning signs that Pixel might collapse came on December, around December, when all the talents canceled their streams at once. In actuality, we could quite reasonably spot a sign that Pixel may be headed towards this direction all the way back in October of 2023, the very same year that they debuted as a company. You want to know what that sign is? This tweet that Pixel released on October 25th, 2023. Quote, "We are proud to announce that we have one of the most favorable talent cuts in the industry. The majority of all revenue, 60%, goes to our talents. This includes revenue from donations, memberships, merchandise, sponsorships, and ads. The remaining 40% of revenue goes to Pixel. This amount that goes to Pixel is used for general company operating expenses, and half of that we directly reinvest back into our talents. Transparency with our contracts is one of many commitments we make to our talents and our applicants. We hope this helps you make informed decisions during our audition period. Anyone know why this is a pretty decent sign that a company is probably going to collapse in the future? So where does the money come from? Exactly. See, again, an unconscious side effect of the whole 2% scandal that emerged out of the whole Nietzsche situation is that people have started to assume, rather naively, that bigger talent percentage means better company. In actuality, that's not how it works at all. A company that only makes 20% on all the revenue earned by its talents, because you factor in that 60% goes to the talents, and then 20%, or sorry, half of the 40% of the company's cut gets reinvested, in their words. A profit margin of 20% when you're only a small company is not sustainable. That does not cover operating costs when you are a small company in this space. Something that I've said before, and I want to reiterate again, is that a talent's revenue cut with their company is not just a cost that the talent has to bear. It is also a measure of obligation that the company has toward its talents. A company's obligations lie to wherever they get most of their money from, first and foremost, because people may have convictions, but companies only have money. And so, if most of the income that Pixelink was using, if most of the funds that Pixelink was using to operate did not come from the talents, then where does it come from? One thing that I encourage my audience to do is whenever they see a company boasting about how low its revenue split is, how low its revenue cut is in terms of, what it takes from its talents, is to ask, where does the money come from? Because it takes money to make money, and it takes a lot of money to try to make money in VTubing specifically. When you see a small company debut and in the same year declare that they have a very low revenue split, what that translates to is one of two things. Either they get most of their operating money, their operating funds, from investors, external investors, it could be private, it could be public, whatever, or they get most of that money out of the CEO's personal pocket. Now, there's nothing wrong with either of those two things, but they do come on with a cost. If your company relies on investors, you best hope that those investors know what they're getting into and aren't likely to suddenly pull out when they realize that VTubing is an industry that requires you to spend at least 3 years in the red or in the black before you even think about going green. However, if you're relying on your CEO using their own personal funds to keep your company going, you best hope and pray that that CEO never goes through a divorce or gets diagnosed with something serious over the course that your company is operating within its first 3 years. Because if it does, and the CEO needs those funds for something other than the company, guess what's first on the chopping block? It's probably not going to be your CEO's, divorce settlement or, their life. They're probably going to end up choosing to sacrifice the company more so than, their health. So as a result of that, what ends up happening is, from this moment, you could already tll that most of Pixelink's operational funds did not come from the talents, did not come from their audience. And what that also meant was that the company's foremost obligation was not actually towards either of those two. It was towards whoever was providing the funds. And at this current stage in time, it's looking like the person who was providing those funds was just the CEO. Tora P, the CEO of Pixelink, at this point in time, looks to have been funding the operations of the company completely out of his own pocket. I don't think Pixelink was in the green when it closed down. Because if it was, I suspect that he probably wouldn't have needed to resort to asking the talents to buy their IPs. And so, what I want people to understand, looking at the Pixelink situation, is that the main takeaway here is if you join a company and you notice that you do not have IP ownership, do not expect to be given your IP even if the company collapses. Understand that if you do join a company and you want your IP, you want to protect yourself, you want to give yourself the best chance at being able to continue with that IP even if the company does collapse, which statistically speaking it probably will, given how this industry has panned out, you need to make it worth their while. If the company's debts do not lie with you, you need to look at who those debts lie with and how you make the acquisition of your IP worth it for them. It's cold, it's cruel, it's unfair, but that's the reality of how this industry operates. And so, if you walk into a company and you notice, if at any point your company ever uses this as a marketing gimmick to say how low your revenue split is, while at the same time not signing over IPs to the talents, not specifying under what circumstances a talent is going to be able to acquire their IP from the company in case of collapse or act of God or whatever, you need to start saving immediately. Probably saving a nest egg of up to around $10,000. Because that seems to be the ballpark of where it is, right? It was not Pixeling was in bankruptcy? Okay, yeah, that explains a lot. So, again, if you are a talent and you ever notice a company that you have joined starts to talk about this, and you don't own your IP, you don't have IP rights, start saving money immediately. Best case scenario, you never need to use it, and you now have a $10,000 emergency fund that you can use for whatever the fuck you want. Worst case scenario, you are now prepared for shit to go sideways, and you are more prepared than you would have ever been otherwise. And it is a little taboo to talk about things like this because the whole, like, just be more fiscally responsible. Like that's you don't go up to someone and say that right after they go through some sort of crisis, right? However, because of the fact that all of the Pixel girls seem to be fine now at this point, and because of the fact that there are going to be situations in the future where a similar thing happens, I do think that this is a lesson that is more important for more people to take away from this entire scenario. It's not, talents should be given their IP. Yes, fine, we can all aspire to that, but that's not going to happen. A more realistic, more applicable, more... I suppose a takeaway that it has more utility is don't fall for company marketing. Don't fall for this being automatically, don't fall for the, higher talent split equals company better or company good. No, that's not how it works. At the end of the day, it's a tough pill to swallow, but the quote-unquote best companies in this space are the ones that get to keep operating for the longest. And while companies that do this may have good intentions, they do not usually get to operate the longest. And if you are relying on that fact as a talent, you are setting yourself up for disappointment. So, when we look at this situation in its totality, we are now in a position where we are perhaps in a better spot to actually evaluate the utility of this taboo. Has it been a net positive for this industry after being adopted by general audiences in this space? And to be honest, the answer that I've arrived at is no. Because when you really look at this taboo, this idea that a talent's connection to their IP should never be commodified, you realize a few things. First, the reasoning of this neglects the audience's role in perpetuating/rewarding the very practices it's supposed to address. Like I said before, if you give a fan the choice between giving the finger to a company at the cost of, either, you present a fan with a choice of, give the finger to an exploitative company, but deny your Oshi's cries for help, or obey your Oshi's calls for help, but end up rewarding an exploitative company. Most fans will choose the first, not the second. And I'm not even convinced that that's a bad thing overall, right? Simply put, the audience is going to end up perpetuating this practice, whether you like it or not. That's just reality. And that is a natural part of the way that this entire content niche works. That is part and parcel of the relationship between content creator and their audience. Oshi and fan. That's just how it works. Second, this, very easy to say, but impractical to incentivize, and unclear as to how it's even actionable. How are you going to make it difficult for companies to choose to do this? How are you going to disincentivize it? It's very easy to get onto Twitter and say, this shouldn't happen. But at the end of the day, do you have the ability to harden your heart to the extent where you can listen to a talent talk about how much they would like to keep the IP, how much your donations would mean to them in helping them to acquire their IP, and just ignore it? Because I'm willing to bet that the overwhelming majority of people do not have the ability to simply tune all of that out. And again, that is not a bad thing, right? Talents, fans being able to hear, empathize with the people who they enjoy watching, that's perfectly normal. But at the same time, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? If you want to express that dedication to your Oshi, or to your friend, or to your coworker, it then makes it completely futile if you try to stigmatize this practice on top of all of that. It just doesn't work. And finally, this taboo, it neglects the importance of individual fiscal responsibility and lulls inexperienced talents into a false sense of security and or entitlement. The biggest danger with this taboo going to popularizing itself unchallenged is if people actually start to internalize it and believe that a company has some sort of moral obligation to give its IP over to its talents in the case that it collapses. Because the greatest danger with that assumption is that it assumes that a company is capable of acting morally to begin with. Companies don't do that. Corporations don't do that. People who are in charge of them may do that, but that is a purely optional aspect of it. That is DLC material. Generally speaking, most corporations operate off of a very simple premise of whatever gets money. It goes wherever, it acts in accordance with incentives and nothing else. And there is no financial incentive to give IPs over to the talents, even in cases of collapse. The incentive runs in the direction of asking for a price, and if that price cannot be satisfied, just using it as a tax write-off. And so, people, in my opinion, it is far more beneficial to make sure that people are aware that that is the case and plan accordingly, rather than simply sit on a moral high horse and allow people to fall into the trap of believing that if their company collapses, surely that means that they will be offered to have the IP for free, because that's the right thing to do. That doesn't work. That's not how business works. That's certainly not how an entertainment industry functions. So, Mesodopio, thank you for the 5. Worth noting too that some of the other girls panicked and started funding new IPs while they were in limbo. Rocky took a wait and see attitude. Yes. And again, assuming that people were more willing to stick to their guns of this is a bad practice, I don't want to support it, it could very well have been the case that Rocky's decision to wait and see might have backfired on her. Now, again, it didn't, but that is both thankful and bad. Thankful in the sense that Rocky gets to continue being Rocky Kazuki, but bad in the sense that everyone else who's watching this situation now knows that this is a viable business practice. However, more important thing, this entire situation has exposed one of the fundamental beliefs that people seem to have built up in this industry for being a bit of a lie. The idea that a corporate VTuber's IP holds no inherent value when separated from the talent behind it. Whether unconsciously or not, it seems that a lot of audiences in this space seem to have internalized the idea that without the talent, the IP holds no inherent value. And I mean, if you're looking at it purely from the perspective of a fan, then yeah, that is the case. But when you're talking about inherent value, its value as a commodity, that is not the case at all. Because what Pixel Link's closure has taught us is that the value of a corporate VTuber's IP is largely determined by how much the talent themselves does not wish to be separated from it. This can, and will, be used as leverage to affirm its value as a commodity if push comes to shove. If a company is bankrupt, there are debtors that need to be paid. There is absolutely nothing stopping a company from commodifying the connection that a VTuber holds, that a talent holds with their VTuber IP. And to assume that a model, an IP on its own, has no value if you take away the talent, that's not true. Because that IP will always have value. If not to the audience, then to the talent who's responsible for building it up to what it has become. And if you ignore that, you risk blinding yourself to this very important aspect of this industry, which is that yes, it can, and yes, it will, be used as leverage to try and extract any possible monetary compensation in the case that things start to go sideways. So, what you will notice is that in people's willingness, their perhaps over-eagerness to adopt a new taboo in the wake of that schism that we talked about earlier, those fundamental beliefs are a bit more idealistic than they are practical. And this becomes a bit of a trend when you start looking at the other taboos as well. Whimsy, that means it doesn't have inherent value, but it has social value. That's a good way of putting it, yes. An IP will always have at least some degree of social value, if not to the audience, then to the talent themselves. And as long as it has any sort of value to the talent, you cannot assume that it has no value at all. And that is something that quite a few people seem to be blindsided by when they get reminded of it forcibly when something like this happens. Truth news. Yeah, kind of. We've already seen VRevy trying to sell off a graduated IP. Funny you should bring that up, Zero Defects. Quite psychic, in fact, because that is a rather neat transition into the next thing that we have. The whole Lunova controversy. And again, to give you guys the breakdown, it all begins on February 26th, when a Twitter account by the name of Lunova, or Lunova Pro, would make the following announcement. Are you the next shining star in the hashtag VTuber universe? Star emoji. The wait is almost over. Hashtag ENVTuber. Stay tuned for more details and announcements. Now, on the surface, pretty innocuous. Just another random VTuber agency making its debut, posting an announcement, asking, trying to generate hype among whatever audience it happens to have, so people think of applying. People didn't actually think that anything was wrong. That is until people started realizing what this account was before it became Lunova Pro. Because people began to realize that this was actually a rebrand of the account of one of the former talents of VRevy, infamous corpo VTuber shithole. Blazebug tweeting out, quote, I don't care who tries to silence me, this is at VRevy Live. Do not go near this corpo, they treat their talents like shit, and I doubt they have done anything to fix their scummy practices. I am shaking with rage. How dare you guys even try? Get the fuck out of here. Now, admittedly, maybe a little bit more theatrical than strictly necessary, but the sentiment remains. And then AJ Shell, why are you guys using Hotaru Iora's old Twitter account? That's the first talent who ever joined VRevy, if I'm remembering correctly. Did you think we wouldn't notice? I accuse this agency of being run by the same people who ran VRevy. Do not apply to this agency. While including a screenshot of the Hotaru Iora tag while it shows Lunova. Now, granted, this is scandalous in and of itself, right? This is probably not a great look for a company if you're just debuting it and you're trying to get, people are trying to form their first impressions of you. But it only got worse when the former talents at VRevy, or at least some of them, started tweeting out in response to the situation as well. Furry Ferntail, if you messed up and you want to rebrand to cover your tracks, why rebrand an account associated with you that people still follow and have notifications on for? Lamau. Nova Okami, I'm so angry, you would think that they have learned their lesson with what they did to us. Bria Cookiebox, I'm screaming, I can't believe there are people in this world this stupid. Oh my, keyboard smash. However, that wasn't it, because the talent that was behind Hotaru Iora also ended up getting involved in the situation. Valentine Channel, VT, you can't make this shit up. If you look up the old handle, they pop up, and some fan art has their grass emoji or lol. This is so insane, dude. They really just said recycle emoji. With your account, too. At least the orange is still there. Clown emoji. Now, at this point, things were well and truly spiraling. Lunova was in hot shit, and they needed to do something. They needed to say something. And so they opted for the confronting controversy head-on approach. Now, whether they were actually very good at it is a separate matter, but I do commend them for trying. In response to all of these statements made by various other people who were involved, as well as others who simply found them out, Lunova would end up tweeting out the following, quote, "We'd like to address everyone's concerns regarding our association with VRevy Live. We have purchased this account from VRevy Live with the intention of rebranding it to an existing VTuber audience." Now, pardon my French, but this is retarded. Literally nobody with half a functioning brain and even 10 seconds worth of experience in this industry would think that this was a good idea. You really think that rebranding an account associated with one of the infamously worst VTubing orgs in this space, just so you can get a sort of pre-save or sort of kickstart on your follow account, is going to be worth it? You must be kidding me. This has to be the result of absolutely cataclysmic stupidity on behalf of whoever made the decision to purchase this account. If that is even true, mind you, because we'll get to that in a second. Now, in response to this, as you can probably imagine, a lot of people were not very impressed. Milky Ways, this makes zero sense. Why would you do that? Knowing the stigma that this company has, wouldn't that spark some kind of brain cell of common sense in you? For a company, it's always been best to start fresh from ground zero. You don't cut corners like that because no one is going to believe that you aren't somehow connected to the past life of that account that you've quote-unquote purchased. Get out of here. False ID. Thank you for being open regarding questions. Question: is there any precedent you have seen where purchasing and then rebranding a deactivated VTuber account led to success? Pretty tongue-in-cheek, but a good point being made nonetheless. And of course you have Pipkin Pippa jumping in with the, well, admittedly quite concise, but sums up the situation and sentiment pretty well. Are you insane? Now, when faced with this onslaught of, well, essentially negative sentiment, Lunova would then start trying to address all of these sentiments individually, to little, if any, success. Unfortunately, to everyone asking for us to show receipts, we are under a 6-month-long NDA that does not allow us to do so. Now, immediately when you hear that, you can probably see why this doesn't make a lot of sense. First, you're asking us to believe that not only do you have a 6-month NDA on making this purchase, but that NDA, one, does not disallow you from disclosing that there is an NDA in the first place, or who you made that purchase, who you made that purchase from, and the fact that you did make that purchase at a certain point in time. So, again, this is a pretty shifty reason. It's really asking a lot to give the benefit of the doubt here. Just came out of Pippa's stream. Funny that I see her again. I guess I can't escape her. As all things should be, Gritter. As all things should be. Then they went on to say, if we were the original owners that everyone suspects us to be, we could, in theory, forge a purchase receipt. We are really at a loss here on what to do. Now, it's at this point where I'm starting to think that this is more theater than actual attempt at addressing what questions that people have. But to continue, our website will be launching soon with those details included. Now, that last part is a denial that sounds very, very suspicious, because, as someone noticed, Kurosawa Kino specifically, around the same time, rather conveniently, VRevry's website was also under maintenance. Quote, looks like the VRevry site is under maintenance. Don't worry, guys. I'm sure it'll be back up soon as quote-unquote Lunova clown emoji. So, while I understand that they may be trying to deflect the criticism here, I think it rather backfired the moment someone found out that this was a thing. However, all of that aside, other creators would also start taking notice of this, specifically Penumbral, who would actually try to reach out to Lunova in hopes of getting some form of clarification from them. And, to be fair to Lunova, they were willing to provide a little bit of information to him. Quote, holy shit, it's real. VRevry yoinked an old talent's account, slapped on a mustache, and is genuinely trying to come back. I don't think I've ever seen an agency act this shameless. I've also never seen one get ratioed this hard. Damn, it's kind of hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. And then following up later with, so, there's a lot of misinformation around this that people, including me, didn't fully understand. This is a third party distinct from VRevry that just bought the account since VRevry needed cash. They aren't the ones that wiped Lilria's channel. Now, as to what he means by that, we'll get to that in a second. However, the information that Lunova provided to Penumbral is quite interesting because they say a few things. First, we are legally distinct from VRevry. Our founder's association with them was that they have worked with VRevry's talents before the sponsorships. So it's not that they don't have any affiliation with VRevry. It's just that their affiliation predates VRevry's collapse. We are not behind the recent removal of content from mentioned channels. Again, we'll get to that in a second. We have no information apart from the fact that they seem to be in need of cash. Our founder has had experience in the Japanese idol industry, and our staff members have worked in the industry before as talent managers and video editors. Now, I want you to take note of this claim specifically. Our founder has experience in the Japanese idol industry. I want you to put a pen in that. We'll come back to that later. And then, thank you for giving us the opportunity to answer your questions. Then further on, Penumbral would start summarizing these in a thread under that tweet that he made just then. The new owners have experiences in the industry and worked with VRevry talents before but are legally distinct. So they have affiliations with VRevry dating from before its collapse. It's not really a third party coming in from nowhere and then choosing to buy this account from VRevry specifically for no particular reason. Second, if this is true, given the recent Lilria account wipe, it could be that VRevry is selling off their individual accounts piecemeal. Again, we'll touch on that later. Now, don't get me wrong, I still think that buying old talent accounts and trying to use them to kickstart an agency is a horrible idea that has never ended well, but if this info is valid, this isn't just VRevry trying to come back under a different name. They are not. Lunova, or at least, to correct myself, Lunova claims that they were not they are not based in Singapore. However, for reasons that we'll touch on in a few minutes, that requires a bit of benefit of the doubt. To continue, the issue is that VRevry absolutely destroyed people's trust and goodwill, so a lot of people might not even believe this extra info without solid proof. I honestly don't know if they can salvage it. They seriously underestimated how fucked VRevry was in the eyes of the community. Okay, some more context. Looks like they only bought the one Twitter account, and chose Iora since she graduated first. I'm honestly just confused as to why it's not like her followers would see a new agency on her account and be like, okay, guess I'm their fan now. So weird. And then he includes this screenshot of one of the messages from Lunova saying, we didn't acquire. Sorry, give me a second to rehydrate because I can feel my ability to articulate starting to slip a little bit. Alright. Much better. Alright. Yeah, Tsumanai, good point. Buying a Twitter account is against TOS, so they actually did just go to the black market for Twitter accounts. But in any case, in the words of Lunova, quote, we didn't acquire any of the above-mentioned YouTube channels. We were aware of the bad reputation that VRevy had. This is where I start to call bullshit on either this or their previous claims that they thought that this would just be a straightforward rebrand and nothing else. If they're going to say here that they're aware of the bad reputation that VRevy had, I find it very hard to believe that they are a third party that was willing to gamble their one chance at debuting in the eyes of the general VTubing audience while bearing that stigma on their backs. But in any case, to continue, that was the reason we didn't purchase the company account itself and why we decided to purchase a talent account instead. So you were just really, really raring for an account that had been made by somebody else. But because, VRevy has such a bad account, we'd never dream of buying their corporate account. No. We'll just settle for the account of one of their talents, the first to graduate, mind you, which could be indicative of all sorts of things, given what we know about VRevy's operations behind the scenes in hindsight. But in any case, we had thought that the Eora account had already been long dissociated with VRevy, as she was the earliest one to graduate, but we just really wanted a piece of VRevy for no reason whatsoever. Hence our decision to purchase Eora's account. Your advice and thoughts are greatly appreciated. Thank you. Now, earlier on, they did say that they were a bit at a loss as to what sort of, quote-unquote receipts they could give in order to try and get the audience to be convinced that this is not just VRevy in a dinosaur costume. However, eventually they did manage to figure out that, we could just disclose our company registration details, and in theory, that should be able to tell the audience at least something, give them something to go off of when it comes to coming to the conclusion that this is not just VRevy 2.0. And they did end up sharing it. Only one slight problem. They ended up sharing a company's registration details, except the company had a different name. This was a company that was registered under the name Gura Nova. Now, granted, this could simply be a case of the kind of, trade name in English being different to the actual name in Japanese. For example, if I remember correctly, any color is in actuality supposed to be any kara, which is, again, if you are going to spell it out in, katakana versus spelling it out in English, I can understand there being a slight difference there. However, a little bit more of a problem happens when you start actually looking into what the fuck a Gura Nova is. Because if you go over to the page where they presumably took that screenshot from, it takes you to a website called corporation.info, which contains a registry of Japanese corporations. And if you go to their page specifically, they have a corporate number of whatever that is, that string of numbers there, and they are called, yet again, Gura Nova Co. Limited. And last updated, this company's profile was last updated November 8th, 2024. And this is, by all outward appearances, a pretty recently founded company. They have a little about section. What is Gura Nova Co. Limited? Gura Nova, or Cranova. Now, I want you to take note of that. In both cases where they're spelling it, both, the way that it is spelled in katakana as well as what I presume to be an English, what is supposed to be an English translation of it, it doesn't say Lunova. It's all Gura Nova or Cranova. Co. Limited was registered as a corporation located at address in Osaka Prefecture and was registered as a corporation at North Osaka Bureau of Law on October 24th, 2024. Again, pretty recent company. The corporate number has been specified. The last renewal date on the corporate number publication site is November 8th, 2024. Invoice number, labor bureau in this area is Osaka Labor Bureau, etc., etc., etc. But then you start looking at the details as they are listed down under the basic information section. Item, content, trade name, Guranova.co Ltd. Now, here is where I would expect that if they are going to name the company, they would probably name it Luna or Lunova rather than Gura Nova, because the trade name, even if the actual name itself is different, I would expect the trade name to probably be the same. Also, if you go right down to the bottom, it says English notation. Again, Lunova Co. Ltd. Not Lunova, Lunova. Now, you could maybe make the argument that, Kura means like black or dark in Japanese, or it's supposed to be like Kuro or whatever. And then Luna or Lunova is supposed to be like, night, moon, that kind of thing. But honestly, if we're going to go that far in terms of justifying things to steelman Lunova's claim that this is them, I think you're going to have to take a few liberties with the with you giving them the benefit of the doubt. You're going to have to apply benefit of the doubt really liberally in order to get that far. So, we run into a bit of a problem. The details don't seem to add up, right? Close enough, I guess. I'd let it slide. See, initially, I was thinking that as well, right? Lunova, Lunova, yeah, I can kind of see it. Even if the trade name on their actual registration and the English notation are both different from Lunova or Lunova Pro. But then I started looking on LinkedIn to see if I could find any mention of a Lunova. And again, I want to make this very clear. This is not definitive in any sense of the word. This is simply my attempt at locating some form of, I suppose, my attempt at locating some form of trying to find some sort of corresponding, corroborating evidence to support the claims that are being made by Lunova Pro. When you go onto LinkedIn, the connection, by the way, is now deleted, but around this time in February, when you go onto LinkedIn and you search up Lunova, it turns up an entry for a company that doesn't have any details but has one employee. The only employee they have is a man by the name of Kurando Furui. Now, taking note of the fact that this guy's name is Kurando, you could probably assume where the Kura in Lunova comes from, if this is supposed to be the person in charge of that company. However, remember what they claimed to Penumbral, right? That they are run by people with a background in the Japanese idol industry. See, when you go to Kurando Furui's details, his employment history, you turn up the fact that both of the companies that are listed as, places where he's worked on the work experience are pharmaceutical companies. He is the director, at Santen, which is a company that specializes in ophthalmology, and before then, he was a director at Astellas Pharma, which was also a global sciences company that had a special dedication to ophthalmology. Now, I don't know about you, but this doesn't sound like the Japanese idol industry to me. And so, at this point, based off of all of this information, it is either the case that this is some sort of shell company, as you said, Saojun, or Lunova is not actually Lunova. At this point, I don't find it very hard to believe that either could be true. Because I'm not going to lie, while it is perfectly possible that while it is indeed documented that Lunova is a real company, and it does seem to have at least one employee, the thing is, I'm not altogether certain, I'm not that willing to believe that Lunova and Lunova are the same entity. I wouldn't put it past the same people who were formerly in charge of VRevy to not only attempt to skinwalk one of their old talents, but to skinwalk an entirely different company in an attempt to rebrand. Now, that might sound ridiculous, and to be fair, it is, but again, like I said, I wouldn't put it past them. And so, we arrive at a rather confounding conundrum with this particular agency. We have no fucking clue who they are. We have no fucking clue what their angle is. We have no fucking clue why they thought this was a good idea, assuming that claim is even true, that they naively blundered into this industry as, these little butterflies. Just these little butterflies that happen to wander into a little bit of a cobweb here. However, again, leaving all of that aside, at this particular point in time, it is kind of impossible to prove either way that Lunova is legit or that it is just a sham and nothing else. However, as time has gone on, I think that we have been given more and more evidence that this is not a company that deserves to be taken as having any sort of legitimacy. Sorry. Random Who Games, thank you for the 5. They really assumed all of us autistic-ass VTuber fans would go digging for more information. True. And that is always a very naive mistake that people end up making when they try to bust into this industry. Funless, thank you for the 5. He worked in Astor's Pharma and had experience working with idols. Is this Bill Cosby's estranged son? Oh. Rip the Astor cooking stream. In any case, so, at this point in time, we have disaster. We have an impasse, essentially. There's nothing more that the company can really say without bearing their whole ass to the throbbing cock of the VTubing fanbase. But there's also nothing that the VTubing fanbase can do to prove that definitively that this is a company that is just VRevy in some sort of skin suit. However, this was not the end of this entire controversy, because, as was alluded to earlier on when I was reading out the messages they sent to Penumbral, it turns out that around the same time that this was happening, for some reason, VRevy's talents, or VRevy's ex-talents, were having, or at least some of them, or at least one of them, was having the contents of their channel be erased. Blazebug, disgusting. Not only a Twitter, but a YouTube of VRevy Live has been trashed. Lilria VRevy deserved to have all of her fun and cute content stay up for her fans to enjoy. Everything that went wrong with your company happened because of your choices. You are trash. And then showing how the YouTube account of this particular company had been completely wiped. Now, other people would start taking notice of this as well and would start bringing it up to Lunova's attention, asking for clarification as to what did they mean by this. For example, Rima, here's a question. Are you also purchasing Lilria Prisviel's YouTube account from them? We noticed that the content is being wiped from the channel and in the process of rebranding. To which Lunova replied, no, we have no involvement with the above-mentioned channel. And in response to all of this, the talent themselves, now known as Nianami, Ruru, and Rumi, VTuber sisters, would go on to state the following, quote, I was promised everything would stay up and nothing would be deleted. My original song, all my streams, my clips, every memory I created with my community from beginning to end, all wiped out. There's no proof of my hard work left. Fuck, Lamau. It's all just gone. Having to leave it behind once was already one of the most painful things I was forced to do. But at least I had something to look back at. Something to prove that my hard work didn't lead to nothing. By the way, this is the whole redress portion of the graduation ritual coming back into play, right? Making sure that it was never, making sure that you never devolve into pretending like this event didn't happen, that this person didn't exist, acknowledging the loss, having something to look back on. And that was a violation that now has apparently been exposed. Uboa? I haven't heard of that name before. Scarlet, thank you for the 2. Cute horse lady, hot. Amen. I was forced to have something to look back at, something to prove my hard work didn't lead to nothing. They burnt it all down. Why couldn't they just leave it be? At least give her back to me. At least let me use the IP again. I was the one who designed her entire 2.0, which was then later shifted to become the main model. I did that, not them. At least let me use my design again. Yeah, hard work gone in seconds. And this... Sorry, give me a second. Oh, Nikki reference? I see. And again, this was, in all senses of the word, a tragedy, right? You had this talent who had been promised that she would be, essentially her and her content, the memory of her existence would be left in peace after her departure. But now, drop of a hat, company no longer feels the need to hold themselves to that. However, that sentiment, at least give her back to me. I put my heart and soul into that. It belongs to me. evidently, it seems that Lunova saw that as well and seems to at least be trying, or at least seems to have tried, to take that to heart. Because on February 26th, 2025, Lunova would then, on the exact same day, but just a few hours later, they would end up issuing a statement of apology. After reading everyone's thoughts and comments, it has dawned on us that we have made a huge mistake in the decision to rebrand Eora's Twitter account, based on genuine advice given to us by those that have given us the benefit of doubt and an emergency team meeting. They actually did the Among Us thing. We'd like to return the IP rights of Hotoru Eora to its original owner, Valentine Channel, VT, as a sign of goodwill and apology to the community. We plan to get in touch with VRevy Live in order to acquire the remaining assets of the IP in order to return them to her. Now, in response to this, Valentine herself would end tweeting out, there were things that were very suspicious. There were things that are very suspicious. I'm not completely writing this off as you guys not being VRev with a mustache, but I'm hoping for the best. It would be very bad to be holding Eora hostage on top of lying about everything else. She would then go on to elaborate in a tweet thread of her own, saying, remaking this, sorry, very emotional and tired. They offered Eora as an apology. They allegedly got a price from VRev for all of it, but they only took just the Twitter. Some decisions do not make sense. Still sus, but hoping for the best. Before finishing it off with Twitter limit, they allegedly do not have Eora and is going to ask for a purchase from VRevy. They were saying they couldn't answer much of my questions due to NDA. Now, on paper at least, this does seem to be some sort of attempt at a genuine apology, right? Buying the IP that they unintentionally skinwalked, unintentionally in quotation marks, and trying to give it back to the original holder of said IP. That is quite admirable. Or it would be, if it weren't for the fact that fast forward about a month later, and on March 21st, 2025, Valentine would end up posting an update to that situation. Quote, if anyone's curious, they've ghosted me, by the way. This is my last Hail Mary to get them to talk, since we were in the middle of negotiating. So that is where that is at. Now, maybe I've missed it, but I don't think there's been any updates between March 21st and today, 20th of April. So, yeah, it's starting to look like Lunova wasn't really all that well-intentioned. Either that or VRevy themselves have been ghosting Lunova and they just don't feel like clarifying that fact. But in any case, what this has ended up encapsulating is that, well, while this may on the surface look like a very funny haha of a company doing something abysmally stupid and tripping over themselves and tripping over a taboo that's existed in this industry for far longer than they have, what this also ends up exposing, however, is how one of the other taboos that people seem to be trying to enforce is a little naive in the way that it has been constructed, upheld, and promoted. The idea that talents should always be allowed to depart in peace. Yet again, we run into an instance where this taboo is in theory a good idea. However, it is also overly idealistic, because when you break down the taboo, when you actually evaluate this taboo for what it is, how it works, when you try to apply it to everyday, day-to-day operation in this industry, you start to realize a few things. First, the application of this taboo, at times, overlooks how the primary decision maker when it comes to actually allowing talent to quote-unquote leave in peace remains, at all times, the corporation that they are departing from, even after said departure. If a talent departs in peace or wants to depart in peace, the person who makes that decision is not the talents themselves, it's not anybody else, it is just the company. Second, It fails to account for why and how a company may be disincentivized to honor a talent's desire/request for a peaceful departure. It's one thing to promise a talent that their content is going to stay up indefinitely on their YouTube channel even after they graduate. It's quite another to then try and consider living up to that promise when you have someone offering you money, or allegedly you have someone offering you money in order to buy that account and wipe it for them. VRevy has demonstrated quite succinctly that you can't really take a company's word for that if they have a history of exploitative practice. Yes, you can say that companies should honor a talent's request for peaceful departure, but in actuality, that's not how it works. Yeah, funny that you guys should bring up Nexus as well, because recently, for those who have been keeping up with the ex-Nexus talents, apparently Harry has been emailing a whole bunch of ex-Nexus talents asking for things ranging from handing over of IP rights to little congratulations emails for no reason in particular. So, well, that's a thing. But in any case, the point remains, these companies have no obligation to leave you alone after you graduate, and simply because you want a peaceful departure and you go along with their request for a peaceful departure doesn't mean that they will actually give you one. And finally, this taboo is often weaponized to present a false incentive for talents to both overlook and suppress discussion around corporate malpractice. In other words, what ends up happening is this taboo does not actually benefit any of the talents. The idea that talents should always be allowed to depart in peace is overly idealistic in the sense that it doesn't work. However, it is often leveraged by companies to sort of dangle a carrot in front of talents who are leaving in order to encourage them to stay silent about any negative experiences they had with the company while they were still a part of it. And once you realize that, you then move on to, again, yet another one of those fundamental beliefs that have been popularized, that people have internalized in the wake of Sengate, that is exposed as being basically an idealistic illusion. The idea that leaving without conflict means that a talent will be left in peace. In actuality, what ends up happening is this is a false equivalency. People assume that leaving without conflict means that you will be left in peace. And as a result, that belief, that willingness to play along with people's attempts to stay silent about whatever issues are going on inside of a company, that often gets abused by said companies, by bad actors in the space, in order to hide what they are doing from the public. Because a talent that is too burnt out, too poor, or too scared to talk about what they went through is better than a talent who believes that they can get away with exposing your wrongdoing to the public eye. In actuality, the unpleasant truth of this industry is that opting to refrain from exposing malpractice does not, in any way, incentivize bad actors to leave you alone. You can go along with requests for quietness, for silence. You can talk yourself into the idea that it is a lack of conflict that makes it more peaceful for everyone involved. But never lose sight of the fact that the person who gets to dictate whether that peace actually happens is not you, it's not your fan base, it's not even the drama tubers that infest the space as well, right? It's the company. If the company chooses to stick its finger in your face, then that's just what's going to happen. If the company decides to do something else in the future that implicates you or something to do with you, then they are simply going to do it. If it's profitable or if it is something that generates income. That's just the sad but realistic facts of the matter. And again, people have fallen into the mindset that if only you can suppress all conflict during a time that a talent parts ways with a company, then surely that means that they will be left in peace thereafter. And unfortunately, that is a very naive assumption. That's not how it works. That's never how it works. And VRevy being necroed the way that it did in this situation is just about as blatant a reminder of this as you can ask for. Now, speaking of possible bad actors, right? Tomahawk, the truth here applies to politics and social issues as a whole. Today, you may not want to deal with bad actors, but bad actors want to deal with you. Exactly. You do not have the option, or you will frequently be denied the option to simply just grill. Because even if you want to be left alone, that doesn't mean that other people will leave you alone. And unfortunately, companies have very little incentive to... Well, exploitative companies don't have any incentive to leave talents alone just because they've parted ways. But in any case... Speaking of bad actors, so at this point in time, right, these two things had happened quite quickly after one another, in quick succession. First, you had Pixelink announcing its collapse, and then also the whole drama surrounding the fact that they were asking a talent or permitting a talent to disclose that they were crowdfunding their IP. And then you had the whole Lunova situation. Between these two instances, at this particular point in time, general VTubing audiences, especially the small corpo scene, very highly strung. At this point, people were on guard for things to start falling to shit because, you know, 1 is an anomaly, 2 is a coincidence. People were very on guard for 3, which would start making it out to be a pattern. And coincidentally, the day after this all went down, February 26th, right? The day after that, February 27th, people's worst fears would come true when it seems in this sort of bizarre convergence of this part of the universe, of, you know, different events, different things going wrong in this part of the universe, would all coalesce into one of the most bizarre termination notices I think people have ever read in this space, coming out of Globy, of all places. On February 27th, Globy, from their official Twitter account, would post the following notice. Quote, "Official statement from Globy. We regret to inform you that after careful consideration, we have made the difficult decision to part ways with Olilo Lulu and Squirmimi. We would like to thank Olilo Lulu and Squirmimi for their time with Globy and appreciate the support they have received from their fans. We understand this news may be disappointing. We appreciate your understanding and continued support." Now, and then it's simply signed Globy Management. Now, can any of you guys see perhaps 3 things that this termination notice is missing that is usually part and parcel, and what I would argue a necessary component of literally every other termination notice that has ever been published in this industry? There she is, the name earlier in chat. The Blue Pippa org. Yes, the Blue Pippa org. Any ideas? This looks unprofessional? Well, I'd say it's attempting professionalism, but the brevity is getting in the way of that, mostly because, again, it is missing key parts. Yes, Sumonite, reason for termination. Now, granted, you don't want to go whole hog the same way that Niji did when it terminated Zion and Selen, but you do need a reason for terminating a talent. Otherwise, you open yourself up to being accused of terminating talents without cause. Second thing that they're missing. Yes, termination of merchant memberships. That is something that every termination notice has for a reason, because that is something that directly pertains to your audience when you end up, announcing a termination is taking place. And now, final thing. We thank the talent for their time at Globy. Well, technically, you don't really need that because this is termination notice, right? It's not a graduation. Again, they don't even specify whether it's a termination or graduation, right? So that's another factor that fed into people's initial confusion when they read this. But there's one last thing that's missing from this notice that is the norm for all other termination notices in this industry. Nothing about what that happens to their channels moving forward. That overlaps a bit with the whole merchant memberships thing. Final thing for the 5 was all Capcom's doing all along to get us to play Monster Hunter Wilds. Talents to get to talk about it? Not quite, although it does have something to do with the other talents. It does have something to do with the other talents. Effect date? No, not quite. Not individual? No, not quite. Date or end? No, not quite. Part ways doesn't denote either, which is the confusion. Not really. Again, the language isn't the most clear it can be, but it's more so. When they terminate? No, not quite. No, not the date. Little notice at the end that even Niji Sanji has in all of their termination notices. Not saying termination? No. With the amount of termination notices we've read through on this channel, surely you guys would know, right? What happens to their gen moving forward? Not quite. It's close. It's close. No regards. Management? No. I'll just bite the bullet. Essentially, the last thing that they are missing, aside from the fact that they don't specify whether it's a termination or not, and they don't clarify anything to do with merchant memberships, and they don't say a reason as to why they were terminated, is because they were missing the part where they say, don't consult the other talents for answers as to what's going on. Direct all questions at management instead. Now, granted, this is a largely symbolic part of most termination notices because it is inevitable that speculation will reach the ears of talents or reach the eyes of talents at some point after the termination is announced. Any termination is announced. However, at the same time, it is important to establish that as a baseline requirement just so you can boundary set with your audience. And this is a termination notice that didn't do any of those things. Now, as you can probably imagine, when you release a termination notice that doesn't have any of the parts that you would associate with literally every other termination notice, people would start to get a little bit confused. And not only that, you open yourself up to having the narrative of what caused you to terminate your talents being very easily disrupted by said talents themselves if they have no degree of synergy with management. And, evidently, that does seem to have been the case here, because no sooner did Globy end up posting that particular notice, two accounts by the name of Sealy and Hobo Barbie, but now known as Snail Mimi, would end up replying to that, stating that they were Lilo and Square Mimi, respectively. Sealy, or Lilo, would go on to say, quote, I asked to graduate after the disrespect you showed me continually and ran after you for days while being ignored, and I'm suddenly gone without any conversation of time or reason. Good job on breaching your own contract. Followed by, we literally haven't done anything. Hobo Barbie saying, quote, I woke up to being spammed with messages by management and now it's all gone. I didn't do anything. This is insane. Why have you done this? I haven't done anything. And after they posted these replies to that tweet, both of them would also end up going live in what is possibly one of the most, I suppose, in Square Mimi / Hobo Barbie's case, one of the most ill-advised post-termination crash-outs I have seen a talent do. But, in any case, both of them went live and they started leveraging some pretty leveling some pretty serious allegations against Globy and Brave Group. Now, Sealy went live and some of the more, egregious accusations of wrongdoing that were leveled at Globy included alleging that she had been terminated illegally without notice, that she alleged that she had been generally mistreated by Globy's management, and she also alleged that Brave Group had engaged in multiple unethical business practices, which also included botting. And funnily enough, when Hobo Barbie ended up going live, she ended up reiterating the same claims, alleged that she'd been terminated illegally without notice, alleged that she'd been generally mistreated by Globy's management, and alleged that Brave Group engaged in multiple unethical business practices, including botting. Now, the reason why the botting accusation bears so much weight in particular is because it lines up suspiciously well with some of the with a wave of demonetizations that ended up hitting Brave Group US not even that many months ago, where several talents across Idol and V4 Mirai ended up getting their YouTube monetization pulled for quote-unquote deceptive practices. Now, that wasn't the unusual part. That wasn't the only unusual part, at least, because, well, YouTube does waves of demonetizations every single week, let alone... And so that in and of itself was nothing special. We've talked about ban waves and demonetization waves before on this channel. No. However, what was quite different about this was, despite the fact that most of the talents involved in this situation did get their monetization back before too long, there were a small subsect of talents, around just under 10 across V4 Mirai and Idol, who didn't get their monetization back even months after this happened. And this was in spite of both Idol and V4 Mirai and presumably Globy threatening legal action against YouTube if they were to continue to deny monetization for their talents. Now, I don't think we have ever seen an instance where YouTube has decided to stand their ground against a company while that company is threatening legal action. For the record, YouTube has been more than willing to negotiate channel demonetizations and even terminations with the likes of Hololive, Niji Sanji, and even VLure of all companies. So the fact that they were holding out specifically against Brave Group was quite a large reason for a lot of people to be suspicious that Brave was doing something shady behind the scenes. And these allegations lined up suspiciously well with that. Now, I do want to give a little bit of an addendum and an update to that particular situation, because it does seem like as of April 20th of 2025, that even the small number of talents, the just under 10 or so talents who had been demonetized for several months, I think quite a few of them, if not all of them, have gotten their monetization back at this point in time. However, again, the point stands that it is extraordinarily strange for YouTube to be this resistant to the idea of remonetizing a bunch of talents when confronted with legal threats from a big corporation. And so, people were left in a situation where it seems like a lot of the assumptions that they had about Brave Group being shady overall did seem to have some sort of substance to it. And those weren't the only allegations, rather serious allegations, that the girls ended up leveling against Globy and Brave over the course of their streams. For example, one of the other more egregious accusations was leveled by Sealy, who claimed that she had been at odds with a newly appointed member of Globy's management, that this alleged manager had little to no understanding of VTubing norms and culture, and that this same manager had accused her of having criminal ties, likely as a result of misinterpreting her character lore, and had presented her with an ultimatum to sign a sort of contrition contract to apologize for having those criminal ties, despite the fact that no such thing ever existed. And she presented a screenshot of that contract that reads the following, quote, "Confirmation letter to Brave Group Europe Limited. I hereby state that I understand and regret the grave inconvenience I have caused your company through my actions. I hereby pledge to the following. 1. I realize that I have behaved disrespectfully towards your company, and I promise to never do anything similar in the future. 2. I have never had any ties to anti-social forces, and I promise to not have any in the future. 3. I consent to your company immediately terminating the contract if I cause any similar trouble in future. 4. I shall not disclose any information regarding this contract or this matter to anyone, including close relatives and friends. Furthermore, I shall not leak any information regarding this contract or this matter, including the contents of this agreement, to the internet, YouTube, Twitter, or any other SNS or other media. Signed, printed name, date of signature. Now, this contract, if true, is rather concerning, because this shows a degree of disconnect from just generally the way that talents in the space work, and generally the way that VTubing works when you're working with individual talents, to expect that this to be some sort of miraculous catch-all for any talent complaints about your agency. Now, it is very important to note that when Seeley showed this off, she did clarify that she never signed this. In fact, she refused to sign this. And I believe that she did speculate that this may have been, her refusal to sign this document may have been one of the reasons behind Globy choosing to let her go. However, again, the fact that this was a contract that was presented to at least one Globy talent is a little concerning if it is true. However, these accusations weren't really much compared to the ones being leveled against the company by Hobo Barbie, who stated that she had not known why Globy would terminate her and Seeley so suddenly, in addition to alleging that Brave Group was engaging, or had engaged in, a whole bunch of different practices, ranging from embezzlement to fraud to the distribution of unenforceable contracts. Now, the unenforceable contracts I can believe because of what Seeley showed on stream, but embezzlement and fraud are pretty heavy accusations to level against someone without any sort of proof. She also compared Brave Group to Niji Sanji in terms of how they quote-unquote abused and quote-unquote gaslighted their talents, as well as claiming to have been antagonized by a specific member of Globy's management. Now, I won't lie, this stream was erratic at best. This was very much something that, under normal circumstances, I would take with a grain of salt, because these were some pretty outlandish claims to be leveling without any sort of documentation or hard proof that can be showed off to your audience. However, there are enough elements of what Squirmimi/Hobo Bobby was claiming that line up with what Seeley was claiming, that give me pause and make me consider whether there was indeed something wrong going on at Globy. And to be fair, for reasons we'll discuss in a second, there are very much reasons to believe that there is something amiss with Globy and or Brave Group. However, if all you were going off of was this particular stream, you may well come to the conclusion that this is completely erratic and very difficult to take seriously. However, at the same time, in the same vein, it's also worth noting that at this particular point in time, both towns were probably very stressed, and as a result, their ways of expressing themselves was probably not the most rational or well thought out that you could have gotten to. Now, in response to all of this, when people saw the termination notice that had been posted by Globy, they were apprehensive but not outright negative. For example, you had Alien Mixture saying, "Am I feeling deja vu? You need to give us more than this. This is very vague and leaves more questions than answers." You had Brie at Cookiebox. "Will they be able to continue streaming as an indie streamer, or is this a complete termination and they can't even tweet a goodbye? More information would be appreciated because this post could mean anything. Blazebug, please give us more information. I respect Globy as a company, as do many fans. We understand there has been some internal conflicts, which are obvious from how you've done things in the past few months with talents. This isn't the way to do this, please." Now, I will observe that it's a little interesting that she seems to be this soft with Globy, where in the notice itself, there's a lot of discrepancies with how terminations normally are handled in the space, compared to how hard she went when she saw that Lunova had tried to skinwalk, or may have been trying to skinwalk VRevy. And also at the time, I believe that when the whole pixeling thing was going down, I think I remember seeing Blazebug going ham on pixeling for daring to sell IPs to their talents rather than just giving it to them. But I digress. Also, you had comments from Itzy saying, wait, this is extremely bare bones. What does this mean? Is this a graduation? Termination? Again, not specifying which one it is one of the more perplexing decisions made by whoever chose to write this notice and hit post on Twitter. You also had talents like Kumo saying, you guys stink, and you had a person called Tenten saying, this is alarmingly bare. Are they graduating? Will there be any final streams? Are they keeping IPs as indies? Did they get fired? Active immediately? Not what we expected from Globy. However, then more people will start taking notice of this, specifically the quote-unquote drama tubers or news tubers or other content creators, whatever you want to call them, starting to take notice of the fact that this was going on and starting to make tweets about it as well. Lydia Nakazawa, there are some really nice VTubers at Brave Group and its many arms including Globy. However, it looks like the company has terminated Lilo Lulu, I don't know why I can't say that, and Squirmimi. They were offered an ultimatum, which I'll include in the comments. Please go support them on their other accounts. Parrot 4chan, VTubing may have the largest percentage of black corpos of any industry. And finally, Penumbral. Dog, it's only Thursday. Can we slow the fuck down with the news? If it's true that they jump scare banned the talents with no warning before dropping the shortest termination notice known to man, then this really isn't a good look. Terrible way to handle it. And the tweet itself from Globy was also updated with a community note saying, quote, the talents behind the VTubers were locked out of their corporate accounts. The management informed them that they are fired effective immediately due to multiple breaches of contract. And for further clarification, these are the reasons behind the termination. And they link to a few posts made by the talents themselves. Now, in addition to that, you also had people who were formerly affiliated with or in other ways working with Globy/Brave Group throwing in the towel over this transgression. For example, Harlequin, VTuber editor from Harlequin Clips, or of Harlequin Clips fame. If you watch any Jelly or Sheena or, I think there was a phase, no pun intended, where Harlequin was clipping Idol quite a bit as well. I think it was Poco Raccoon. But yeah, you probably know Harlequin from those talents if you watch their clips. Saying, quote, I'm done. I will no longer be accepting any work from Globy. I have refunded their current open comms. Money be damned, I'd rather be broke than support this. If Lilo, Squirmimi, or any other VTubers that have been abused, misused, or mistreated by corpos would like some free editing, hit me up. And on top of that, you also had the other talents at Globy basically expressing how blindsided they'd been with this entire situation. Sarah Luceria, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I just didn't know. Please give us some time. I love you all so much. Alicia de Lontano, I hope I said that right. Well, no more work for me today. I'm going home, because I'm fucking trembling. Was lucky enough that someone can cover for me. Not in the mental state for gorillas, sorry. Vance Van Creed. Taking a walk. Taking it easy. Ambrose. I'm going to postpone my birthday stream. I'm sorry. Now, in response to all of these, all of these tweets, all of this doom posting, all of these requests for the same statement but done better, Globy would then add an addendum after all of that entire disaster had ended up transpiring, saying, quote unquote, the next 2 days later, on February 28th, official statement from Globy. Quote, we sincerely apologize to our fans for the concerns caused by the termination of our contract with our talents. The decision was made by Globy management after careful consideration based on repeated misconduct and breaches of contract. We would also like to clarify that this matter is entirely unrelated to any other VTuber groups or individuals outside of Globy. I assume that little tidbit was included because of the botting allegations that implicated Brave Group US companies as well. We kindly ask for your cooperation in refraining from making inquiries to those groups regarding this matter. We appreciate your understanding and continued support. Now, as far as apology statements go, that is not the worst, but it's also not that great, considering the fact that it doesn't even acknowledge the fact that whoever wrote that first termination notice, well, this may just be my opinion, but I think that heads should roll for the way that notice was handled, because it opened Globy up to a whole bunch of more controversy than was strictly necessary, and in doing so ended up torpedoing months worth of goodwill that probably ended up that they managed to build up over the course of their operations. Now, another thing. People's response to this document, well, to put it lightly, people just weren't having it. VTuber memes, going completely silent for more than 20 hours and then making this is the only statement you were able to come up with this... Sorry. And then this is the only statement you were able to come up with is embarrassing, regardless of who would be in the right or wrong. As a horror, I think you tanked any sort of understanding and support the general public would give you, which is sad because you have some really good talents. VTuber ASMR fan, the jinx of Face Connect. Good job traumatizing your talents. You could have been a little bit more patient with them before locking them out of everything without warning. Not even letting them say goodbye, much less graduate, isn't a good look, Globy. And finally, Zoe, Rin Penrose's current manager, in case you didn't know. Literally a, quote, trust source, trust me, end quote, moment. Given the allegations of botting combined with and seemingly supported by various Brave affiliated channels being demonetized, how do you plan to reassure your own talents and the public that this was not the case? In other words, what seems to have happened is that Globy chose basically the worst way and the worst time to drop the ball on terminating the talents. Because at this particular point in time, they violated pretty much all of those previous taboos, but most importantly, the first one, the idea that talents should always be the one to break the news of their own departure. And what's more, the time that they were doing this is right on the heels of two other instances of corporate actors perpetuating practices that everyone was on high alert trying to discourage, other people breaking taboos that people were trying to enforce in this industry, the new three that we had. And so, intentional or not, Globy pretty much ended up kicking a hornet's nest after it had already gotten done, it had already finished with stinging Pixelink and VRevy ad nauseum. And also, the way that most people were perceiving this entire matter at this point in time is pretty well summed up by Azahara in this particular tweet that he put out. Yeah, Azahara is Armchair's male on stream. Yeah, pretty much. My guy, you really need to you need to look at that Twitter presence there. Quote: treat talents badly. Talents are pissed and lash out. Get rid of the talents for lashing out. Release statement. Talents give their version. Public sides with talents. Face a ton of backlash. Release statements trying to justify things. Public is not having it. We are here. We have seen this exact scenario play out multiple times this past year, and there are some key things the corporations fail to understand. First, your product is your talents. Second, your success or failure relies on the audience's funding, which is directly tied to how parasocial they are with those talents. Third, Eastern-style rules and restrictions won't seem to work with a Western audience. You need to adapt some things to a Western market, or there will be issues that will arise from cultural incompatibility. Finally, 4. Perceived mistreatment of one talent will cause people to pull back from supporting the other talents. Again, spitting straight facts. However, the other thing that this situation ended up exposing is, well, a rather interesting change that has occurred in the aftermath of Sengate. See, prior to Sengate, usually when a termination happens, it would be a corporation essentially holding all of the ammunition that they could use against a talent should there be any sort of misconduct going on. However, in the aftermath of Sengate, what seems to have happened is that the dynamic seems to have completely reversed itself, where every talent essentially is terminated with a loaded gun in hand, and should they choose, if there is a low degree of synergy between talent and company, it is entirely possible, if it is not if the termination itself is handled incorrectly, or if the justifications are too vague or impotent, the talents can then end up pretty effectively firing back in a way that completely reverses people's perception of the company. Blaze, aren't Globy EU based? That's as Western as it goes. How the fuck did this happen? That's an excellent question, and we'll get to that in a second. A few minutes, actually, if you'll indulge. Now, at this particular point in time, a lot of the wider VTubing audience sentiment was against Globy and in favor of Hobo Barbie and Sealy. However, I would make the argument, and we'll get into why in a second, that most of this support seems to stem purely out of an emotive knee-jerk response rather than anything else. And part of the reason why was exposed on March 4th, 2025, when False would end up publishing a video titled "Fired Agency VTubers Speak Out. Agency VTubers charge $10,000. Mume shares her new complications," going through the Globy terminations. Now, there were a few things about this video that I did think was probably a little bit, probably unintentionally, ended up shaping public perception a certain way of these two talents. The first thing was the fact that one of the first bits of information that False ended up sharing with people was a little bit of extra context surrounding Sealy and how she handled the termination. Specifically, the little tidbit of information that False shared was that 4 minutes prior, or exactly 4 minutes prior to the termination notice dropping, Sealy appeared in his Discord, and exactly 1 minute after that, Sealy DM'd him specifically and said, "Hi, can we call? Something is going to happen exactly 3 minutes from now." And this was exactly 3 minutes before the statement dropped. And again, I want you to bear in mind that Sealy had said that she was unaware that this termination would be taking place at the time that it did, on the day that it did. And when False presented the information in this way, what ended up happening was a lot of people looked at this and they assumed that this meant that Sealy was lying about not knowing that the termination would happen at this particular point in time. And in particular, how do I phrase this? I think that in a vacuum, it does look suspicious when a talent appears in your Discord when you are a content creator who talks about this kind of stuff, and then starts trying to what looks like feed you information to hopefully lead to the creation of a video about their own plight. Agenda setting, if you will. However, in this specific case, I do think that the conclusions that False came to, where he looked at Sealy doing this and apparently concluded that something was off about it, I do think that some of the conclusions he ended up coming to over the course of this video may have been a little bit overeager, shall we say. Now, I also want to lead with another thing. False has very good reason to be suspicious of when talents who have issues with their company pop up in his Discord and try to talk to him about something. Because even as early as January this year, when the whole Bond Live shit show was going down, you had one of the ex-talents of Bond Live popping up into False's Discord to, I can only describe it as attempt to goad him and his community into covering the situation in a certain way. So there is a very real incentive for quite a lot of talents to try and agenda set with False in order to essentially get a bit of a reputation booster via getting into one of his videos. However, I don't think that's the case here, and I do think that based off of the way that False presents this little tidbit of information, that may be a suspicion that he seems to have. So, at 1 minute 7 in his video, he shows a clip of Sealy on her stream saying, quote, "You can't just fire someone. It's very easy. The public is not supposed to be aware before the worker, no matter the line of job you have. And that's where we have a bit of an issue." And to this, False says at 1 minute 25 seconds, quote, "This statement from Sealy being very surprising to us here at TVS, this particular statement from Globy by which he means the termination notice, once again being sent out at exactly 7 a.m. Eastern. This all while Seely herself would actually join our TVS Discord for 4 full minutes before the sending out of that notice from Globy, and then 1 minute later sending this message to TVS remarking, "Something will happen in exactly 3 minutes." Now this is, in my opinion, an important piece of context to provide to an audience. However, from this, False then ends up drawing a few conclusions as to what, a few conclusions or implications as to what this might mean for the overall consistency of what the talents were alleging or how seriously they should be taken. Because right after that, he goes on to say, quote, "That being the exact time of this termination notice, thereby indicating that Seely was aware that this notice would be sent out and at what time. Both Seely and Hobo Barbie / Mimi immediately beginning both of their streams remarking the same things. Once again, that Globy was breaching the contract with them. This being what they were telling their viewing public, but seemingly this knowledge was known beforehand and now bringing into question nearly everything said by these two talents upon the day of this termination." Now, personally, Personally, when I saw this for the first time, I didn't really follow False's line of logic in that sense, because while I understand being suspicious of the fact that you have this talent that is, hopping into your Discord, seemingly knowing exactly when this termination they had no idea about was going live, I do think that there are two leaps in logic here that feed into the assumption that what they are saying is overall, not reliable, or in the way that kind of paints them as unreliable narrators in this video. Because the first thing is the implication, that Seely knowing that the termination notice would go live at exactly 7 a.m. and attempting to share that information with False 4 minutes before, I don't think that's indication of the idea that she knew, beforehand, in the sense of, she had advanced warning. Seely, later on in her stream, would go on to claim that this was information that she was not given by management, but was given within the hour that the termination was going to happen by an undisclosed other source within the company. And so, I do think that it's a little bit of it's a little quick to go from Seely knew that she was going to be terminated at 7 a.m. exactly 4 minutes before and decided to try and share that information with TVS, to she must have known beforehand, and therefore when she claims that the termination came out of nowhere, that is probably a lie. They wanted to pull a Selene. See, that's the thing, right? It's hard to tell. This does muddy the waters a little bit. Again, it is very reasonable to question that, but I do think that going from one to the other is a little bit quick of a conclusion to jump to. The second thing is that if Seely knew that, that must mean that everything they are saying is calling into question. Now, to be fair, there are certainly a lot of elements of what they have said that are very questionable, specifically the bits that were claimed without any sort of hard evidence to back it up. However, as we will get into later, saying that everything they said is, is brought into question, I think risks throwing out the baby with the bathwater a little bit. To go on, at around 2 minutes 22 seconds, False then starts talking about Hobo Barbie's response, saying, "This all while Mimi on stream was remarking time and time again that she was entirely unaware as to why she was terminated, and that now bringing us back to a series of tweets before her debut. Before, False then began to show a series of tweets that were made both by and liked by Mimi on her corporate account that were essentially subtweeting or outright shit-talking Globy. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that if a talent does this with their corporate account, that is a very silly thing to do. And if you're doing this, I think it's safe to say that, yeah, that is probably a factor in why your company decided to fire you. So, if this is something that one of the talents are doing, first, I think that False sharing this information is pretty important context to weigh up exactly how out of nowhere, quote unquote, the termination was for specifically Mimi. But in the exact same vein, what it also shows is that this seems to be an ongoing conflict, or this seems to have been an ongoing conflict between Globy's management and at least Square Mimi that stems all the way from even before Globy Gen 3 debuted in November of 2024, because these tweets date back to the end of October, including, for example, why didn't you tease this or hype this up before the premiere actually started, talking about the cover that was released along with Square Mimi's debut. Isn't that marketing 101? Tell people, hey guys, we're going to be releasing a cover 2 days. Get ready for when it releases. It's a good cover, but I only knew about it when I saw your tweet 2 minutes after it had been posted, and by that point it had already started premiering. I'm terminally online. Most people are only going to see this after the premiere ended. I'm sorry if it feels like I'm being harsh here, but there's quite a few people I really like in Globy, and I want their employer to actually make a proper effort to promote them, and this and a few other instances have me worried. And all of these tweets, even though they were made by various other fans, were liked by Square Mimi via her corporate account. On top of that, False would also cover how Square Mimi would take to her corporate Twitter to complain about how management were imposing restrictions on her Throne account, which she had under her corporate identity, saying, quote, "Good Mimi morning, got some bad news to start the day. Management thinks we're too cool and epic and sexy and decided to suspend our Throne accounts. Man, it sucks being an epic pogging gamer who is so gosh dang juicy and dumpalicious." However, at the same time, on her Throne, she was accepting items that were, to say the least, quite adult in nature, including, but not limited to, sex toys of various descriptions. Now, yet again, I don't think that is a good idea when you are running off of a corporate Throne account, or a Throne account that is under your corporate identity. Unless you are part of a company where that is part and parcel of its brand and its business, like VAllure. If VAllure's talents had a Throne that contained sex toys on it, I don't think anyone would blink twice. But this, I don't think Globy is that kind of company. So, at this point, I think it's pretty safe to say that Globy wanted a cut of the bad dragons. Oh, death sentence, Azahara. But at this point, I think it's pretty safe to say that Square Mimi's termination did not come out of nowhere, that there was quite a bit of professional conduct, or lack thereof, that probably warranted being, well, let go from the company. And so, on top of that, False would also end up showing off a series of tweets that Square Mimi had posted where, yet again, she had used her corporate account to like other people's comments and tweets comparing Globy to Niji Sanji. For example, VTuber fans are not stupid. We know when something is going wrong behind the scenes, and something is obviously going wrong here. Listen to your talents and find out what other issues are and solve them. Burying the problems only makes things worse, as well as at Globy Social management trying to take a page out of Niji's and Vol's playbooks. Again, I understand if you have problems with management and as a result you want to like these comments, but liking it with your corporate account is quite another matter. And then finally, showing off a series of tweets by Square Mimi herself, where she would include statements that had variations of SOS buried in the tweet. I really wanted to go see a movie at the cinema this evening so I could finally start my video essay, but this morning has left me feeling ... actually ... what can I even say about it ... which, for those who don't know, is Morse code for SOS. We all know how that went last time. Same thing happens in this tweet where she says, literally been sleeping all day, even though I had plans ... I hate this ... I feel so trapped ... Sorry again about this sluggies, capitalizing SOS, and love and support your Oshis all you can whilst they're still around. You never know what might be going on behind the scenes if they're suffering in silence. Now, again, like I said, I understand if you're having disagreements with management and you feel the need to vent about it or express it in some way. But doing so in public, plus on your corporate account, is a very ill-advised move. And also, let's just say that if you're going to subtweet your own company, you are not exactly the paragon of professionalism. So again, in this particular case, when it comes to essentially giving the audience valuable context to allow them to accurately evaluate how seriously to take the claim that this termination came out of nowhere, I am very much of the opinion that false including these screenshots, these tweets, was the correct thing to do if you wanted people to have a full picture of what was going on. However, in terms of the way that he presented the situation, whether, I'm willing to believe that this is unintentional, but at the same time, there is a little bit of a disparity in terms of how much of his coverage of the story is dictated by Hobo Barbie in all of her inconsistency and erraticism versus how much of it was dedicated to Seeley and some of the claims that she did back up, considering the fact that she actually did provide some form of documentation to support her claims that something was going wrong between her and management. The entire Globy section of False's video lasts for a total of 26 minutes and 56 seconds, of which 21 minutes and 35 seconds are purely comprised of Hobo Barbie. Now, I don't fault False for this, because if we're talking about this pragmatically, right? Hobo Barbie's crash out is a lot more eye-catching than Seeley's quiet despair. But at the same time, there is a massive disparity in terms of how much of people's impression, the audience's impression of the situation, is going to be entirely dictated by, like I said, Hobo Barbie's erraticism and inconsistencies versus what Seeley was saying. Because of which, in this 26-minute section, 26-minute, 56-second segment, only 5 minutes and 21 seconds were dedicated to talking about what Seeley was saying and alleging on her stream. And those were from, 0 to 22 minutes, 0 to 2 minutes 22 seconds, 6 minutes 25 to 7:02 minutes, and 23:49 to 26:11. And the problem is, if you have this big of a disparity between, how you present the situation, or through the lens of which talent statements you present the situation, what that ends up doing is skewing a lot of people's perception towards the situation as a whole. And you can very easily see this in the comments to False's video, when people basically did a complete 180 on how they felt about the whole situation. Not just, the talents, not just one of the talents, not just the way that the talents conducted themselves or made the statements. No, the entire thing. Actually, since someone brought it up, I remember when Scalia liked the Kurosanji comment with a corporate account, and the reaction to that was positive, at least in my recollection. Yes, because again, that was an identity-based judgment. Because at that point, Nishi Sanji was deemed black company, and so doing something like that was regarded as a good thing, even though, again, it is unprofessional. Again, terms like grifter and controlled opposition have lost all meaning. Yeah, kind of. So, again, if you look at the comments, especially the top comments, you can see that there is a very marked shift in sentiment. For example, timestamping 22 minutes 21 seconds. Quote, "I'm not accusing them of anything," followed by, quote, "They have committed these crimes. There's evidence," end quote. "It's such crazy work. I'm not siding with Globy, but damn, that girl is sus." Referring, of course, to Hobo Barbie. I mean, I ain't saying Globy ain't shit, but if I made comments on and had posts calling the company I worked for shit and saying how bad it was, I wouldn't be surprised if I was let go. Again, referring to Hobo Barbie. The more she talks, the more things are showing why they separated ways with her. This is not how to settle this. If she knows that her contract has been breached, best way to win her case would be to shut up and not incriminate herself. The court knows how to read. Again, likely referring to Hobo Barbie, because there were people popping up in her chat saying that she should probably stop stream and go get a lawyer before talking about it further. And then also, victimizing themselves hoping for something like the Selen buff is the way I see it. Also throwing around accusations with zero proof. Very adult behavior. On top of that, you also had more people who are essentially beginning to turn tail on the talents themselves and making a general comment about, the way that the industry seems to be, people seem to be quick on leveraging, shall we say, the willingness of audiences to believe that a company is indulging in malpractice. some people will learn that allegedly doesn't work as a defense when they are the ones making the allegations, not reporting on someone else's statements. Apparently, today is not the day. Something Square Mimi said in her Twitch stream. She mentioned that the hours leading up to the announcement, management repeatedly sent her messages and were requesting a meeting with her, and she very clearly admitted to ignoring them. I found it really hard to believe what she said before and after admitting this. She had no idea what was happening. That she said she had no idea what was happening. Again, referring specifically to Square Mimi. Yeah, it's the good old shut up technique, right? We've been talking about this multiple times, and it applies just as much to towns as it does to corporations. I'm not the one to defend the corpo, but honestly, these former Globy girls sound insane, lol. And finally, translation for the clip starting at 7 minutes 50 seconds. Again, for those who don't remember, that's a timestamp where False is talking about Square Mimi / Hobo Bobby. Quote, they told me I can't just do and say whatever I want while I'm working for them as a representative of their company and have had to repeatedly warn me about my behavior, so that means they are abusive and controlling, end quote. Honestly, it is disgusting when people do this kind of shit and try to shift the blame and blatantly lie about it. Now, again, what you notice is that a lot of the top comments, when they make a specific comment about the way that one of the talents handled it, they are referring to Hobo Bobby. But as a result of that, they are essentially lumping in what Seeley said on top of that as if they are the same thing. And it's probably better articulated in this rather long comment that you can find if you scroll down a little bit, where Underdog Hero says, quote, it's interesting that one of them gave false warning that the termination notice was coming, as if he hasn't proven time and time again that he will tell the whole story, even if it goes against the supposed victim, and he would absolutely point out that at least one of them seemed aware of it. Also, quote, they can't do anything to me, end quote. Actually, they can, and they have the money too. Everything that Square Mimi has said comes off as her being upset that she got terminated, for most likely being a terrible talent to manage. I'm not going to say that Globy definitely didn't do anything she accused, because we don't know the full story on their end, but the lack of evidence and the very unserious stream make her look extremely unreliable here. If Globy / Brave Group really couldn't do anything to her, she would have shown proof with no hesitation. Maybe she thinks that if she gets enough support, either the company won't want to touch her, like how Niji eventually backed off Doki when she made her statements, though obviously they're still bitter, or she thinks her supporters will fund a lawyer for her when she gets taken to court. There have been so many terminated talents lately lashing out and trying to copy Doki, but they're just showing how petty they can be. Edit. To add, it's really unfair to compare their terminations to Niji ones, because like the video and multiple comments have said, Globy handled it very professionally, unlike Niji. Now, I take issue with that specific comment, but we'll get to that later. If they were as evil as Niji would have, we would have seen it immediately. I get the feeling that a lot of people criticizing them are only doing it because it's corpo versus talent, and most of the time people want to be on the side of the talent because no one wants to believe corpos can be normal and have normal problems. Few things about this particular comment and what it reveals about people who took False's video as a sign to pivot 180 on the entire situation. First, it is a little concerning to me that they took what False said about how Seeley appeared in his Discord 4 minutes before the statement dropped and therefore everything else is called into question as sufficient cause to then summarily dismiss what she was saying besides that. Because, again, I want to remind you guys, between the two of them, Seeley was the only one to actually show any sort of documentation on her stream when describing the conflicts that she had with Globy's management. The other thing, it seems that what people are responding to at both stages of this controversy, both when Globy dropped their initial termination notice and now that False has released his video, is emotion and erraticism. In the initial stages of this controversy, what people were responding to is the emotions that arose in response to how vague Globy's termination notice was, how bare bones it was, how it lacked the common traits, the necessary traits that literally every other termination notice in this industry needs to have. And on the flip side, after watching False's video, it seems that a lot of people have responded to the emotionality, the erraticism that was evident in Hobo Bobby's segment of the video, to essentially use that as justification to go completely, again, like I said, do a complete 180, where this person even goes so far as to say Globy handled it very professionally. Where was the professionalism? Because that notice was written by an absolute amateur. The fact that this termination
was handled in the way that it was does not speak to a high degree of competence and professionalism among upper management at Globy. And again, we'll get into reasons why in a second, but to look at what was presented in this video and then turn around that hard in terms of opinion, this was one of the points where I realized that what has essentially happened is that the way that people judged this situation was not based off of any sort of evaluation of the practices, the standard of communication in the statements, how they were written, any of the claims that were made by the talents, etc., etc., etc. No, it was purely based off of jumping from judging the situation on one set of taboos to then judging the situation based on another set of taboos. Because when the termination notice first dropped, people were judging it by the taboos of talent should always be the one to break the news of their own departure, and talent should be allowed to depart in peace. Which is, again, the new set of taboos that cropped up post-Sengate as a result of the schism that emerged in this industry. But after watching False's video, it seems that a lot of people ended up defaulting to the older taboos of talent should not backchat their employer or ex-employer, and past lives and alternate accounts should not be discussed. Funneling your audience to a reincarnation new identity is an inherently cynical move. While it seems that a lot of people seem to be discounting the fact that there is plenty of evidence that has emerged over the course of this situation to give quite a reasonable basis for concerns that upper management at Globy might not be on top of things. And it starts with this. Because I want to look past those taboos for a second. Dismiss all of that, put that all to one side. The most important part of Seely's stream, in my opinion, is when she shared this document. Because I've spoken with False, and he has confirmed to me, that I assume using whatever sources he has at Globy or Brave, that this is a legitimate document. This is an authentic document that Seely showed off on stream. This is an actual contract that Brave Group's upper management has given to at least one of their talents. And the reason why this is concerning, two things. One, never a good idea to hand something like this to talents where it basically amounts to an apology, a formalized apology to your management for the basis of what could basically be chalked up to a personal disagreement, right? But second, there is one line in particular in this document that points to the fact that whoever's the upper management at Globy does not seem to be very familiar with VTubing culture. And that line, that is the point 2 on this contract, where it says, I have never had any ties to anti-social forces, and I promise to not have any in the future. That specific hang-up is very typical of Japanese corpo autism. This, combined with Seely's claims that whoever handed her this document, whichever manager asked her to sign this document, was someone who took issue with her because they thought that her lore was real and that she actually did come from a mafia family or some shit. This points to the indication that, like I said before, there seems to be either an attempt to force Japanese corpo autism onto Globy, despite it being an EU-based company catering to a Western audience, or that whoever has been put in charge of Globy, appointed to that position in Globy, simply does not understand that they need to adopt a new set of cultural standards and practices in order to be compatible with this industry. In Master N, a manager thought talent was actual mafia. Sitcoms and comedy films don't stand a chance against the reality of this clownery. Yeah, exactly. And so, once you factor in once you factor in that this is an authentic document, now it becomes kind of absurd. When you put this together with how unprofessionally written the initial termination notice was, it becomes very, very clear that whoever made the call to do this did not know what they were doing and were completely alien to Western norms when it comes to VTubing and corporate, how you handle a termination with a talent. And again, it's just, I genuinely can't see how people read these two documents. Now, granted, I can forgive people discounting this because unlike false, they don't have any way of confirming the authenticity of the quote-unquote confirmation letter. But I don't understand how people can read this statement, look at how it misses those three fundamental aspects, identifying whether it is termination or graduation, giving a justification for it, explaining what's going to happen with memberships and, memberships and merch, and finally telling the audience not to bother the talent about it. Those four basic components to every termination we've gotten in VTubing in the EN side of the corposphere, it has none of those, and yet people read this and can conclude that Globy handled this professionally. No, they didn't. And when I say they, I mean specifically upper management, whoever made the call to do this, because I don't think this came from support staff. I don't think that any of the other talents have any say in this either. So what this shows are at least two things. One, Japanese cultural sensibilities are leaking in, and two, general disconnect from EN industry culture and taboos. Now, if we go back to False's video, what we can see, especially based off of that series of tweets that he showed off from Squirmimi's official account, is that apparently it looks like whatever conflict arose between talents and management at Globy seems to have started around the end of October 2024. And some of you may come at this with the angle of, oh, well, it just happens to be the fact that there must have just been some problem talents at Globy, right? And I can understand coming to that conclusion for Squirmimi for obvious reasons. But when it comes to Sealy, I think that that's a little less cut and dry. And so, naturally, the instinct is to go and look at what was going on at Globy in October of 2024 to see if there was indeed any sort of change in the company, because you may remember Sealy also claimed that the manager that she ended up having issues with was recently appointed to that position. Coincidentally, in October of 2024, specifically the 1st of October 2024, Brave Group put out a press release titled Brave Group Unveils New Management Structure, Expanding Global Business and Organization Focused on IP Development, where they went through how they were restructuring the upper management of the various branches and companies that they had under their collective umbrella. Quote, new management structure. In light of our 8th anniversary, we have established a new corporate management structure designed to improve our operational efficiency and accelerate the decision-making process across our different business segments. The strategic move aims to both balance creativity and economic viability to bring our group's overall performance to newer heights. Now I'm confused. Sealy was Lilo, whereas Hobo Barbie was Squirmimi. I hope that clarifies it slightly. And if you look, one of the changes that they documented in this press release was Brave Group Europe having newly appointed directors to quote-unquote strengthen their management structures in anticipation of future business expansion. And when you look at that section for Brave Group Europe Limited, you will note that they had appointed 3 new directors to this post. Kazutoshi Takayama, Kyu-Yon Kim, and Yuji Watanabe. Zuli, I wouldn't even say that this is JP Corpo leaking in general, because like I just said, Niji used the same lore and has not had any problems with it. It's clearly someone with no understanding of kayfabe. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. So the bit about antisocial forces, the fixation on that, is the bit that I was referring to when I said JP Corpo autism. The taking taking a character's lore seriously, that is, like you said, just not understanding kayfabe and not understanding VTubing, the basics of VTubing even. So, this seems to be the group of people that we're working with, newly appointed to, Globy's management. And again, all of them have names that sound Japanese or Korean. In other words, not based in Europe in any ways, but I don't like to judge. So I went looking for more information. Also, by the way, because Globy is an EU-based company, that also means that they have to formally register their business according to the UK, where they are headquartered in. And if you go onto the UK's government registry for businesses, you can find, publicly available by the way, a brief outline of information regarding Brave Group Europe as a company, right? So you have basic overview, company status active, incorporated 20th March 2023, private limited company, accounts, next accounts due, etc., last accounts made, etc., confirmation statement, next statement due, etc., last statement made, etc. And as well as a brief description of the nature of the business. However, what I was interested in is who was in charge, because they have a section where they specifically document the people who are registered as being important persons in this company. And on this page, they list 9 officers and 4 resignations, which adds up to 5 active officers, or 5 active, I would assume, directors operating under Brave Group Europe. Now, 3 of those are the ones we've already covered. Kim Kyu-yeon, Takayama Kazutoshi, and Yuji Watanabe. However, the other 2 are 2 other people by the names of Takahiro Takizawa and Masako Eguchi Bacon. That's a pretty funny name. Now, those 2 are also both directors. Takahiro are managing directors, but they were appointed on way earlier points in time compared to the other 3, which were appointed all on October 1st of 2024. Takahiro was appointed on 20th of March 2023, right when Brave Group Europe was founded, and also Bacon was appointed on the 1st of April 2024. Now, I want you to take a look at all of these different managers' profiles. Do you notice a bit of an interesting pattern when you start looking at the information they've provided about these officers/directors? Yes, Speed On. Exactly. Literally only Eguchi Bacon lives in the UK. Every other officer/director is not only a Japanese national, but they are based in Japan. 4 out of 5 of the officers/directors managing Brave Group Europe are not even in Europe. And the one guy that is not the managing director, just a director. And so, when you look at this, again, very circumstantial evidence, but it does seem to corroborate the idea that maybe there was some degree of disconnect between Brave Group Europe's upper management and the talents that they were managing. This makes it quite obvious that that's not that outlandish of a claim. However, we'd get a little bit more, I suppose, fuel to add to that particular fire on April 12th, 2025, when Lani, formerly head manager of Idol EN, would end up making the following post. Regarding my termination from Brave Group US, please do not direct anger or harassment at any Brave Group talents or support staff. They were not involved in these discussions. This is about executive misconduct, not the creators. Thank you to everyone for your kindness through all of this. I didn't expect this response. I'm going to try to get some sleep, and hopefully you can all take some time for yourselves too, ZZZ, where she basically documented an instance where she alleges she came across, in her words, discovered, quote unquote, recordings of upper management of Brave Group US discussing the possibility of fabricating an NDA breach to justify terminating her. To read out the statement in full, quote, "Hello everyone, this is Lani." Now again, some people may wonder why we're pivoting from Brave Group Europe to Brave Group US. Rest assured, we'll get to that in a second. You may have noticed that I am no longer with Brave Group US internally. It was presented as a resignation. I want to be clear, this was not voluntary. I was terminated without warning, without performance concerns, and without cause. In the time following the termination, I have discovered internal recordings in which executives, including Brave Group US's CEO, operations director, and lead producer, discussed fabricating an NDA breach to justify letting me go. Just to reiterate, what Lani is alleging is that she has recordings of Brave Group US executives discussing completely making shit up about her breaching an NDA just so they can terminate her, which is a pretty serious allegation. To continue, these conversations didn't center around my conduct or any real issue. They focused on how to control the narrative, minimize scrutiny, and remove me quietly without accountability. To be clear, I was never presented with evidence that I breached NDA, nor was I given any opportunity to respond to a concern. Had there been any issue of, or if anything I said was misunderstood or misrepresented, I would have addressed this professionally if given the chance. Instead, I was met with silence, then a termination agreement requiring me to surrender my public-facing accounts, waive my legal rights, and stay quiet or risk reputational damage. Now, all of a sudden, that document that they presented to Sealy seems a lot less out of the blue. I requested additional severance in light of what I discovered and asked to be allowed to make a public statement to protect my reputation. Brave Group's legal counsel informed me that speaking publicly about these events would result in claims of slander against me, and that my severance offer would be revoked. While I intended to handle this privately, I feel a responsibility to speak now because of their actions and their attempts to silence me. I believe the actions against me show a pattern of bad faith, collusion, intimidation, and retaliation. By the way, these were also things that Squirmimi/Hobo Bobby ended up claiming during her stream. However, now that it's been seemingly corroborated by someone who was in a completely different job description, someone who held a completely different job description in a completely different branch at Brave, suddenly it's starting to look like this isn't a problem to do with any specific branch's support staff. It really is a problem that comes right from the top, Brave Group's executives specifically. As the administrator of internal systems and a direct witness to these discussions, I feel a responsibility to protect future employees, contractors, and talents who might otherwise face this kind of treatment without recourse. What I want to make clear is this: I've always prioritized the well-being of the talents I worked with. I still support them, and I'm proud of everything they have worked so hard to build. This is not personal. This is about accountability, ethics, and protecting people. Please do not direct anger or harassment towards Brave Group's talents or support staff. They were not a part of these discussions. I have provided my legal counsel with the recordings and transcripts. Thank you for reading, Lani. Now, if we're going to talk Brave Group executives, what the statement has now done is given us potential material that we can use in order to speculate as to which specific parties are or could be the people who we've been hearing about all this time. Because it is very possible to cross-reference the information provided in this statement by Lonnie and the information that was provided to us by Sealy. I want to make this very clear before I start going off on this next little section of the stream. What I'm about to do is speculation. Speculation based on circumstantial and strictly only circumstantial evidence. No hard proof, nothing, just circumstantial evidence. What's more, this speculation is purely my own. Even though it is based off of some of the things that have been said by Lonnie, none of it is in any ways attributable to her or anything that she has said since putting out this statement. It is all mine. That being said, though, when you start looking at some of the executive board at Brave, a few interesting things come to mind. See, if you go to Brave Group's website, right, they have an entire webpage dedicated to Team Brave, right, basically documenting all of their major executives, all the people involved in running the company behind the scenes, etc., etc. Obviously, you have Kato Noguchi, the CEO of the entire thing, and Master N people seem to be speculating if she's making stuff up like Mimi. What do you think? Problem is, we have the Sealy document, which you have multiple people seemingly confirming that is authentic. And again, yes, you can say that it's all made up, but it's really suspicious if, you have two people from completely different branches who occupy completely different roles in the company saying things that line up with one another. So I think that while people are speculating if she's making stuff up, I think it's a bit naive if you default to that assumption after what we have seen. So if you go to Team Brave, you look through their, they have their various members of staff, their various executives and their roles listed out below. If you look at Brave Group US, because these were the specific executives that Lonnie pointed out in her statement, right? Brave Group US is CEO, operations director, and lead producer. Now, if you look at Brave Group US, according to that press release they put out earlier, there were two appointees who were also appointed to that position in October 1st, Kyu-Yeon Kim and Yuji Watanabe, and also the CEO being, Brave Group's Norikazu Hayashi, right? So immediately we can tie this to a specific face and name. However, operations director and lead producer. Operations director, pretty hard to tell if that's supposed to line up with Yuji Watanabe, who is the chief human resource officer. However, lead producer, this appointed director to Brave Group US's upper management, Kyu-Yeon Kim, is executive officer, but also the vice president of IP production, which does, well, in my mind at least, does seem to line up here. Could be. This is purely speculation, not facts, not nothing. However, does anyone remember where we've seen these two names before? I'm giving her benefit of the doubt because she's in good standing with the idle talents she managed, but I'm still on guard in general. That's a pretty healthy position to occupy. God, Charles would be the funniest case study. Won't your lawyer not to say anything public? Yes. Brave Group EU filing. These two show up. They were appointed on the same day. They were appointed to managing positions, upper management positions, at both Brave Group Europe and Brave Group US at the exact same time. They occupy positions at both simultaneously. And when you narrow it down even further, that lead producer, right? Kyu-Yeon Kim. Yeah. She is the only one out of the two that is 3 for 3. Has a role in IP production, or is a producer of some sort. Is also newly appointed to Brave Group Europe, in addition to being appointed to Brave Group US. So, I'm not saying this is the mark, but I am saying that this is one of the more believable rats to have come out of the situation. Because if it is true that you have somebody who is newly appointed to Brave Group EU and also happens to be someone who could, again, could, I don't want to say for sure, but could perhaps be one of the executives who Lani alleges were involved in this discussion about fabricating an NDA breach in order to let her go, it is a little bit concerning that you have this many aspects lining up at once. And again, I also find it to be a little bit odd that this much of the management that were appointed, well, I find it weird that you had people appointed to these two positions, these two branches. Again, I can't gauge how much overlap there is between the executive management at Brave Group US and Brave Group EU, because we don't, to my knowledge, I haven't been able to find a public record of who is currently in charge of Brave Group US beyond what they have written on their own website. But it certainly does look like there is a little bit of overlap. So yeah, why not merge both at this point? Now that's a topic for a future stream about Brave Group. But they are directors for EU as well? Yep, exactly. And when both EU and US are having similar issues or similar allegations be leveled against the upper management of those respective companies, and you also notice that they have, a shared pool of directors and officers, I think it is more than reasonable to start asking questions about how this company really operates. Now, to give a little bit of an update on the situation with Lani, 5 days ago, on April 15th, she released an update tweet where she said, quote, "Update that a third party has reached out to mediate between myself and Brave Group. I'm cautious but optimistic that we can come to an amicable solution to these issues that will result in positive cultural change." And so, at the end of this, I think we have more than enough evidence that there is reason to be concerned about how Brave Group is managing these companies. I am perfectly fine with the idea that Globy is not I'm perfectly fine with the idea that Globy is not inherently exploitative. If it was, I think we would have more talents making statements or vague tweet or vague posting or whatever about their time there. But for the most part, it doesn't seem that there are too many complaints that are in the public eye and in circulation for general discussion just yet. But at the same time, to say that Globy is in the clear is way too hasty. Because I think we have been given more than enough circumstantial evidence to come to the conclusion that all is not right with Brave Group. Maybe not Globy specifically. I'm willing to believe that Globy's support staff is fine, and perhaps even there's no further problems with the talents. But there is certainly a problem going on with the upper management at Globy, if not all of Brave Group as a whole. Because something like this, combined with the document, that contract that got handed out to Sealy, combined with the way that termination notice was written, those little tidbits of evidence add up to an overall picture that, at the very minimum, there is someone with a lot of power who doesn't know what they are doing. And, well, only time will tell if that ends up course correcting. But in any case, to put this situation back into perspective, right? What we effectively saw in this particular case is what it actually looks like when you try to apply the taboo, the newly emerged taboo, that talents should always be the one to break the news of their own departure. Because, as we can see, in people's haste to try and solidify that as a norm in this space, or to use that as some sort of indication as to whether a company is trustworthy or not, or whether it has practices that are detrimental or not, there are a few things that people seem to have overlooked, few things that people seem to have internalized that I fear blinds them to being able to view these situations more objectively, I suppose. Oh, Blaze, I've seen rumors that Lonnie's situation might be related to why some brave talents were demonetized for so long. Apparently, Yena's PL Vague posted about something along those lines. I lack the details. I haven't seen that. Interesting. I'll give that a look later on. I hope it gets better. Globy has a lot of talents under their umbrella, and I'm a fan of a lot of them. That's understandable. I'm tired, boss. I just want to go back to the days when VTubing didn't have big controversies and abuse of power every month. Back to the innocent days. See, the thing is, I'm not certain that VTubing ever did have innocent days. It was just phases where we were aware and phases where we weren't. And now we've reached a stage where it becomes infinitely more difficult to remain ignorant of these things than it is to be aware of these things, I think. But in any case, the problem that we have been shown emerges out of trying to use this as some sort of central tenet of the industry and good practice is that, for one thing, every talent that is terminated now has a loaded gun upon the announcement of their departure. Every single talent who gets terminated from a company now has the option of simply turning around and blasting their company, and more often than not, people are going to automatically want to hear them out. On the other hand, on top of that, you also have the fact that what this taboo has done, it seems to have encouraged audiences to become extremely sensitive to talent sentiment and emotion. Not the details of what's going on, not the practices being involved, not the way that the statements have been written or conveyed, but just the amount of emotion and sentiment that is being expressed in either direction. And as a result, this is something that can both work for and against the talents who are involved in any one situation. And finally, you have the point that this has created a greater incentive for internal diplomacy between management and talents, especially in the case of terminations. Now, this might not necessarily be a bad thing, but at the same time, there is more pressure because the cost of fucking up is infinitely higher now. And so when you put all these things together, another thing that you start to realize... Sorry, give me a second. Ugh. Sorry, I can feel my throat kind of starting to die. What we've sort of arrived at when you put all these things together is the fact that, contrary to popular belief and myth, that, the idea that people seem to have internalized that general VTubing audiences have somehow become more sensitive to or aware of corporate malpractice is not true at all. People are still only responding to emotionality, sentiment, taboo, etc., etc. Because the metrics that people seem to be using in order to judge how a situation is going does not seem to be based on evaluating company practice or the way that statements are handled. And so, in actuality, what has actually happened, what seems to have happened in this space, in the wake of Sengate, is not that general VTubing audiences have become more sensitive to / aware of corporate malpractice, but general VTubing audiences have become more reactive to claims of misconduct. If you say that someone is guilty of misconduct, that is something that people are going to perk their ears up at. But whether or not that misconduct, that those allegations of misconduct are taken seriously or not, does not seem to be rooted in trying to find any sort of bad practice or looking at any sort of circumstantial evidence. It largely seems to just be going off of, does this person seem reliable? Is there an emotional impetus to this confession or whatever? And that's it. That's where it stops. That's where the scrutiny tends to end. And so, you have each of these three in an almost poetic way, you have each of these three individual controversies, each of which exposes how one of the beliefs that seems to have been internalized by audiences in this space in the wake of the schism from Sengate seems to be misleading at best and outright wrong at worst, right? Just a lie at worst. When you put all three of these taboos together and you consider how they interact in a way that makes people no more aware of corporate malpractice than they were before Sengate, there is no encapsulation of this that I think is better at conveying what I mean than the last controversy that we are going to be going through briefly. And this is where there's a little bit of overlap with one of my previous streams. The thing that happened with V and U. Now, just like what I did with my Gorilla stream, I'm going to start by taking you guys through a little bit of additional context as to why V and U is on quite a few people's shit list in this industry. On February 8th of 2024, V&U, the company, put out on their official Twitter account the following statement, quote, "Hello, this is V&U Entertainment. We would like to inform the community regarding the temporary hiatus of Solstice's Amano Seraphy. Thank you." And the statement they wrote states, quote, "Hello, this is V&U Entertainment. We have an announcement to make regarding the temporary hiatus of Amano Seraphy due to personal circumstances. The company and the talent Amano Seraphy have agreed that she will be going on a hiatus. Amano Seraphy's activity on social media, Twitter, X, TikTok, and YouTube will be on hold, and other projects will continue as scheduled. We ask for everyone's understanding of these circumstances. Thank you." For a while, it seemed like this was going to be where the matter ended. Oh, Master N, thank you for tuning into the stream for as long as you have. I hope you have a good rest. Until March 17, 2024, when Alien Mixture, now member of SVA, would post out the following image of Amano Seraphy, her Twitter profile, accompanied with the caption, "You did good, kid. You did good." Basically confirming that she was the talent behind that corpo identity. On the same day, a thread was made in r/virtual YouTubers summing up where Amano Seraphy of V&U had been for all this time. And in it was a message that had been left in the V&U Discord by one of Amano Seraphy's moderators saying that she had graduated as of the 27th of February. An entire, 17 plus 1? An entire 2 weeks and 4 days prior to the date of this post. And basically conveying Amano Seraphy's message that she was disappointed, saddened by the fact that her fanbase still seemed to be waiting for her return, which would never come. In addition to that, this post would also sum up a stream that Amano Seraphy did, where she alleged that V&U had essentially tried to bargain with her over the right to graduate by slapping her with essentially a fine for terminating her contract early that amounted to over $400,000. That amounted to more than 100,000 USD. In addition to failing to pay her the money that they'd owed her from her subathons right before she decided to graduate. And so this was already a cause for a lot of people to start raising their eyebrow at the situation. Then, on March 19th, Legal Mindset would end up doing an entire stream breaking down this situation and breaking down what Amano Seraphy said, going through how unenforceable their contract was, how illegal unenforceable their demand for the sum of money, which at this point was revealed to be over 400,000 USD, how unreasonable of a demand that was. And at this point, it was catapulted into mainstream corpo VTubing discussion. Now, in response to the publicization, 450,000 USD? Okay, there we go. Now, in response to the publicization of this particular event, VNU on March 21st, so 2 days later, would go on to make an official statement attempting to refute what people were saying about Amano Seraphi, what people were saying about their company, and refuting what Amano Seraphi / Alien Mixture were claiming about the massive $450,000 bill. Quote, "Hello, this is VNU Entertainment. We would like to inform the community regarding Solstice's Amano Seraphi. Thank you. On February 28th, KST, Seraphi informed VNU of her intention to break contract and refusal to continue direct communication. She further expressed that she would proceed with future communication through legal procedure. Seraphi's decision saddened us deeply, as we have invested much time and effort to continuously work with her. We have not shared the matter publicly until now because we had held off from any formal legal actions that could jeopardize the possibility of working with Seraphi again. However, as the recent events have been damaging to the other talents currently working with VNU, we are obligated to make no choice but to take legal action accordingly. We apologize for any inconvenience or concern caused to the talents and fans of VNU due to the unexpected event. After this announcement, Seraphi's membership will be closed immediately. Additionally, we will begin to set internal procedures for how to refund her super chats and YouTube memberships that have been made to Seraphi since December of 2023. We will provide an update as soon as possible. Thank you." Now, I think this was a pretty cut and dried case of how they'd essentially violated all three of these new taboos that had cropped up over the past month at this point, because this was immediately right after Sengate happened. However, when you looked at the quote tweets and replies to this tweet, and there were a lot of quote tweets and replies, you may notice that there seems to be a pattern that a lot of the people who were responding, expressing their displeasure with what VNU had done here, were trying to do, say, imply, revolved around specifically the first and third taboo, the idea that talents should be the ones to break the news of their own departure, and the talents should be allowed to depart in peace. For example, Old Faithful, Azahara, actually ended up ratioing VNU themselves with this reply. "I'm going to be honest with you and hope you hear me out, as it is in your best interest to do so. See that part in red? I suggest you ignore all of that. Cut your losses and focus on handling your new talents. I don't see how this can damage the other talents other than management deciding to go full retard and going the Niji Sanji route. And if you have paid any attention to what has been happening with Niji Sanji, I would advise you against it. It didn't go well for them, and it won't go well for you. Trying to pursue further legal action against the ex-talent will only result in you alienating a good portion of your fanbase. She already said that she did not want anyone to harass you guys nor harass the talents. Furthermore, seeking legal action will only cause the fans to turn against you, which will end up affecting all the current talents." And the bit he highlighted was the little section in the statement where they said, "However, as the recent events have been damaging to the other talents currently working with VNU, we are obliged to make no choice but to take legal action accordingly." And if you look at some of the other responses, you see a very similar sentiment being echoed. "Sorry we got caught, by the way. Good luck with that legal action, considering that it'll have to hold in America and the contract was expired if all sources was to be believed. Really? Now? Membership just closed now? Not even addressing the allegations about billing your ex-employee the cost of things, huh? Your company invested close to $500,000 into Seraphi alone. Rather impressive if all your talents are estimated to return that much money to you over their contracted period. Make no mistake that fans prioritize loyalty to talents over the company every time. Translation: we got busted for not paying our talent for 2 whole months, and now we're going to try to refund all that money because wage theft and defrauding viewers looks bad on the quarterly financial report. The better strategy is to focus on supporting the current talents. If the current talents are happy, it will cast doubt on Seraphi's side of the story. You don't need to fight a legal battle in order to change minds." And then you have people making the comparisons to Niji Sanji. Niji Sanji and VNU right now. Clown-to-clown conversation. Clown-to-clown communication. You all haven't said anything because you got caught. Don't worry, Niji and Wakter could always use some company as Misery is always in need of it. Oh, shit, here we go again. Niji, we are the worst black VTuber company out there. VNU, hold our... whatever that word is, Buck J. She asked for y'all to be left alone. Take a swing at her, especially the lawyers should have already obliterated your case. Ain't too bright, he's hoping the other talents bail immediately. Now, again, the thing is, when you look at these responses, you start to realize that they tend to revolve specifically around a very small list of things. Specifically, the things that they seem to be taking issue with are the futility of legal threats, the outrageous treatment of Amano Seraphi's IP as a financial asset, especially the ballooning out of the cost to 450,000 USD, and finally, the use of incompetently/illegally written talent contracts. Most, if not all, of people's replies, and most, if not all, of people's issues with the way that VNU handled this revolved around these three things. However, the thing is, what people didn't seem to be picking up on are some of the practices, some of the very sneaky, subtle little things that VNU were doing in this statement when they were putting it together. Such as, Seraphi's decision saddened us deeply. We have not shared the matter publicly until now. However, as the recent events have been damaging to the other talents currently working with VNU, and I should have highlighted this, but we apologize for any inconvenience or concern caused to the talents. Because what these lines do, the practices that they exhibit, are the following: personifying the company to obscure professional grievance, withholding graduation from a talent in order to avoid public backlash, and actively suppressing the news of talent departures, and finally, weaponizing the well-being of remaining talents in order to deflect scrutiny. Most people, when they were reacting to the statement, reacted more to this than they did to this. The problem? If you don't notice that VNU is doing this, it becomes far easier for them to refine and potentially get away with doing this in future. Because if you don't notice that these are the practices that they are exhibiting in the way that this statement is put together, the only way that they fucked this up is that they made the mistake of articulating this message using their corporate account. If you were to, hypothetically get a talent to start articulating the same messages, all of a sudden it becomes a lot harder to see that the company is doing exactly this. And the reason why I point out these three practices in particular is because it is very important to being able to understand how this company seems to work by looking at the precedent they set in terms of how they handle talent departures and PR. Now, admittedly, this saga would end up coming to a close at March 25th, 2024, when they would release a final contract termination notice where they bitched for one last time about how cruel Amano Seraphi was for daring to leave them behind, yada yada yada, etc., along with finally clarifying how merch and memberships would be handled thereafter. However, again, this was a situation that ended up blowing up in their faces quite significantly, because between March 21st and 25th, False and Mujin would end up making videos, among other different content creators, would end up making videos talking about the situation where, again, I want to draw your attention to the fact that the main point in a lot of these stories, the main selling point behind a lot of these stories, the angle that these stories revolve around, are the $400,000 debt, right? Agency VTuber graduation not paid for months, and then when False ends up talking quite a bit about how outrageous the demands were that were imposed by VNU. However, again, a lot of people fixated on the massive number, right? $400,000 being demanded. People focused on the contracts being illegal, etc., etc., etc. But in the general hubbub around the scandal that this created, people seem to be overlooking the more subtle things that they were doing by positioning their talents as a sort of meat shield between themselves, the company, and criticism of what they were doing with talents, with other talents, specifically other talents that were departing from the company. And again, without understanding that this is a precedent that VNU had set themselves, it would be a lot harder to then be able to evaluate what ended up happening earlier this year, on March 9th, when a whole set of talents would start to, one after another, schedule formal announcements on their respective YouTube channels. On March 9th, Spectra Libitina, VNU, announcement: I have something important to share tomorrow at 11 p.m. GMT. If you have a moment to attend, I would be very grateful. And then it was revealed that this was a graduation announcement. Graduation will be taking place at the end of March 2025. Then, the very next day, on the same day that she put out her formal graduation notice, Suri Salari, also VNU, announcement: an emperor always attends her business. Let's talk important stuff. March 11th, please be there if you can. Yet again, another announcement that ended with confirmation that this was going to be a graduation. On the same day, you have... For those who haven't seen the previous Guerrilla stream that I did on VNU, I recommend you go check it out. But basically, what the graduation statements said were all variations of this was not an easy decision to make, but I've decided that this is the best path forward, etc., 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 and therefore that they would be graduating at a certain date, right? More important thing, when you look through the graduation statements, how do I say? I suppose I should read through them just to be thorough. Alright, going through Spectra's graduation statement. Again, if you want to check out me, I did read them out in the previous stream that I did, but for all the people who weren't tuning into that in particular, I'll just repeat them here as well. Graduation announcement for Spectra Libitina. To my wonderful community, it is with the heaviest of hearts that I announce my graduation from VNU Entertainment. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, goodness. Sorry. All right. My final stream will take place on Saturday, the 29th of March. Only a few years ago, I would never have imagined having the confidence to become a content creator. It's hard to express in words how sincerely grateful I am to have had this journey alongside the most supportive community I could have hoped for. Though I may doubt the Spiritina's self-proclaimed intellect, I have never doubted how lucky I have been. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. As my impending demise, Death 2.0, nears, please know that it has been an immense privilege to be your ghost princess. I'm truly so grateful to have lived my dream, if only for a short time. Please remember to drink tea, play Redacted, and take care. I wish you all nothing but the very best. With appropriately restrained platitudes, Spectra Libitina. Suri Salari. Hello everyone, I hope you are all doing lovely. After thoroughly debating, I, Suri Salari of VNU, Gen 3 Oracle, will be graduating on March 22nd, 2025 at 2 p.m. PST. It is difficult to say this after all the hard work and dedication put in from me and my community, and it was not an easy choice to make, but I believe this is what is best for me and my health. While amazed that I even got the opportunity to be your emperor, being here with you all has taught me so much as a person and has taught me so much as a person and content creator, from just enjoying FPS games and fancy tuna to singing covers, planning, hosting, and executing events all on my own, learning to draw anime girls, to seeing my community grow and form friendships. I'm so proud, not only of my growth, but of all of you. I've met so many lovely community members and other streamers in this journey, and I can only leave here with a smile. Of course, the news still sinks heavily in my heart. I wish I could have offered something that would spare the grief, but I can only be hopeful about not only my future, but your future, and every other amazing person I met in this experience's future. I just hope you can close this chapter together. I just hope we can close this chapter together happily. Thank you to my Dragoobers, my lovely company mates, my friends, and those who just enjoyed my art on Twitter. Let's make this last week and a bit count. I, Suri Solari, your San, Dragon Emperor, promise to continue putting my all before I return to an eternal slumber. Putting in my all before returning to an eternal slumber in my cave. Thank you for reading. Then, the very same day, she would announce that she added an additional clarification that memberships will be turned off 1 month after graduation, merch will be closed 1 month after graduation, that she may appear in VN Universe episodes after graduation because they were pre-recorded, and also a general request, quote, "Since I assumed I wouldn't need to say, I clearly stated my health issues and grievances. Please don't speculate beyond that. Just respect my feelings as I close this chapter." As a clarification as to why she was graduating and asking people to refrain from further speculation beyond those two reasons. Same day, Maeve Kagakiri would also come out with an important announcement that was scheduled for her YouTube channel. "My time has come to share something very important with all of you that has been weighing heavily on my heart for a long time. I hope you'll be able to attend and listen to a piece of my story. March 12th, 4 p.m. PST. And, as expected, it was another graduation announcement. Quote, "Maidens, it is with great sadness that I share with you something that has been weighing on my heart heavily for quite some time. On March 24th, 4 p.m. PST, I will be your silly brute force ninja for the final time before I hang up my gamer headphones and return to my ninja clan in the forest. Leaving Maeve, my community, and VNU talents was one of the hardest decisions I have ever had to make, and was not one made lightly. I told myself that no matter what happened, I would stay strong and remain Maeve forever because I love her and my community that much. But sometimes you have to learn to prioritize yourself and your well-being, and in order to do that, leaving was my answer. Despite the circumstances, I will never regret my time here, and that's thanks to my community. I will treasure each and every one of you forever. You've changed my life, reignited a fire in me, and made me believe I deserve to pursue my passion of creating content. You've not only done so much for me, but also for each other as a community. I hope that even after Maeve ceases to exist, you will all continue to find each other and remain friends. Thank you for bringing me joy I didn't believe I was capable of nor deserved. Please look forward to the many happy announcements and events lined up until we part ways. Otsu Eve, Maeve." And then, on that same day, Scion Heart would come out with another important announcement. "I guess it's my time to share something important now. I regret my choice of thumbnail, but while it might be heavy, I do hope you'll be there. At this point, I think it's safe to say that everybody and their dog and mother knew what this was going to be. However, it was at this point that the process of graduation announcement, then Graduation announcement, then confirmation, then notice, then the whole graduation ritual, etc., was disrupted. And it was disrupted by Legal Mindset, who on March 13th ended up making the following posts stating, leaked VNU graduation schedule looking very Niji-sanji. And this graduation schedule would contain a list of dates where the talents from VNU were expected to both announce their graduation and then have their graduation. Announce their graduation and have their post-graduation announcement, I should say. And you can see on the list you have Spectra, followed by Suri, followed by Maeve, then Scion, then Echo, and then, well, there you go. Now, there were two specific things that Legal Mindset did that was quite a grievous error, in my opinion, when it comes to how the news was broken to people in general. The first thing was that he referenced Niji-sanji in a post that was not very self-evident in terms of how it was similar to Niji-sanji. Yes, there was a graduation queue, but just because you have a graduation queue is not something that warrants that kind of comparison. Second thing is, well, the first and a half thing, I guess. In general, I do think, and I've said this before on stream, but I do think that the comparison to Niji-sanji is something that I recommend against more and more as time goes by. Because a comparison, a metaphor, seeks to be an effective one the more it starts to become an easy one-to-one substitute for the idea that you're trying to convey. The Niji-sanji comparison is tired, overdone, and I think it is about time that it has been retired. However, the problem is, when he started comparing it to Niji-sanji, a lot of people then started casting their minds back to the whole thing that happened with Niji-sanji, and unfortunately, what that also did is evidently brought up a lot of the same sentiments towards the taboos that we've spent the entire past few hours talking about. And when it comes to looking at those taboos, the fact that talent should be the first ones to break the news of their own departure, that talent should be allowed to depart in peace, well, problem is, Legal Mindset didn't get to redact all of the names on that list before sharing this information, which meant that he effectively spoiled the graduation announcements, or the confirmation that it was a graduation announcement, for both Scion Heart and Echo Line. And that, in VTubing, especially post-Niji-sanji schism, is a major no-no. You just don't do that. That's a major taboo. Now, I will say that I don't think that this was malicious on any part by Legal Mindset. In fact, Legal Mindset has never leaked something like this before, so I am willing to put this down to simply inexperience. However, and again, I've said this before, but I do think that while we will go on to see that there is a reason why he leaked the graduation schedule specifically, I don't think there was a reason to leave those names out there. Yeah, exactly. If he wanted to leak this, I think he should have redacted Scion and Echo's names, because all he needed to do was include the names and dates of all of the talents that had already announced their graduations, and I think that would have been enough to confirm the validity of the source that had leaked this information to him. Because, as we will find out later, that was indeed the intention behind this post, to demonstrate that whatever source was leaking information to the Legal Mindset was accurate in terms of the information they were providing. He could have censored Scion's name and Echo's name, and the dates of their announcements would have been more than enough to confirm that the information was accurate. And he didn't do that, which is, again, what people ended up taking an issue with. And you can see that people were taking an issue with this in terms of the talent responses from the talents who are currently at VNU, because later on the same day, DK Graves would end up posting a photo where she was flipping off the camera with both hands. And in addition, Maeve Kakakiri would also post a short video basically asking people to maintain etiquette around corpo graduations and, avoiding drama. I'll play this just so we can have an idea of what she said. And hold on, let me turn off the music for a little bit. Alright. Let me check. Is the audio...
I did also want to take a moment to personally, this is a personal request,
Is the audio working for you guys? Yes? Okay.
that no matter how these graduations make you feel, I ask that you don't bring drama anywhere. Corpo graduations can be a scary time. Due to NDAs and contracts, you're naturally missing a lot of pieces of the puzzle. But the remaining talent are genuinely some of the kindest, most hard-working people that I have ever met. And the last thing I would want is for them to have to deal with any negatives from my departure. To be blunt, drama towards a company always affects the remaining talents, even if you don't intend it to do so. Please redirect those emotions towards being kind and supportive to the talent. Please also don't ask any of the remaining talent about the news of our graduations. Please try to keep things lighthearted and on topic when within their communities and chats. They're going through a lot as well, so please respect their individual spaces.
All right, now, leaving aside the whole please redirect your energy into being positive, which, as we've talked about before, is fine if you just want to make things quote-unquote easier for the talents, but sets you back to square zero if you have a concern about a certain corporation getting away with malpractice, or any corporation getting away with malpractice, or a certain practice that you don't want to catch on in this industry. I think all in all, this is a perfectly reasonable response to what has happened up until this point. Because yes, there is a graduation queue, but again, like I said, the comparison to Niji Sanji, pretty hyperbolic at that point. And also the way that Legal Mindset went about leaking those without redacting the names, very poor form. And so I think that this is one of the more milder responses that Maeve could have made in this situation. More than fair enough. However, as we'll get into in a second, that's not the only information that the leaker had been sharing with Legal Mindset. And while at this point in time I can certainly be on board with the overall sentiment of refraining from trying to, what looks like stir drama and create controversy out of what is basically a nothing burger at this point, that position may end up, that position will end up changing later on after this point. On the same day, Sion formally announced her graduation. Announcement, Sion Hart's graduation. Thank you so much for being here with me, where she would state, quote, "To my lovely informants, I realize this may come as an unwelcome surprise, but I hope..." Sorry, give me a second. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some people in the chat are saying this as well. But yeah, one thing I want to point out is that posting that statement, when Maeve posted that statement, that was an incredible amount of restraint. When I talk about professionalism in terms of responding to things, that is the kind of thing that I mean. And that is the kind of statement where, on its own, in isolation, especially in the context of, when it was posted and what it was responding to, I think that is a perfectly fine example of a talent making a personal public address rather than speaking on behalf of the company. That being said, though, my opinion on that stream, where it is clipped from, changes the more information comes out of this situation. Or went on to change the more information came out about the situation, I should say. But to continue, I hope more than anything that you aren't too disappointed. This was not an easy decision, nor was it made lightly. The last thing I wanted to do was leave or fail my community. But in the end, I have decided to graduate. Please don't ever think that any moment we've shared has been insignificant. I'll forever carry all of our time together in my heart. I'm also very thankful for everything we've done together since I came to this world. You've been an unwavering presence and support for me. And I've never once understood how I could be so lucky as to have the best informants in the whole wide worlds. You put up with my atrocious sleep schedule and questionable talking points, and through everything, you've made me feel like the universe's most appreciated tanuki. And seeing you all come together as a community to support each other as well, watching you all grow, has been an absolute honor. I only hope that no matter what you all continue to be I only hope that no matter what, you all continue to be the wonderful people I know you to be, and to pursue your dreams for a long time to come. All the girlies in VNU are wonderfully hardworking and talented. So please, please continue to support them, and please don't bring up my graduation in their streams. I have learned and shared so much with them, so much with them all, and I'm so grateful that I've had the opportunity to be a part of their lives. My final stream will be on Friday, March 28th. Until then, I hope we can still create fun memories and ridiculous stories together. Now, at this particular point in time, I think it would have been, if this is where the situation had ended, it would have been a pretty cut and dried instance of legal mindset breaking a taboo, I think quite understandably stirring some ire from both the talents, their fans, and some of the onlookers who are familiar with this industry. And, you know, the talents in the way that they've clapped back is, you know, I think it's perfectly within the bounds of being a reasonable response. However, the same day as Sion put out her announcement, her formal notice for graduation, Rima was streaming on YouTube and Twitch about the VNU situation. And during the stream, Legal Mindset popped up onto the stream. Sorry, give me a second. Ugh, the asthma may be coming back. Sorry. Legal Mindset that ended up popping into the stream impromptu in order to share a little bit of extra information that he had been given by his source. And that little bit of extra information, that was what is allegedly a company email that was sent around, a company email or internal message that was sent around to people that stated the following. Quote, "Hello everyone. As you know, the company's decision on the graduation announcements are being delayed because there's an issue that came up with the company's investors. The issue is that a potential investor has found out about a supposed leak that the talents are graduating from VNU. This is affecting the company's case for receiving this investment. So, upper management has determined that they need to buy some time to let this blow over. The plan so far was to announce the graduation of 5 talents together before February 11th. The actual graduation streams would take place over the last week of February. However, because of the investors' newly found doubts about VNU, upper management is desperate to prevent these doubts from being confirmed and the investor backing out of the investment this month. The talents who are graduating have been reached out to about postponing graduations by a month." And this is where things start falling into place. Because now this is an example of possible malpractice. Because there is a possibility not only of, you know, a company choosing to deprioritize its talents by delaying their graduation in order to mislead an investor, but that last part, misleading an investor, that is possible investor fraud on top of the entire thing. It's all about the money, yeah. And now this is where I can start to see the Niji-Sanji comparison, even if I personally wouldn't have opted for it. However, we come back to the problem of the way. Sorry, my throat died a little bit there. We come back to the problem of the way that Legal Mindset went about sharing this information. Because what he had opted to do is share those two little tidbits separately from one another so that they couldn't lend context to one another, in addition to sharing them on different platforms at different times. He shared the whole graduation schedule on its own with that comparison to Niji Sanji, while actually only sharing the material that would warrant that comparison to Niji Sanji in a separate tweet, and initially only on another creator's live stream. So this was very much a case where I think that it's hard to argue against him bungling the way that he shared this information with the public. Now, the problem with this, well, one of the biggest problems with this is that when it comes to leaking information, general rule of thumb is how do I say this? You never want the disruption posed by you sharing that information to look more disruptive than the information itself. And the problem with the way that Legal Mindset ended up sharing this is when you look at the initial tweet, Legal Mindset poses a more prescient crisis/threat to the VNU girls, or poses a larger threat in the eyes of, general VTubing audiences than in his follow-up tweet, where the information shared is significantly more serious than the person sharing it or the implications of the person sharing it. And as a result, the way that I would have gone about leaking this, or I would have recommended people go about leaking this, is to either share the initial tweet where it has, without the Niji Sanji comparison and while redacting the names of Sion and Echo, or to simply share it, again, with the names redacted, but share the two tweets, share the two little bits of information at the same time. Now, again, I think this is a rather understandable mistake to make if you are leaking something for the first time, because with Legal, this isn't really his wheelhouse. It's not something he usually does. However, at the same time, you can't really get around the fact that this was a massive breaking of that taboo. And so, well, when you look at these two things together, now you have an actual cause for concern that there's something shifty going on behind the scenes at VNU. And if what is claimed by the second leak is true, nothing seems to have changed in terms of company culture, which means that the exact same pattern where they would attempt to delay and suppress talent graduations in order to essentially avoid a public crisis, well, that seems to be a practice that VNU is more than willing to continue to stoop to up until present day, if these leaks are to be believed. And so, considering all of that in mind, right, we return to the stream that Reem was doing, because after Legal Mindset ended up dipping from the stream, Rima, in an effort to try to confirm the validity or ascertain the validity of these claims, went to the talent's individual statements, their graduation streams, or the VODs of their graduation streams, to hear in their own words why they were leaving and what, if there was anything that would either disprove or corroborate what was being alleged in those leaks. Now, here's where we get into the whole problem of the taboo. Talent should be able to depart in peace. Part of the problem with that taboo is how vague the idea of departing in peace is. Because in this particular case, as we will end up seeing, some of the talents took issue with Rima looking at a VOD of a stream that was no longer live. Whereas in actuality, those VODs are, they remain up on the channel in perpetuity, where they can be accessed by literally everybody. And so, when she arrived at Spectra Libertina's graduation announcement, halfway through watching it, the VOD was privated. And briefly, Rima was, confused. People started speculating whether it was VNU trying to cover their tracks. But all of those questions were basically put to rest not too long afterwards, when Spectra Libertina herself would take to Twitter to post the following. Quote, Maybe read the caption next time. Please remember to be respectful to the talents. And then including a screenshot of the YouTube studio view of the graduation announcement VOD, where it said in the description, please do not reproduce the stream without permission. Thank you. Now, a few things. First, I think while I am always going to default to the if you make it public, you can't fault people for using it in commentary, right? However, I am also very aware that addressing the whole fair use aspect of this doesn't get at the heart of what the issue was for the talents, which is the idea of having someone intrude into their space when they've just had this very personal, what would otherwise have been a very personal moment with them and their community. However, this is where I would make the argument, although some people may disagree with me, that while it is certainly the case that intruding in a live stream is extremely poor taste and something that I don't think anyone who's familiar with this industry would think about doing, I think that once that live stream is no longer live and it's now more of a VOD, I think that is more than fair because of the fact that it is being left up for public access. You're not going to be able to control who looks at a VOD after you're no longer there, after the VOD has been kept up on your channel. So taking issue with things in this manner specifically is probably asking for more trouble than it's worth. Yeah, exactly, Bimu. It's not about legality, it's about respect. And if this was an issue about respect, I can understand Spectra being upset. However, at the same time, while the message is understandable given the situation, because I think it's fair to say that the VNU girls at this point were probably primed to expect to be attacked by people in general, especially people who share Legal and Rima's content niche, given the way that Legal initially shared the information with the public. While the message is understandable, even if I don't personally agree with it, the choice of medium, not so much. Because here is where, again, we come back to referencing yet another slide concept that we've talked about multiple times over the course of previous streams. And that is, well, choosing to make a public post on social media. Specifically, that line that we had way back when we were looking at the whole phenomenon of live streaming, or in other words, the sharing of information to a networked audience, and specifically how live streaming as a practice, and when you use live streaming as a practice, how that affects the way that your message reaches its audience, or fails to reach its target audience. Quote, "The presence of the networked audience enables others to weigh in on social norm violations. However, while audience involvement can be seen as promoting accountability, social media also amplifies the amount of drama and conflict as other people, besides the original two players, become involved in an argument. This," quote, "I could not ask for a better situation upon which to apply this quote. Because this, as a grievance, could very well have been expressed via DM. It didn't have to be a public post. It certainly didn't have to be a public post on Twitter of all places. But it was. And when you share something on Twitter, usually the intention is you get other people to join in on your message of saying the implicit message, because again, remember, the medium is the message. The implicit message that accompanies Twitter as a medium is the idea that whatever you're expressing, you are inviting other people to involve themselves in that conversation. And, as we will end up seeing, that is what ended up happening with this particular tweet. Now, when it comes to bit of general advice for people who use Twitter as, a content creator or whatever, who, who are, I suppose, concerned about maintaining brand image and consistency, etc., etc., etc. Twitter has a few functions and metrics that you can pay attention to when you're evaluating a tweet, right? However, what people usually fixate on is this, the number of likes that a tweet gets. However, if you're evaluating whether you should make a tweet or not, this is the least of your concerns. The most dangerous metric for a tweet is not the number of likes, it's not the number of times it's been saved, it's not even the number of quote tweets or retweets or the number of replies that you get. The most dangerous number when you end up posting a tweet, if you're thinking from the perspective of trying to preserve your brand and make sure your message reaches its target audience, is this. Because the way that Twitter's algorithm works is very, very specific. The higher, if your tweet reaches a certain number of users within a certain span of time, the algorithm automatically makes the decision to start showing that tweet to more and more people who are more and more removed from your immediate community, or the audience that usually tunes in to what you have to say. In other words, the higher this number goes, the more people it reaches that you maybe didn't intend to reach. So, when it comes to handling, when it comes to handling this issue of somebody disrupting the ritual, because at this point that is what was happening, right? The ritual, the graduation ritual for the VNU girls had been disrupted, first by Legal Mindset and now by Rima, and as a result the towns were reacting accordingly. And here is the problem. They had two choices, right? They could either try to resolve it privately, let it alone to resolve itself, or they could go to Twitter. And at this point, I think all of us know why you don't go to Twitter. Because the way that this works, same every time. First, you start with two or more... Sometimes I wish I could take this graphic and tattoo it on the insides of the eyelids of some of the towns we end up talking about. Because it's such an easy mistake to avoid, but so many people seem to fall into it. But the way that it works when you post something on any social medias, let alone Twitter, is first you have an instance of two or more parties entering into a social dispute. In this case, the two parties involved were Rima and Spectra Libertina. Then, one or more parties end up publicizing the dispute via a social media platform. In this case, it was Spectra and Twitter. Then what happens is that it goes from there to reaching two different types of audiences. A passive audience that just sees it, maybe likes and then scrolls and doesn't interact with it further, or an active audience that will see it and engage, whether it be by retweeting, quote tweeting, replying, or in other ways using it in content of their own. This active audience then allows more users to start looking at the dispute and participating in it as they create more derivative content. And the cycle then repeats, ad infinitum, ad nauseum, to a degree that you can't control. And the more people end up seeing the post as a result of this process, the more reach it attains, the lower audience predictability and informational accuracy becomes. Broadly speaking, once you kick off the cycle, you can't control where your words end up, and you can't control how other people end up responding to it. And I don't even mean people outside of your immediate community. Sometimes even people inside of your community may end up reinterpreting what you're saying the wrong way and end up taking it too far. This is foreshadowing. So, when you look at this tweet, the problem with this is that, well, it expresses an understandable sentiment, but cloaks it in a way that makes it sound very, I suppose, adversarial. And because Twitter is the medium that was being used to do so, it contained that implicit encouragement for other people to join in. Not because Spectra said so explicitly, but because that's just what the medium does. Lumi, I'm back from your D&D session. I hope you had a good one. How goes the stream? We're nearing the end. We just crossed 200 slides not so long ago. But in any case, the problem with this, again, like I said, when people start getting involved, you can't control whether the thing that they choose to emulate and play off of, that you expressed, was the actual words you were saying or the more implicit parts of your message, such as the tone, in this case derision, resentment, etc., or they take it in a completely different direction altogether. And you could see this when you even started looking at some of the replies, because even though you did have some talents who were trying to be professional, like for example Scion, who said, please just give us and our communities a bit of space and basic respect, again, understandable, given the circumstances, you did have other talents who were kind of getting on a fuck drama tubers bandwagon, right? Vultures like eating dead bodies, try repellent. And you had other talents from other corporos getting involved in this as well. Then, of course, you had the fact that other talents part of this agency decided to take that as some sort of signal to start dogpiling on their own as well, separately from Spectra's tweet and Spectra's message. For example, Misma Reesing just landed the craziest stream snipe of my life. Was at 10s and then horse down, right? Alluding to Rima. And then you have DK Graves adding a quote tweet to a previous tweet saying, having two hands is so useful, it's perfect for flipping off two people at the same time. And then the crown jewel, Tomomi Toreya. Why do quote-unquote journalists never do the bare fucking minimum anymore? Hanging and quartering old drama tourists. Now, the problem with this tweet is that this is a joke that can only ever work in the community that you've built around yourself on the internet. If you want to make this joke on Twitter, you are asking for trouble, because people are going to see it who are not familiar with your sense of humor. Now, personally, I don't view this as that big of a deal, and I said as much the first time I covered this event as well. To me, this registers no differently than anyone else saying kill yourself, or, you should be hung, or whatever, any other variation of that same phrase. However, other people, especially those who don't speak English as their first language, not that, well, technically I'm also ESL, but you know what I mean, especially other people who don't speak English as their first language, is more likely to view this joke and then interpret it as something that was said unironically. On top of that, there is also the issue of what happens if you make a joke like this and one of your viewers actually takes you seriously, which makes a joke like this inherently ill-advised to do when you have a large audience, and also when you have, well, just don't do this from your corporate account. That's a level of silliness that I think is universally acknowledgeable. And so what ended up happening is once this tweet got made, that's when everything started to go sideways. Then you had people interpreting her saying this as being a personal attack that was directed specifically at Rima, because up until now, the only person that they'd specifically named was Rima, not Legal Mindset, mind you. And so all of Rima's friends ended up, basically coming forward to condemn the fact that Tomomi had made a joke like this, stating that it was irresponsible, that this sort of dogpiling on Rima was not acceptable, and basically sticking up for their friend. Again, I don't think that this is very... And again, I said as much in the last stream that I did about the situation, but I find it to be very perplexing how, if this was literally any other combination of a content creator who had something, mean being said about them on social media and their friends coming to bat for them, people wouldn't look twice. But because some of the people, Rima is classed as a drama tuber and so are the people speaking up, all of a sudden it's this big thing of the drama tubers are banding together, yada yada yada. Totally ignoring the fact that, one, Straub she doesn't do that kind of content, and two, the common thread between all three of these people are not that they're drama tubers, but they're friends with Rima. But in any case, at this point, controversy well and truly blown out of proportion, to the point where Spectra herself then had to make another tweet on March 15th, just a few, day after, if I remember correctly, basically distancing herself from what some of the other talents at VNU were saying. Quote, "My tweet was made at the start of the situation before anything else occurred. Please know I was unaware of any other tweets being made and had no part in them. I do not and have never condoned hatred or wishing violence upon anyone." Yeah, Strawberry being conflated with Rev? Yeah, kind of. And so, you ended up reaching this point where all of a sudden this devolved into this gigantic mess of, on one side you have talents both from VNU and outside of VNU saying fuck drama tubers, etc., etc. And on the other side, you have a bunch of people who, again, are, some of them drama tubers, some of them, news tubers, whatever you want to call them, basically saying, yo, that's kind of, some of the things that you guys have been saying are kind of fucked up, right? And again, it became this endless mess of, oh, drama tuber this, drama tuber that, right? And again, what you were seeing is the general VTubing audience, in this particular case, including some of the talents, basically attempting to enforce these taboos. That talents should be the one to break the news of their own departure, that the talents should not be commodified in the sense of turning their grief into content, and finally, the talents should be allowed to depart in peace, which, in the eyes of the talents who are speaking out in the situation, peace that was threatened by drama tubers talking about the situation. And what we ended up with this big fat mess of drama tubers and talents throwing down with one another, while the entire time VNU is just chilling in the corner with people essentially overlooking the magnitude of the information that had just been shared. Because to bring this back to VNU and their corporate practices, what was being alleged was, one, that VNU delayed their talents' graduations in order to shield their departure from the eyes of investors, and two, that they are possibly using talents as PR spokespersons and using their well-being as a pretext to deflect scrutiny. Now, I just said how Maeve's tweet, when she posted that clip of her graduation stream, is something that, in my opinion, perfectly falls under the category of just being, a personal message to the public rather than being a message that was made at the behest of a company. However, the reason why I say this in particular is because of what happens when you start looking at some of the content, some of the statements that are made in the individual talent's streams. Now, one thing about the whole Spectra's objection to people watching those streams live on their own channels, while I do understand it, I do also want to spend some time basically acknowledging that the reason why some content creators choose to do it, and I suspect that this is the reason why Rima chooses to do it, is because if you do that, that allows you to cover a situation or essentially represent the statements of others in a way that preserves context as faithfully as possible. Because what could preserve their context more faithfully than actually showing them saying the words that you are relaying on their own, right? The problem is, though, I can understand if people don't want you to pull up a rather personal VOD or video or whatever up on stream, ignoring the whole fact that you posted it on a public platform, you left it up for anybody to view. Putting all that aside for a moment. The problem is, though, the alternative is something like what I do, where I go into a specific video or VOD, I timestamp a quote, and to the best of my ability, in spite of my attempts to preserve whatever context that I deem relevant, I just quote it out and read it verbatim. The problem is, if I do something like this, at the same time as it may satisfy the requests of someone like Spectra, who simply wants more of a respectful distance, or who seem to want more of a respectful distance between you covering the situation and you representing your source for the information you are relaying to your audience. If I do this, which respects the wishes of people like her a bit more, the problem is now I upset people who may suspect that I am representing statements out of context. And again, this is a balance that every content creator who occupies this content niche needs to strike for themselves, right? Just as I prefer to go with this sort of symbolic distance between myself and the talents that I end up reporting on, quote unquote, so too do I open myself up to claims that I'm representing their words out of context despite trying to preserve their meaning verbatim, simply because of the nature of the way that I try to encapsulate the information. And so, the problem is, if you want to satisfy both of those perspectives, right, you should maintain a respectful distance from the talents, the source material that you are covering, versus you should try to preserve context as faithfully as possible. The problem is, if you want to be able to satisfy both of those conditions at the same time, in instances like this, unfortunately, the only option that allows you to do both without a doubt is to simply not cover it at all and not talk about it at all. And I think over the course of this channel, we've done enough explaining as to why that is probably not a great idea. But in any case, to move on, if you go to look at, if you review Suri's graduation announcement VOD, at 10 minutes 33 seconds, she states, quote, "I'd like to open with an apology to DK, my co-high. If you're not familiar with her, if anyone has been around my channel for long enough, they're aware of how much I opposed overlapping important events that other girls have planned for a really long time. So there is a lot of guilt in my heart about this. So, please make sure to show your support. She said that she might possibly be doing an after party of sorts to continue or extend her donathon a bit. So please make sure to attend her streams, share your love, and wish her at least a happy belated birthday. If you haven't yet, since I didn't really have much leniency as to when this would all occur. For those who may have been wondering why is it such a big deal if VNU just delayed graduations when they allowed them to graduate at the end anyways, this is why. Because you have talents that have now internalized the idea that the impact of their graduations on the audience and on the audiences of their co-highs and on their co-workers is now their fault, rather than being something that the company has essentially forced upon them. Because you can, you know, I'm generally willing to hear out most people's opinions on most things, but you're going to have a tough time convincing me that the girls had much of a choice when it comes to their graduations getting delayed. And you see the same thing being reiterated over and over in other talent streams as well. However, the other thing that's a bit suspicious is when you look through the individual talent graduation notices prior to that stream where LM dropped the information of, you know, the graduation supposedly being delayed because of investors, you start to notice that there is one phrase, one talking point that crops up over and over in the talent statements. In Spectra Libertina's graduation stream, starting from around 24 minutes 30 seconds, quote, "I know the major question on everyone's mind will be why I've made the decision to graduate. Ultimately, I hope that nobody can doubt that I am sincerely grateful for everything I've been able to achieve at VNU over the past year and a half, and I understand how lucky I am to have been in my position. VNU has plans to take the company in a new direction very shortly, which provided the opportunity for us to part ways." Suri, 20 minutes 4 seconds. "Although I cannot disclose everything, I can share what I'm allowed to and what is personal to me." Then she goes on to describe some of her personal circumstances before saying, "Eventually, I was informed that VNU was having new plans for the future, and the change in direction granted a choice to part ways. I didn't have any quarrels about the future direction. If anything, it's adjacent to things I have been wanting to happen long ago. But still, I respectfully decided to part ways, given that I could not see how staying would improve my health." Maeve, 9 minutes 6 seconds. "I realize how upsetting it can be, not fully understanding the reasoning behind it," by which she means graduation. "To touch base on what I can regarding my decision to leave VNU, harshly put, there are plans to rebrand certain things within the company. Knowing that these are big changes, VNU offered talents interested an opportunity to amicably part ways, and I am a part of said group of departing talents." Ultra Derek, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Ultra Derek viewers. YouTube has finally fixed that thing where now we get black text on white background, so I can actually read the fucking raid message for once. Holy shit! Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. We're going through some of the interesting coincidences between the graduation announcements made by the talents. Quote, "Knowing these are big changes VNU offer talents, I'm a part of said group of departing talents. The decision was one made mutually and respectfully, and I think that's the main point that I really wanted to emphasize during today's announcement." And finally, Scion, 6 minutes 17 seconds. Sometimes there's situations or places that we just have to leave, even if we don't want to leave behind the people we found, just for our own health and happiness. This is not an easy decision for me to make at all, and I want you to know that it was not at all made lightly. I thought long and hard for months, and the last thing I wanted to do was leave or fail my community or the other girls around me. When VNU presented us with an opportunity to part ways, with the decision to change their direction in the future, I took that opportunity. And you want to know the funny thing about the way that audiences seem to be reacting to different corpo controversies? You know when Hololive had the whole disagreement with management thing over the course of graduations that was spread out over the course of several months? Here you had an example of multiple talents graduating from the same company within the span of announcing the graduations within the span of, a single week. And despite the fact that all of them had this similar little bit of phrasing across all of their statements, people did not react nearly as strongly compared to the way that people were reacting to Hololive. And when I say react strongly, I don't mean the sense of having a bigger reaction across more people, because no shit, Hololive is going to have a bigger reaction than VNU. No, I mean a stronger reaction in the sense of doom posting, negativity, seeing this as a red flag. Because from what I could see of the people responding to the talent statements from VNU, there didn't seem to be a lot of people who were looking at this shared bit of, this little bit of phrasing that is that similar and coming to the conclusion that that is something that is worth paying attention to. Which is why, again, in my opinion, what seems to be happening is people's evaluation and reaction to these corpo dramas is not rooted in any sort of principle or practice. It's rooted in terms of preference. With certain companies, certain things are a red flag because, well, they are those companies. But with other companies, not so much, right? What's a red flag in Hololive is not necessarily a red flag in VNU, etc., etc., etc. Which, again, I understand if it applies to things like content, for example, or if it comes to something that has to do with, anything that is actually inherently linked to the fact that Hololive has more resources than VNU, or a larger following than VNU, or whatever. But at the same time, if it comes to things like the way that talents announce their graduation, that's when I don't see that double standard making sense. And so, the VNU people could be more loyal to the brand, just as Face Connect trends are. It is a possibility, But again, it is an observation that I can't unsee once I started noticing it. Furthermore, if you go to Maeve's graduation stream, you go to 9 minutes 46 seconds, she says, quote, "My reasoning is in relation to management differences, but I want to make it clear that I wish the best for the future of VNU moving forward. While I can't go too in depth about these management differences, I hope it's clear that this decision was not made lightly, and one made over the span of many months, even prior to the change of direction proposals. I actually have high hopes for the change of direction, and I'm excited to see what comes for it." Now, here's the thing that I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. See, part of the reason I suspect audiences are so willing to give these statements a pass is because of the fact that in every single instance where a talent has said they are leaving due to differences with management or leaving because there has been a change in company direction, they always follow it up with, "I'm excited for these changes." And something along the lines of, these changes are things that even I would have wanted, and I hope you stick around to support the talents who stay behind. And if Hololive wanted to reduce the amount of backlash, it could probably start encouraging the talents to start saying the same thing. But the problem I have is not so much with, it's not with the talents who are saying this. It's certainly not with the audience who's, that's not true. It's not with the talents who are saying this, but it's more so the fact that it appears that general VTubing audiences will look at two sets of statements, right? One where a talent simply says, "I'm leaving because of differences with management and change in company direction," and stops there, versus another statement where a talent who is leaving says, "I'm leaving due to differences with management and change in company direction, but I'm really excited for the change in direction. I want all of you to stick around and support everyone left behind," and automatically assume that the first statement is more indicative of something going wrong behind the scenes and assume that the second one should be taken at face value to mean that everything is fine behind the scenes. Because the problem is that disparity, rather uncritically, fails to question, okay, if the change in direction is such a good thing, why has that not been sufficient to convince you to leave, right? And I'm not saying that that's a question that people should start asking of talents, because that is a question that is inherently personal. That is a question that inquires about the talent's personal rationale, personal circumstances. Why did they choose to leave despite the fact that they are seemingly so excited about the new direction of the company, etc., etc., etc.? And that is the point. The problem is, when you get your talents to make a part of their official announcements unilaterally, they have to say something along the lines of, I'm excited for the future direction, etc., etc., in as, I suppose, uniform a way as it is done here. What that does is effectively it raises more questions of the talent and their motivations than it does of management and what they have done to cause the talent to leave despite being excited for the change in company direction. And that's the point. Now, asking questions about why now and why so many becomes one that is inherently personally intrusive rather than one that could reasonably be directed at the company on its own. That is the issue that I have with that specific disparity in terms of how audiences react to one set of statements compared to how they react to another set of statements, despite the fact that both of them seem to share a lot of common features. At 10 minutes 46, Maeve then goes on to say, quote, I struggle to vocalize my emotions right now because they're complicated. It's not a black and white situation. I've been pretty depressed lately for a multitude of reasons in relation to content creation, but a large reason is having to do with holding this news, not being able to share with you all the second that I knew or had even considered graduation. I wish things could have gone differently, especially regarding when you're finding out. I wish I had more time. I wish I had more time with you all knowing the truth, because it's been killing me inside, truly. Sitting here during streams, having to see messages with unknowing enthusiasm towards the future, anniversary streams, my birthday, future collabs, seeing your enthusiasm for such things and having to pretend this wasn't coming is something I felt a lot of guilt towards ever since I first found out about graduation. I wish I had more of a say in how things played out, and I'm sorry. This is two talents now that have explicitly said something along the lines of, I wish I had more choice in when I got to graduate, or when I got to tell you guys about my graduation. It is very clear that the decision to delay these graduations has had quite a tangible effect on the talents. However, the problem is, you can't talk about this without creating drama. You can't criticize the company, in her words, without also risking creating drama for the talents. And then you're left in a little bit of a bind. Because, just like I said with the whole talents crowdfunding IP when a company collapses thing, if you don't incentivize a change in practice, you will have no change in practice. The VNU girls who were able to put up with this, right? They have quite a high degree of mental fortitude, or at least they seem to have quite a high degree of mental fortitude. However, the thing is, you can't guarantee that this is going to be the case with every single instance where a company decides to do this very same thing in the future. This is more of a question of, how do I say this? It becomes an exercise in trying to determine how okay you are with this being a reality. An accepted reality of this space and this industry. It could very well be your opinion that, fuck it, whatever. We can't do anything about it, so we might as well just cope, right? This is just the way things are. It is what it is. And that's it. And I mean, if that is your position, that's perfectly fine. Because, I mean, let's not pretend to be any sort of moral crusaders here. That's not what this is. But it always strikes me as being a bit self-defeating when people, I don't want to say complain, because that's not what it is. When people point out that there are companies that do things that are varying degrees of, unethical or harmful to the talents, and they complain about these practices, right? They bemoan that these practices are so prevalent. A lot of people are willing to say, oh, VTubing is a really exploitative industry. Oh, don't join corpos because they're all shit. But then you get to where push comes to shove and you have very clear evidence of a company seeming to do something that is not in its talent's best interests, that does have negative effects on the talents, and no one seems to want to scrutinize or discuss or point out that it is a problem. Now, it is perfectly within the talent's rights to say that this is a burden that they prefer to bear on their own, right? That they can take it, right? It's perfectly fine for them to say, look, I don't want anyone getting angry on my behalf. I don't want anyone to pretend that I asked for people to talk about this situation or whatever. That I get 100%. I'm not approaching this from the pretext of I'm doing this for them. I'm not, right? I'm not some sort of diehard fan of all of the talents that I end up talking about over the course of all of my streams ever. That's just not the case. But what I am going to point out is that if that is your stance, if your stance is something along the lines of I can take it, at what point does that become part of the reason why the space exists the way it does? The thing that I find to be quite annoying about how VTuber corpo malpractice or corporate controversies in VTubing have been discussed after the Sengate schism in this industry is that you have this strange combination of talents who have gone through certain companies, certain corporate practices that just don't seem to be very beneficial, that seem to be unethical, that seem to have negative effects on the talents that go through it. But when they express that sentiment, again, like I said, a rather understandable sentiment of don't do anything on my behalf, I don't need your help, I can take it, etc., etc. The more perplexing thing for me is when other people start chiming in and going, yeah, they can take it, or something along those lines, by telling other people to fuck off talking about the situation at all. And then those same people who will jump in and say, yeah, they can take it, or something along those lines, will turn around and then make a big deal out of the next corporate controversy that is, in practice, the exact same set of, dealings, practices, etc. being exercised by a different company that has now affected a whole batch of different people. And that is an inconsistency that doesn't seem to be registering. Or at least people don't like to acknowledge it. Which, in fact, may even be a taboo in and of itself in this industry. But my main point is, it sounds harsh, it sounds cruel, it is definitely unfair, but if you are going to stigmatize people talking about stuff like this, if you are going to allow companies to hide behind the argument of don't talk about these things, it creates drama for the talents. If that is the stance that you are willing to cave to, what you are going to end up doing is creating an environment where this is the norm, and it's not going to change. Because if you can just expect people to grit their teeth and soldier it out, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't companies do that? If they exist in an environment where most talents will, of their own volition, decide that it is better for them to stay quiet about what's happening because, well, they don't want to create a fuss on their way out, well, what reason do you have to improve your practices? You're never going to get public pressure to do so. Your money's not going to start running dry anytime soon because no one knows what's going on. And so this is the problem with the whole implication, this assumption that so many people in this industry seem to have internalized, that leaving without conflict means being left in peace. Like, yeah, sure, maybe sometimes if the company isn't exploitative enough, but the issue is that what's going to happen to the next person that ends up, getting put through the ringer, the exact same set of circumstances and practices? I guess we just cross our fingers and hope that they have just as much fortitude as the people who just passed out of the ringer. And I mean, when you say it out loud like that, that sounds like an awful coping mechanism, because it is. It is a kind of natural selection that is currently at work in this industry that people don't like to talk about, because it's a sad fact that this is an industry where you have to be pretty resilient if you want to make it work in a corporation. Because half of these corporations don't know what the fuck they're doing, and only about a small percentage of those corporations actually get found out before they collapse. And the overall, it's every day it becomes more, whenever I end up digging into one of these controversies that happen in VTubing, it always strikes me anew how perversely perfect the analogy of comparing VTubing to Hollywood is. Because it's the exact same dynamic of, oh yeah, you have to have a certain degree of resilience in order to survive in this industry. Never mind if that's actually necessary for things to work, right? It is very much the case that a lot of these companies run, using unethical practices and subpar operations, but they don't need to change because there's no pressure on them to do so. And yet, so many people have internalized these fundamental untruths about the industry that stigmatize talking about the problems as they exist. It really is mind-boggling to see once you start noticing the pattern. The next time, by the way, the next major controversy that ends up cropping up on VTuber Twitter, by the way, for those who do have Twitter, a fun exercise that you can look at. Take note of which people end up showing up in the replies or quote tweets of those tweets speaking out against a company doing something, and then at the same time end up excusing an entirely different company for doing the exact same thing. Or for tacitly rewarding, the company for doing whatever it is they are objecting to. Because it happens a lot. And it doesn't mean that the person doing it is a bad person. But the point that I want to make is that this is why the industry doesn't change. If you want to talk about corporations not being any better than they were, at the start of 2024, this is why. But in any case, 100% call out hypocrites. Again, it's not so much I don't want to make this all a kind of, everyone's a hypocrite and everyone's awful type thing, because that's not the point. But the point that I want to make is, if you want this industry to change, you're going to have to start biting bullets and hardening your heart, because otherwise nothing is going to have any incentive to change. And unfortunately, the way that the industry exists now, the demographics of who makes up most of the talents, the management, the audience in this industry, it is very much the case that I doubt if people have sufficient resolve to push this industry towards adopting better or more ethical business practices while leaving behind less ethical ones. Because at the end of the day, you can try to enforce a taboo, but if your actions run counter to what you are saying, what you're saying is reduced to just being air and nothing else. Alan, thank you for being a Footstool for 9 months. Don't forget, guys, May 10th is first live chair anniversary. Even I'd forgotten about that, but thank you for the reminder, Alan. And thanks for sticking around for so long. You never call FaZe out? Well, FaZe hasn't committed Sudoku on Twitter. Yeah. But in any case, the main thing that I want to sort of... That was admittedly a little bit of a tangent, bordering on a little bit of a rant, but... Again, one of the things that I do hope to be able to bring more attention to is how little the overwhelming majority of audiences in this space seem to have... Or, sorry, not how little, but how much what people have taken away from the whole Sengate scandal or whatever. Even the people who claim to be, like, you know, anti-black corpo activists or whatever they call themselves, right? How blind they seem to be when it comes to trying to evaluate what a company's actually doing and how to push back against it. For the most part, it seems to begin and end by complaining on Twitter and nothing else. There's no attempt at extracting any sort of lesson that could be generically applicable to anybody else watching the content or reading the tweet. It's just, this is bad, we should brigade this, and that's where it ends. And the thing that bugs me more than anything is what you might notice, and this is specifically the case with VNU and their talents, you know, graduation statements as well. When you look at all of the talent statements, right, the whole thing of all of their graduation announcements containing something about how a change in company direction gave them the opportunity to graduate, right, that very specific talking point. What you may notice is that is not something that is ever discussed. The company having a new direction is never discussed is never discussed in any of the graduation announcements. None of the graduation announcements mention anything about a change in direction, right? And again, on its own, nothing really of note, right? However, spoiler alert, later on, VNU would justify their silence on this entire matter, on not saying anything after every talent's graduation and was announced by the talent themselves, waiting until all of them had been done before saying anything. They would justify that by saying that they wanted the talent's graduations to feel more personal. And I don't know about you, but I don't know if having a talent tell me that the company that they're graduating from is going in a new direction is something that I really feel like is personal, that the audience needs to know. That sounds a little disingenuous. But again, that is my personal opinion. Doesn't have to be anything more than that. I am by no means a voice of authority on this issue. Quite the opposite. However, at the same time, it is a little bit of an inconsistency that I don't think people seem to be picking up on, or didn't seem to pick up on in the immediate aftermath of this entire shit show that was what ended up happening as a result of the VNU graduations. And the reason why I pick on that specifically, Echo Line, when she did her graduation stream, her graduation announcement stream, she was the only one to do her graduation announcement stream after LM had just shared the news about the company possibly being, delaying the graduations because of wanting to secure an investment, right? And coincidentally, her statement is also the only one that now contains the line, the company is going through a change in direction, which is why I've been given the opportunity to leave, and I think that the new direction is really cool. None of the other talents' graduation statements had that written in there, but this one does. And again, it is completely possible that this is the way that it was written prior to the entire thing falling apart, prior to the entire controversy cropping up. But this is a coincidence that is very difficult for me to ignore. Because what I'm observing is a pattern. But in any case, for the sake of thoroughness, I'll read out the announcement in its entirety. Quote, Echolo Rams. I will be graduating from VNU Entertainment later this month on Tuesday, March 25th at 2 p.m. EDT. For those who have watched me for a while, this probably isn't too much of a surprise, and I want to assure you that this declaration was not easy to make. Nor was it taken lightly. After reflecting for months, I've decided that it would be best for me to end my activities as Echo Line. One of the many reasons for graduating is that because of a change of direction within management. Now again, I want to make it very clear. This is rat territory. What I'm about to say is speculation, rat territory. That little grammar mistake, right? I decided it would be best for me to end my activities as Echo Line. One of my many reasons for graduating is that because of a change in direction within. That, to me, looks like an edit. Because the other talents, again, it is a minor grammar mistake, but it was a grammar mistake that none of the other talents' announcements had. And it does read as if it was intended to end, that sentence was intended to end differently to what was then inserted into it. Again, I want to reiterate, that is just a rat, right? That is just speculation, nothing more. But again, it's a whole bunch of little bits of circumstantial evidence that add up to an overall impression that the justification of the company's justification of we just wanted our talent statements to sound more personal, it just doesn't make sense. However, to go on, one of my many reasons for graduating is that because of a change in direction within management, I was presented with an opportunity to part ways with the company. I think that the change in direction is really cool and I wish I could be a part of it. Please continue to support the talents who will continue to work with VNU. All memberships and merch will be closed 1 month after my graduation. Fan letters will also no longer be accepted 1 month after my graduation. Echo Line may still make appearances in VNU's 3D animation episodes, VNUniverse, in the future. There will also be no graduations. There will also be no graduation announcements after in the near future after this announcement. And again, that is yet another thing that I question. Why did this need to be put into her announcement? That whole thing of, oh, this is the last announcement for a while, you don't need to worry, there are going to be no more graduation announcements after mine. Like, again, I can understand if it's towns talking about this on their own streams after the announcement is made. But in the announcement stream itself, why does it need to be in there? But in any case, I ask that you do not ask questions about my graduation to other talents in VNU, and please do not make any speculation about VNU and the talents. Again, it's a blanket statement that doesn't really, more often than not, it is a blanket statement that is leveraged for, well, it seems to be leveraged more often for nefarious purposes than anything else, to be completely honest. But in any case, more times than not, speculations are not correct and only make saying goodbye tougher on everyone. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to send an email to vnuentertainment@marastudio.net. With the time I have remaining, I'd like to make a couple more memories with you, so I hope we can spend some more time together. Thank you for continuing to support me from your fearless leader, Echo Line. Grammar mistakes might even be dismissed if they were ESL, but as far as I know, Echo is from NA. Yeah. And so again, this is what tips off my pattern recognition to go, okay, this looks like a talent being used as a PR rep. Because that information does not make sense in a talent saying goodbye to their community. saying, oh, there are going to be no more graduations after mine, is not something that strikes me. And again, other people are free to disagree with me, but that is not something that strikes me as being very necessary to include in a statement that is addressed to your community. Unless your intention was that more people besides your community are to be watching this and you want to be able to tacitly address them without having to do so using somebody else or something else. For example, the corporate VNU account, where they would end up posting this announcement after all of the graduation announcements had been finished. Hello, this is VNU Entertainment. It is with heavy hearts that we announce the graduations of Suri Solari, Maeve Kagakiri, Echo Line, Scion Heart, and Spectra Libertina. After honest and thorough discussion with the talents, we have reached the mutual understanding that this is the best next step for the talents' futures. The graduation schedule is as follows, and they list it out there. To allow the talents to personally announce the news to their fans, talents' individual graduation announcements were made before this announcement. As a gesture of support for the talents' futures, and instead of applying a revenue split, 100% of the profits generated from the talents' graduation streams will go to the talents. To ensure that all the fan support can be counted towards their talents' earnings, the talents' channel memberships will be turned off 1 month after their graduation dates. Any membership renewals paid after the graduation dates will be refunded automatically by YouTube. Please note that the acceptance of fan letters and merch purchases will be closed after April 30th, 11:59 p.m. PDT. All merch orders placed before then will be shipped, and the talents will receive their profits from the sales. Talents may also appear in more VN Universe episodes after graduation. The production of these episodes are already complete and does not involve any work from the talents after graduation. As requested by the talent, Spectra Libertina's channel will be made private on April 14th, 11:59 p.m. PDT. The official VNU Discord will be temporarily closed on March 30th, 11:59 p.m. PDT for reorganization. And it has been a great pleasure to work with Suri, Maeve, Echo, Scion, and Spectra. Precious memories were made and valuable lessons were learned. We wish them the best in their future endeavors. We're currently doing our best to foster a supportive, respectful atmosphere within VNU as we see off our graduating talents. We kindly ask our fans to do the same. And again, the problem with this is that it fits in with a pattern of VNU being willing to, again, like I said before, delay, if not outright suppress news of a talent's graduation for the sake of, PR, but also, on top of that, a willingness to use their talents and their well-being as a justification to deflect scrutiny. That is exactly what they tried to do when they put out that statement, quote-unquote, regarding Amano Seraphy. And when I look at the talents saying this stuff, I can't help but think that maybe it is the same thing happening here. And perhaps this is the main thing that concerns me about the way that people were approaching this, because a lot of people reacted. You may notice that when it comes to the initial, the whole "don't talk about us" thing. How do I say this? A disturbing trend that I've noticed when it comes to companies doing these things that are, examples of malpractice, especially examples of malpractice that were featured front and center in Sengate, right? Things like using your talents as PR props, things like prioritizing investors above your talents and their audiences. All of those things, people don't seem to notice when those are practices that are adopted by other companies. And when you look at the reasons as to why people don't assume that those practices are as serious and egregious a problem in other companies as they are at Niji, almost invariably you will come across a repeated phrase: it's not as bad as Niji. It's nowhere near as bad as Niji. Whereas my point is more that the point that I've been making throughout this entire stream and for most of the existence of this channel is that it doesn't need to be as bad as it is at Niji, because if a practice is bad, it is usually just inherently bad in and of itself. Yes, there are scales to things. Yes, there's a spectrum upon which those practices can land. But at the same time, Just because it's not as bad as Niji doesn't mean it can't cross a certain point in the spectrum where it starts to become objectively detrimental to the talents. And above all, that is the thing that concerns me when I look at the way that discussion around VTuber corporate controversies has evolved, or, to be honest, degenerated since the Sengate schism. The thing that I've realized is Niji Sanji is now regarded as a baseline for bad practice rather than a demonstration of their effects. They are treated as some sort of threshold you need to reach before it becomes socially acceptable among wider VTuber audiences, it seems, to criticize something. Only after you pass that threshold and the company attracts the label of black company does it become okay to criticize bad practices going on there. But the problem is, nowadays what people do is they seem to compare it to Niji, and if it's not as bad, then it's not worth talking about. Or worse, if you talk about it, you're just creating drama and nothing else. Now again, I'm not going to deny that that is a part of the reason why some people may do it, but it's not the reason why all of us do it. And another thing that I want to briefly touch on as well is, what is the motivation for people like myself to talk about when things like this happen, right? What is the angle? Because we're not, it's impossible to be a super fan of literally every single talent you end up talking about if you do this as your content niche. And I suspect that my reason for doing this is going to be quite similar to a lot of your reasons for watching my content. I'm not keen on waiting around until these same bad practices end up, turning the talents I like into collateral. I'd much rather point out when those practices are exposed and implemented, when they manifest as a way of archiving, documenting when they happen, trying to extract some, generic lessons that people can take away when it comes to not falling for the same traps themselves if they want to become a corporate VTuber, etc., if they want to build a strong brand presence on social media. That is my aim. Because at the same time, as a lot of people seem to be okay with making exceptions for certain things just because it's either their friends or it's happening to someone who's not their friend, yeah, that's to be expected, because VTubing is an entertainment industry, and we all know that entertainment industries thrive off of that kind of cliquey nepotism. But at the same time, if you are a VTuber fan, my question is, why wait? Why wait until something affects your Oshi or Kami Oshi, or collapses an entire company that you had gotten used to watching? Why wait until that point before you start noticing patterns and putting things together in your head, learning how to scrutinize corporate statements? Not that knee-jerk reaction of corpo speak equals bad, but a more nuanced, this is how corpo speak is being used, this is what it's trying to say, etc., etc., etc. Now, again, I want to reiterate, this is not to say that I want all of you guys to start going around into other people's spaces and barging in to sort of dump the secret knowledge onto them, or, try to flex whatever media theory muscles you may have gained from watching my streams. No, far from it. I want you to stick to that standard that I've been insisting on right since the beginning of this channel, where if someone didn't ask, then don't just blurt out things, right? Consent is important in more areas of life outside of sex. But at the same time, I do want to encourage the ability to start perceiving these things. Because what I have started to realize is that when you look at all of these little corpo controversies that cropped up, especially the 4 recent ones that we just talked about over the course of this stream, what you realize is that for the overwhelming majority of audiences in the space, I suspect, people didn't actually learn anything. They just exchanged one set of taboos for another. And the problem is, the newer set of taboos isn't more constructive than the previous one. It doesn't improve the space. It's not more practical. It's not more enforceable. It doesn't allow talents to negotiate more effectively with the companies that they are a part of or the companies that they join. In fact, in more cases than one, the taboos that we have created after post-Sengate and the fundamental assumptions about the industry that have been internalized that people seem to have about it, they seem to actually hurt talents who end up buying into them because it creates a false sense of security and entitlement that they just don't have. Things like expecting IPs to belong to the talents. No, that's not how it works, and that will never be how it works, because we lack the means, we lack the resolve, we lack the stomach and the cold-heartedness in order to try and incentivize that. Things like wanting talents to depart in peace, which on its own, a noble goal, but also something that is very easily twisted into some sort of blanket for corporations to disguise when things are going wrong. At what point does it become acceptable to discuss these things? Oh, Mizu, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Mizu Raiders. We're just talking about how the way that people in the space discuss corpo controversies post-Sengate seems to have deteriorated quite a bit. But I said before, right, when I was talking about this split between secular and sacred, right, when it comes to the way that people pursue a more sacred way of dealing with, departure of a talent, whatever, we've talked about, what a ritual in this category is, right? Graduation ceremonies, basically. But one thing I didn't quite touch on is what is an example of a transgression, right? What is an example of a transgressive way, a secular way, a more profane way of trying to come to terms with the way that the industry works? And, well, it's not just terminations, because, well, I mean, let's be honest, that's something only companies can do, right? No. In actuality, at this point, I've come to believe that the actual way that you approach this is by looking at things not through the lens of what should be or what I wish it was or what would be best for this talent if the world worked the way they wanted, but rather just looking at practices. Because yes, you can fake practices, but you're going to have a tough time faking their results into perpetuity. And sooner or later, false practices are going to give rise to results that are uncomfortable to see but necessary to notice. And so, the main problem that I think, well, actually one of the main problems that so-called VTuber corpo discourse has had in the aftermath of 2024 is, while this is an aspect of, looking at practices, evaluating companies by their practices, etc., 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 I do think that is... I'm trying to figure out how to word this in a way that doesn't come across pretentiously, but I think that is better than just going off of purely being led by talent, sentiment, and emotion. Because those two things are very easily manipulated, whether you're aware of it or not. I also think that it is an antidote to the kind of idealism that not just VTubing, but any entertainment industry is very, very predisposed to fall into. Or fall prey to, I should say. Which creates a bit of a problem. Because the thing is, like I said, VTubing is an entertainment industry. Entertainment industries trend towards idealism. And what is the direction of idealism? The sacred, the divine. Not acknowledging the profane, secular realities of the world that you exist in, but what you wish it was, what you hope it can be. Without necessarily considering the dirty, gritty realities of how to bring that hope into existence as something more concrete. And so, the main problem is that when you are trying to have a discussion about something, but the discussion itself is dominated by taboos, right? Like I said, this is an industry that trades and treads on dreams. That is the main one of the main currencies of this industry. But the problem is that means that this industry is inherently governed by taboos. And I don't know if a lot of people are consciously aware of just how much these taboos have shaped the way that audiences seem to react to examples of corporate malpractice, or even just examples of, controversial things happening, like a graduation from Hololive, for example. And so, if nothing else, I want to sort of, I suppose, tie it all together a little bit by emphasizing two things. One, that taboos are designed to protect the things that we hold sacred, but as has become quite clear in this industry, taboos are also the most dangerous when they're wielded by those who hold nothing sacred, cough cough, VTuber companies, especially the more exploitative ones, and against those who rely exclusively on others to tell them what should be held sacred. And unfortunately in VTubing, we have a combination of both of these things. We have exploitative companies that hold nothing sacred besides grabbing more money from whatever sources possible, who are more than willing to try and wield taboo as a way of controlling audiences and talents alike. But unfortunately, because VTubing is also very much, well, I wouldn't say unfortunately, but as an irremovable side effect of VTubing being based on having roots in idol culture, Oshi culture, etc., etc., audiences are more predisposed towards automatically looking to talents to tell them what they should regard as sacred or not. And that is a combination of traits, a cocktail that creates some of the easiest cover-ups you will ever see in your life. Or I should say the easiest cover-ups you will never see in your life. I don't know what the solution to this is. I don't know if there even exists a solution beyond just trying to look at examples of, people, companies fucking up and trying to extract some sort of universally or generically applicable do's and don'ts. But what I'm hoping is that if people start actually paying attention to all the past instances where a certain type of controversy happens, they start noticing the patterns, people archive it, people notice what is being archived, people look at it, and they start recognizing that there are recurring tropes in how these controversies unfold, and, they start noticing how they react to these controversies, potentially examining why and how they think the way they do or react the way that they do. My hope is that by providing that service, even if it's only a tiny minority of the people who inhabit this space, you guys, hopefully you become a little harder to hoodwink in this regard. Hopefully you gain a better awareness of what it is you hold sacred and why. Hopefully you don't have to rely exclusively on other people to tell you what is or isn't okay, or what should or shouldn't be supported, etc., etc., etc. Because, well, if you don't decide that for yourself, somebody else will. And they probably won't have your best interests in heart. But that's about it. Again, like I said, this was a really tough topic for me to sort of put together. Not because it was like, not because it was like personally difficult or anything along those lines, but just because it's hard to articulate, because so many of these things operate off of unspoken rules that just get internalized and picked up over the course of existing in this industry. But, like I said, right? How do you enforce taboos without also sacrificing your willingness to support your Oshi no matter what? Because those two things, I think it is possible to compromise between those two extremes, but it's very difficult to do that. It is very difficult to do that. And the overwhelming majority of people are not going to even want to try, which I don't fault them for, because it's not a decision that is reasonably part of every single fan's way of thinking about their Oshi. So, it really is an exercise in trying to decide in a weird kind of way, right? Like how willing you are to scrap that. I'm gonna start over and try to rephrase that in a better way. Something that a lot of you guys have noticed about VTubing as an industry specifically is you have a lot of people who get into this industry because they lack direction in life, right? They lack guidance, they lack direction, they're at an awful place in their life, and they're just looking for something that brings back some sort of joy or whimsy into their life. Oh, Anime Boomers podcast. Welcome, Gator. Welcome, Gator, and welcome back, I should say. Welcome back, Gator, and welcome to Gator Raiders. This is just the post-yapping section of the stream. Probably won't, I might cut it a bit shorter because we've been talking for like 7 hours at this point? Bordering on 8. But a lot of people end up entering this industry either as talents or as fans at a point in their life where they lack direction, they lack guidance. They're having a crisis of identity or of faith. They're at a dark spot. They're looking for something that injects whimsy, hope, entertainment, joy, playfulness back into their lives, right? Self-expression. And as a result, what you tend to notice about this industry is you have a lot of people who do not seem to have any sort of internal compass as to what they hold sacred, or what they think is important, or what is worth fighting for, or what they are willing to sacrifice what for, I suppose, is the way that I would put it. And I know that sounds a little pretentious, right? But how do I say? For better or for worse, this industry is a coping mechanism for an uncountable number of people around the world. And that number seems to be growing. Now, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing in the long term, let's say 50 years from now, it remains to be seen. But the fact is that is how this industry works. It's part of the reason why, being parasocial is part and parcel of the way that this industry works. And when you have that inherent trait that exists in the industry where people are, a lot of people who are here constantly look to others to tell them what should be important, what should be held sacred, what is okay to sacrifice for, whatever personal convictions you may or may not have, and what isn't. It becomes very, very difficult to enforce a standard, widely accepted set of ethics and principles. That's part of the reason. It's not something that I talked about earlier, but it is part of the reason I suspect why any entertainment industry is so difficult to prune and maintain. And again, a lot of this is me. Over the past few months, right, I've been thinking a lot about why I do the content that I do. Because I have watched a lot of from when I started doing this to now, I've seen a lot of content creators in this niche make the decision to just do literally anything else. And that has really made me think about what, like, you know, like, like the a bit low tier god-esque perhaps, but it's really been getting me to think about the purpose of my content, right? Because I'm very well aware that whatever service I provide by making the content that I do is a service that a pretty small niche of people, relatively speaking, when you consider the entire industry, would actually be interested in, and that doesn't really bother me. But I want to make sure that what I'm doing actually has some chance at. I don't have any pretenses at making a difference, quote unquote, in this industry, but I do hope that it provides some sort of framework, whether it's conceptual or linguistic, that allows people to better articulate how they feel about some things and how to better identify and, if necessary, expose when something is being done in a underhanded manner, perhaps. Because it is very easy to get away with underhandedness in this industry, where separating the creator from the product that is being created is virtually impossible, no pun intended. But yeah, the simplest answer would be to stick to your Oshi. Yeah. Most people aren't willing to act until someone does something which gives them tacit permission to act. Yeah, then that's the problem, right? Because everyone's waiting around for permission that will likely never come. This is where having a Matara or a Gerard in every company would do wonders for the industry as a whole, but in reality we need the VTuber equivalent of iShow speed. I think Fillion kind of approaches that. There are some aspects of iShow speed that are more unsavory, shall we say, that I don't think apply to Fillion at all. For example, the fact that he has a history of copywriting content that he doesn't like, that talks about him. But generally speaking, if it just comes to being widely recognizable and liked, I think that Fillion fulfills that role quite well. But yeah, it's. I want to be clear. This isn't some sort of like woe is me type thing, right? Where, oh, you know, it's so hard to make content on the internet. Like this is at the same time, one of the most fulfilling and one of the relatively less headachy, you know, the least headachy things that I've ever had to do in my life. But on occasion, I do get a moment where I consider how willing I am to shit on taboos, and how, and again, this is becoming a bit of a meme, but how callous some of the things I say can register to someone who may be a subject that I'm part of a subject I'm talking about, or who may just be watching this like from the outside looking in. And I consider if, you know, I think it's good every now and then to reevaluate whether it is still, whether I still feel like it's necessary, I suppose is the best way I can phrase it. And thankfully, the answer so far has been yes every time. I won't deny that it does give me a certain sense of satisfaction to be able to articulate things a certain way. But how do I say? Being harsh never gets easier, I suppose. It involves a lot of ugliness at its core because a lot of the unwritten rules are there to cover up the ugliness. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. Was Icer Speed the guy that set a firework in his room? I think so. as I said, it's a bit like the bystander effect. Maybe I'll call it social inertia. I think social inertia is a good descriptor for it. Yeah, nobody wants to rock the boat until someone starts it moving or something like that. Yeah. The problem with VTubing is that a lot of the lessons that people learn, they get passed on, but only get passed on the basis of whether someone is like, friends with you or benefits you or whatever along those lines. Which, again, I don't want to make it sound like as if that's unique to VTubing. That's something that happens in every entertainment industry. But it's for that reason that information is so difficult that you see the same mistakes being made by different people over and over again. You see different people going through the exact same struggles over and over again. Because the sharing of knowledge is not convenient, I suppose. I think that I've become more cynical as I've started looking into things that go on in this industry, but I don't think that's personally I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just the way things work, but yeah. It's a part of my perspective that I can't really turn off now. But it is what it is. Battery's low, got a VOD gang for now. Thank you for tuning in for as long as you have, Arden Top. The black pill. Well, not quite, right? I don't think I'm blackpilling because I still have plenty of enjoyment that I find in various different content creators. And, the favorites that I had when I first entered this industry are still the favorites that I have today. Which, well, most of them. The thing about this industry is you're going to be very hard pressed to come up dry when it comes to finding content that you'll enjoy. For example, I mean, like, I never watched Fauna, like, at all. When, before she graduated, throughout the entire time that I was aware of VTubing. But after Nimi debuted, like, she's quickly become one of my favorite streamers to watch when I'm just, like, doing nothing, basically. But yeah, no, it's not just a case of, I suppose, finding the right streamer, but also, like, it's completely possible that a streamer goes from being someone who you don't really feel the impetus to watch in under one identity, and then the next one becomes like crack cocaine. So I don't think I'm anywhere close to blackpilling about the industry, because at least from the perspective of a fan, there's like plenty of content for me to consume. There's plenty of things that I would like to support. But if I were to look at this from the perspective of a commentator, I can see where someone may start to blackpill. Yeah, I don't think I've reached that stage yet. If I will ever, but yeah, no, I can see how that happens. I can see how that happens. It is very much a case of watching. It's very much like, there are only so many times that you can watch Sisyphus roll a boulder up a hill before you start to lose interest in the entire exercise to begin with. I like listening to Chairman's yapping in the background while I get through the Yakuza 5 mines. I'm honored to hear that. Everyone wants to leave a good legacy. IMO, your contribution has definitely given me a new vantage of this culture that's currently shedding its niche status. I'm glad to hear that, Eternal Land. I'm glad to hear that. I would need a clone army to do all the supporting I'd like for decent streamers. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people keep the circle of streamers that they watch really small for good reason, because if you watch, like, at a certain point, when you start watching a certain number of streamers, you start trying to rotate your time between each individual one. It becomes very difficult to keep up with each one individually, right? So that's why I try to make it, like, occasionally I will remember to make it clear that I'm not some sort of omniscient universal super fan of all VTubers ever that I will ever talk about. That's not realistic. When I talk about something, it's not because necessarily that I care about them specifically, even though that may sound bad, right? For example, if I talk about a situation happening to another content creator, it doesn't mean that, I was watching them 24/7, never missed a single stream, yada yada yada, donated my life savings, whatever. And for the most part, I'm not going to, I'm not going to have any pretense that that I'll be devastated if they graduated or switched careers tomorrow, but the basis for me caring is more so an understanding that this is not an industry where islands exist, so to speak. If we're talking corporate VTubing, it may sound silly to say, but the things that become acceptable practice in just a few corporations can very easily start spreading outwards to the others as well if the incentives for that to happen exist. And that is why I feel the urge to rant and yap and complain about the things that I do. Now, I understand that that may come off a little impersonal. I understand that may come off a little detached, perhaps. But it is my best attempt at being completely honest and transparent as much as I am capable of doing so while operating through this medium. It's still an emerging industry, precedents are still being established, yeah. And that is the thing that both comforts and unnerves me at the same time. Losing interest in watching Sisyphus roll the boulders, just letting the gods win. True. We need to put our foot down on shitty indie tubers to balance the shitty corporate practices. If you didn't care, you wouldn't say anything. You'd be surprised at how much people seem to think the opposite, right? There's a disturbing number of people in this industry, both fans and talents, mind you, that seem to have the idea that the perfect fan just gives money without saying a word, right? And I mean, it's not anywhere close to being most, content creators, most VTubers, but it is an alarmingly large minority. But yeah, no, it's there are times when it can be difficult to express like why you complain so much about something you care about, right? Where I mean, and this. Well, okay, hold on. Let me switch over to the head torch screen. Okay, there we go. While I look for a raid target as I'm wrapping up this current tangent, but it can become. It's very difficult sometimes in order to articulate how just because I'm complaining about something, just because I disapprove of something, doesn't mean I hate it and everything. It doesn't mean I hate everything it's attached to, I suppose. Like, I can criticize certain practices without hating the entities that I criticize the practices in, even if I am one of the more vocal critics of it. Because there are times when I do have the occasional little bit of, the little tinge of doubt, right, where am I really a fan? If I complain about this part of the, am I really a fan if I complain about something that most people regard as an integral part of a certain thing? And that question has always been quite difficult to answer, because it's easy to say it's easy to say that, as much as I am a believer in, people only criticize the things they care about, I also think that, how do I say this? There is a point at which the thing that you're criticizing is so integral to the thing that you're criticizing that to criticize it becomes tantamount to rejecting the thing itself. And at that point, are you still a fan of that thing? Do you still enjoy that thing? Are you, these are the kinds of questions that I end up asking myself on occasion when it comes to reviewing the topics that I am talking about on stream. That's what I used to think, and I rather just let people call me a hater. Sure. You are as you are, disturbed on how the sausage is made. Yep. Pretty much, I think. I think I'm just focusing on finishing the seminar and leaving out the super chats for the moment. I will get back to them. Don't worry. I will not miss them. Billy's. Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me see if stream. Let me see if stream elements is working. Oh, LinkedIn jump scare. All right, hold on. Stream elements. Would you be interested in just taking a stream to talk about controversies that have been handled well? Like the crony stream, but more in general for a positivity charge? Yeah. Although I'd probably want to focus on a specific controversy rather than just the, controversies in general. Depends on if you're doing constructive or destructive criticism. What I've observed is that for most people, well, not most, but a lot of people, the line between destructive and constructive seems to be dictated by the person who is receiving the criticism. And I mean, to a certain extent, yeah. But I think relying on that by itself is a little too flimsy of a justification. Or too flimsy of a guide, I suppose. Too flimsy of an indicator. For me, the line between constructive and destructive criticism is providing something that is actionable versus not actionable, or something that attempts to be actionable, or something that doesn't bother trying. And to be fair, not all of my criticisms in the past have been constructive, but I have been trying to provide some sort of, alternative path forward in the cases where I do criticize something. For the cases where I'm hyper-focusing on one specific controversy. Or controversy coming out of one specific entity, I suppose, is the way that I would phrase it. What on earth is going on with my... Stream Elements just doesn't seem to want to update for some reason. Interesting. But in any case... also, I am going to be putting out another poll in the community posts section of the channel not too long from now. Basically, there are two topics that these aren't going to be streams that are scheduled for next week or the week after even, but these are just streams that are topics that I'm going to keep on the back burner for a while, topics that I've been wanting to look at for quite a while. The two that I'm currently thinking of are the thing that I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, how anti-corpo sentiment became the religion of VTubing, which, now that I say that aloud, I like the way that pitch sounds. The other is also Brave Group, just a deep dive into the way that Brave Group has been working. Because I think that if you want to get an idea of what Brave Group's endgame with its EN branches are, you probably want to start by looking at how it's, how it's expanded over in Japan as well. Or it's the strategies they are more than willing to use in Japan. And I think that when it comes to evaluating why a lot of people seem to regard Brave as shady, I think a lot of it can be tied back to their, shall we say, their established precedents of perhaps not treating their talents as individuals so much as they are a collective resource. Brave Group is a mystery corpo. I'd say they are a mystery corpo in the same way as a mystery meatball is a mystery. I'm sure they can be enjoyable to somebody, but it's probably a good idea to have at least a little bit of apprehension before you consume it. Both of those feel like they're very important. I wouldn't go so far as to say they're important, but I do find them to be interesting in terms of an idea. Because it's not like me talking about something fundamentally changes it in any way. And it's not like, again, I very much doubt that Brave is going to give a shit as to what I say about it. But I do think that it is a topic that is very worth exploring. Oh, also, another thing that I forgot to do at the beginning of this stream. as per usual, because I like to cite and shout out my sources, I want to give a quick shout out again to TVA, Virtual Asylum, for archiving a lot of the material that I ended up using over the course of this stream. Something that I do find to be a bit frustrating is some of the best archival resources you will find in this industry get stigmatized by people for the silliest reasons. But in any case, if you are interested in looking into what Brave Group has been doing on its Japanese side on your own before I end up talking about it on stream, I recommend going to TVA. They do have quite a few threads that are dedicated to it, but one thread that I'd recommend in particular has been actually a kind of, how do I say, I wouldn't call it the farms. I wouldn't call it the farms because, well, it is a split off, but it's quite different in terms of the rules that they have and the kind of conduct that they adhere to for the most part. But there is a specific thread on there. I think it's something along the lines of Brave Group Chart Autism or something along those lines, where one user on the forum, by the name of, funnily enough, Nene Love, has been autistically cataloging Brave Group's expansion both on the EN side and the JP side, and how they've been consolidating various parts of the industry. Some entities in this industry that have been absorbed are so small and so obscure that were it not for the impetus to go hunt out details, they would be pretty much impossible to notice. But yeah, in case you're interested in that particular topic, I recommend going to check that out. But if not, or if forums like those are not your thing, then eventually I will end up talking about it on this channel anyways in the form of a stream, so at least schizo VTuber fan. What can I say? We're all autistic. Alright, let me pull up the super chats on my end so that I can read them out. Yeah. TVA is a great archival resource. It's, again, I think that people refraining from using it simply because it's a little silly, if I'm being completely honest. Let me look through, see which ones I missed. Oh, Evo, thank you for the super. Oof, woke up late, sorry, Prov. No problem. I don't. If I ever end up giving one of you guys shit for showing up, like when I'm only halfway through, only when I'm halfway through a stream or whatever, but if I ever end up doing that unironically, you all have my permission to shoot me on sight. Witness Fox, thank you for the super. There's a theory that Kana posted her. Oh, this is the post about the Offkai merch. Posted that tweet on the same day as Gura's graduation announcement, so that it will cause less controversy than normally. I mean, I could believe that. She does very much seem like she doesn't want to cause a fuss, but it's a shame. It's a shame. Funless, thank you for the 5. At least it wasn't 400k. Witness Void, thank you for the super. Even Caitlyn gave her opinion. Damn. Yeah. Like I said, the Pixel Link thing was almost universally panned by a whole bunch of different creators of a whole bunch of different sizes. Even, I think I made a tweet around the same time, basically saying that I don't want this practice to catch on. It seems very cynical if you're closing down a company and you still want people to pay money just so they can grab their IPs. But at the end of the day, I realized after looking at after looking at how the same people who were dogpiling on Pixelink, some of them started basically, going on to basically ask people to support the talents and getting money. I realized that taboo is it's good in theory, but it just doesn't make any sense in practice. It's just unenforceable in practice. So that was I wouldn't say it's a disappointment, because it was heartwarming to see people rally behind their friends and make sure they got their IP, etc., right? And seeing Zentreya swoop in and buy Dire's IP, Giga Chad move. But at the same time, there's that element that I can't move past of, there is no putting the genie back in the bottle, so to speak. This is something that other corporations have got to think about doing now. So, wasn't the CEO sick? Yeah, no, he was. And I believe that multiple Pixelink talents did message him to ask what the fuck was going on, and he did confirm to them that he was sick. Which is why I said before, right? If your company has a low revenue split, if the company is taking a low cut of your revenue, and they get most of the money that they need to operate out of the CEO's pocket, if the CEO needs that money for himself, you're fucked. That's just facts. JV Regatta, thank you for the super. Reminds me of the Roman Republic, the consuls, the assembly, the senate. What was that in a reference to? Hold on. Oh, I think this was the pre-yapping part. I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Huh. People can't stand for their principles. It's like people who hate Niji but still donate the talents to buy merch, knowing that most of it will go to the corpo. What I've realized, which is quite depressing, is that there is a large minority of people who broke away from Niji that are simply Niji sisters that have a different allegiance now. It's just a Niji sister that swapped sides. There's still the exact same corpo fanaticism. There's still the same unwillingness to engage in any sort of, evaluative critique of a company's practice, so long as that company is their favorite. There's still the same sort of dogmatic adherence to what the talents say and nothing else. But it's just their favorite company is no longer Niji Sanji. That's it. JV Robogato, thank you for the super. Etymologically, sacred also means forbidden. Huh. That wasn't something that popped up while I was looking at the. That wasn't something that popped up while I was looking at it. So it's an interesting little tidbit of information. Billy Oki, thank you for the super. Hell yes, sacred feet. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive, my man. Let me see. I think I'm caught up. Joe K, that super they said at the beginning of the stream. 8 hours plus of pure unbridled autism. You were more correct than you maybe knew when you said that. Alright, yeah, I think I'm caught up on all of the super chats. Thank you once again for being so supportive of the content that I make and this channel in general. It's something that I don't think needs to be said, but I want to make sure that I do say it. But yeah, this would not be nearly as doable without you guys. This would not be possible without you guys.
and I'm very grateful when all of you choose to show up to the streams that I choose to make. Hopefully, this isn't going to be, hopefully the stream schedule isn't as disrupted as it has been over the past 2 weeks. But we'll see. We'll see how the asthma goes. If it doesn't go away, I may have to do something a bit more serious. But in any case, hopefully everything will be fine. Hopefully everything will be fine. The next stream that I have queued up is the Riot Games one. Although I'm currently tossing up whether to. I'm trying to think about other ideas besides the two that I just mentioned, right? The whole, like, you know, anti-corpo sentiment one and the Brave Group one. But I'll end up letting you guys decide which one to queue up first. Again, it's not going to be like something that I do immediately, but it's more a long-term type of thing, I suppose. But yeah, no. Thank you for tuning in to this stream. Thank you for showing up. And if you're watching the VOD, like, comment, subscribe, all of those things. Algorithm this, algorithm that. And let me see. Is there anyone who's live right now that you guys would want to raid into? Because on my end, I'm not really seeing an awful lot of different... people. The anti-corpo sentiment one sounds interesting. Yeah, it is. It's a trend that, again, it's another one of those things where once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? I will probably Plague Ink stream. True. I'm just waiting on some of my PC parts to arrive, but once that's assembled, there's nothing stopping me. I think the right one ought to go first. It's been there for a while. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Anyone have an indie that you'd like to raid into? Nenechi is live. Hold on. Uruka? Wait, is Uruka live? Does she have... I don't know if she has raids turned on, because she's not showing up on my end. Yeah, I don't think Uruka has raids turned on. Onolumi, Retro Gamer VTuber. Okay. I've never watched her content, so let's see if she has raids turned on. Huh, okay. She's doing an anime watch-along. Alright. I'm going to send you guys on to Onolumi, and I'll also be going there myself in a bit to expand my repertoire, perhaps. But in any case, thank you again for showing up. Thank you for tuning in. And I'll see you guys next stream to yap about Riot Games, of all things. But in the meantime, hope you have a nice week. Otsu chair. Otsu chair. Oh, by the way, usual thing. We are rating someone new. You are all guests. Make sure to behave in her chat. I will be watching. But I hope, I anticipate that you guys will conduct yourselves well. In any case, Otsu chair. Otsu chair.